Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. Claire Sugden has been given leave to make a statement on Northern Ireland athletes at the Paris Olympics and Paralympics, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to call, they can do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so, and all members will have up to 3 minutes to speak on this subject. I would remind you that there is no interventions or points of order during this item of business. I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first opportunity for this House to acknowledge and congratulate the success of athletes from Northern Ireland at the Paris Olympic Games 2024. Their performances not only brought immense pride to our region, but also inspired a generation of young athletes across the United Kingdom and Ireland. Northern Ireland, as a small part of these islands, has once again demonstrated that size is no barrier to greatness. The achievements of our athletes reflect not only their hard work, dedication and talent, but also the resilience, passion and spirit that characterise the people of Northern Ireland. All Olympians and Paralympians from Northern Ireland representing either Team GB in Northern Ireland or Team Ireland should be incredibly proud of their achievements. They represent the Northern Ireland born from the Good Friday Agreement and the Northern Ireland that I want to live and raise my children in. Yet again, Northern Ireland has proven itself on the world stage. Prior to the Games, only 3 athletes from Northern Ireland had ever won an Olympic medal, including our forever Golden Girl and lifetime ambassador, Lady Mary Peters in 1972. However, this summer, 4 golds, 1 silver and 2 bronze have come home. 7 medals demonstrate the talent that exists here, but also the strong belief in our ability of our young people, from their coaches and local clubs, to be the best in the world. As a government, as a parliament, we must advocate, nurture and adequately fund sport in Northern Ireland so that more talent finds its rightful place on the world stage. Let us all in this House join in congratulating our Olympic heroes: Daniel Whiffen, Jack McMillan, Hannah Scott, Rhys McClenaghan, Rebecca Shorten, Philip Doyle. Inspirational young people who will be lifelong ambassadors for Northern Ireland, the United Kingdom and Ireland. I want to pay special mention to Hannah Scott. I've known Hannah and her family for a number of years, and I've watched as she has grown within the nurturing environment of Ban Rowing Club, which and brings home the 4th medal to that specific club and to Coleraine. It was an absolute delight to see the people of Coleraine gather in the town centre to cheer Hannah on, and it was a nail-biting finish. And we all screamed and we all cheered when she got over that line. She puts in a performance that's second to none and had everyone on the edge of their seats. I look forward to supporting them as they continue on their sporting journeys and eagerly anticipate greater success for them and for other Northern Ireland athletes in years to come. Thank you.
Ashley Riley.
And I thank the member for bringing this matter to the House today, because our Olympic and our Paralympic athletes serve as powerful role models who not only embody resilience, they embody determination and excellence. Their achievements transcend sport. It shows people of all abilities that greatness is not defined by limitations, but by perseverance and heart. By showcasing their incredible feats, they not only inspire future generations to push past barriers, but also change perceptions of disability on a global scale. The legacy that they will leave after these Games is one of hope, demonstrating that with the right mindset, anything is possible. And seeing these athletes compete over these past couple of weeks and months shows that it really fosters inclusion and empowers individuals to pursue their dreams, regardless of any obstacles that they face. Because the years of training, the dedication, the sacrifice, not only for them, but for their families also to get to that stage is truly immense. And I already know the preparation for LA in 2028 is already underway. And as public representatives, we should strive for the investment in our local sporting facilities and infrastructure that our communities deserve, because we really have to ensure that the continued success of our local sporting heroes on the world stage continues. So I really want to congratulate and wish all the athletes the very best, because I know the Paralympics are still ongoing. Along with your clubs, your families, your coaches, we are all supporting you, we're all behind you, and we're very, very proud of your achievements. And I'm more level like Gurmayogan.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to stand and congratulate all of those from Northern Ireland who represented us with great success both in the Paralympics and in the Paralympics. And their success was at a level which we've never seen before. There were, prior to the Games, just 3 athletes from Northern Ireland had ever won an Olympic gold medal, yet this time, in one Olympic Games, we had 4 gold medal winners: Rhys McClenaghan, Hannah Scott, Jack McMillan and Daniel Whiffen. Also a silver medal for Rebecca Shorten and 2 bronze medals for Daniel Whiffen and Philip Doyle. Indeed, with her gold medal, Hannah Scott, at the age of 25, became the first woman from Northern Ireland to win an Olympic gold since our golden girl, Lady Mary Peters, in 1972. Their success has filled us all with great pride. It is to their credit, to that of their coaches and families, all the sacrifices made over many years, and also to all those who have supported them in sports clubs and their coaches. In the Paralympics, 9 athletes and 2 guides from Northern Ireland participated in the Paralympic Games across 6 sports. Londonderry twins Chloe and Judith McComb completed their triathlon event, finishing 6th and 8th, respectively. And the 10 regist from Dungannon finished 6th in his first Paralympic final last week in the SB 100 metres breaststroke, with a personal best of 1 minute 7 seconds, .82. So again, we congratulate them from this assembly. They have made us proud this summer. We have never had this level of success, and this assembly is united in saying, well done, you've done Northern Ireland proud. Okay.
Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this matter of the day today. It's absolutely appropriate and the right thing that we should be doing today to start off our business today to pay tribute to our athletes and their achievements in both the Olympics and the Paralympics, and contributions already have just listed just how successful our athletes were across the board from Northern Ireland in those events. I want to particularly reference just how proud I was to see the achievements of local Newtownards athlete Rhys McClenaghan, who won gold in the pommel horse in such spectacular fashion. And speaking afterwards with Rhys, and he was referring it to as the culmination of a 10-year plan, 10 years of work from when he was a young person, and a coach who picked up on his talent and believed in him and was prepared, the two of them, to put that work in to culminate in that achievement. It was truly inspirational, and I think gathering in the town after the success in Newtownards, people of all ages came together to celebrate his success, and I would say it would be one of the single most positive evenings we've ever seen in the town of Newtownards, and I look forward to seeing what Rhys achieves in the years to come. I'd also want to pay tribute to his coach Luke, who did believe in Rhys and put that work in with him, and has also committed to making the leisure centre in the town of Newtownards a centre of excellence for gymnastics, as well as an open and accessible space for aspiring gymnasts of all ages to come and learn from a gold medal winner. I would just want to add that we were also very sad that Portaferry's own Ciara McGeehan was not able to compete in the Games due to injury. I have no doubt if she had competed, we would have been celebrating her success with medals coming home as well. And we wish her all the very best for her recovery and hope to see her in 4 years' time, hopefully bringing medals back to Strangford again. Thank you.
Andy Allen.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to celebrate the remarkable achievements of Northern Ireland athletes at the 2024 Olympics and Paralympics. Our athletes have once again proven that Northern Ireland, though small in size, is mighty in spirit and determination. Their relentless dedication, discipline and unwavering commitment has shone brightly on the world stage, inspiring us all. These games have been a celebration of their successes and a testament to their power of community and teamwork. Behind every medal, personal best and triumph is a story of resilience and hard work and the strong support system that has fueled the journey of our athletes. We must continue championing our athletes as they build on these successes and pave the way for the next generation. Their achievements remind us that with determination, anything is possible. Northern Ireland stands tall, proud and ready for even greater victories to come. On behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, I extend our best wishes for their successes as we follow them here onward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just McGildy.
Citius, Altius, Fortius, Communitur. Faster, higher, stronger, together. Whoa. The success of our Olympians in Paris has been nothing short of extraordinary. The passion, the grit, the determination, the conviction of our local competitors has been matched only by the pride of their families and local communities. It was inspiring to see the communities rally behind all of our local competitors, irrespective of whether they were representing Team Ireland or Team GB. I think it is vital for all of us in this chamber today to do more than just join a celebratory course. Sporting excellence in our local community is on full display after the record medal haul, and I believe it's incumbent on us to seize on that momentum and harness those opportunities. That is why I've asked the Communities Minister to engage directly with the Irish Government on how to harness the full potential of their recent announcement of €400 million investment in sports infrastructure. Sport can take us all and make us all faster, higher, stronger, and bring us together. With 13 medals having made their way back to the island of Ireland, it's abundantly clear that we as people punch well above our weight on the international stage. And I commend the Minister in terms of having a joint ceremony here for both the Paralympians and the Olympians, which will be a wonderful and can be a wonderful festival of sport in this place. The best way that this Assembly can celebrate the success of our Paris Olympians is to lay the foundation of success for future generations that have been inspired by the success of our local champions. And an honourable call out for our Armagh man, Daniel Whiffen, and the joy that he brought to the Orange, on top of the Orange pride we already experienced with the All-Ireland success. Gura Mayogut, Can Corla.
Harry Harvey.
Mr. Speaker, the Paris Olympics 2024 was one that will go down in history for Northern Ireland. With 41 athletes competing, 10 from the Strangford constituency, we congratulate all who participated in the Games, particularly the 7 who brought home medals, 4 gold, 2 silver and a bronze. I especially this afternoon want to congratulate Rhys McClenaghan from Newton Ards on his outstanding performance in Paris, winning a gold medal in the pommel horse. This is an amazing achievement for this young man who has faced disappointments throughout his career, but his determination has allowed him to realise his dream this summer. Rhys is now recognised as one of the pommel horse specialists of his generation. Ards and North Down Borough Council organised a fabulous afternoon and evening in Conway Square when Rhys and fellow medalist Jack McMillan from Bangor arrived in style in the 65 Mustang convertible, and they were welcomed back by the borough by phenomenal crowds of well-wishers. The local people enjoyed being able to personally congratulate Rhys for his success, and he stated after that he was overwhelmed by the support from the people of Newton Ards. I would also like to congratulate all those from Northern Ireland who took part in the Paralympics, especially Barry McClements, also from Newton Ards, for his outstanding performance in the pool. What an achievement for Newton Ards and the Strangford constituency, with these outstanding athletes representing them in world-class sporting events and setting an example for other young people to reach for their dreams and work hard to achieve these. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ellie Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, as the third MLA from Strangford to speak today, I too want to congratulate all of our Olympians and Paralympians, and particularly Rhys McClanahan and Barry McClements. They have done the area proud, so proud. I can remember watching the television whenever Rhys was waiting just to find out, when that last person used the pommel horse, if he'd got his gold medal, and I was in tears along with him. So congratulations, Rhys. For those not involved in sport, to see you achieve something so amazing is fantastic. But Mr. Speaker, if I could, we always talk about the Olympians, and I just want to pay tribute to our Paralympians as someone who is so invested in disability. Just to recognise in boccia, Claire Taggart, what a match. In para swimming, we had Barry McClements, we had Dervla Brady, we had Deaton Ridged, we had the para triathlon, Chloe McComb, we had Judith McComb, Catherine Sands and Emer Nichols, and wheelchair basketball, Katie Morrow, fantastic, para dressage, Jessica McKenna, and finally the wheelchair rugby, we had David Ross. An amazing group of Paralympians who have been amazing, and I can't wait to see them when they come up to the House and they have the celebration with the Minister for Communities. And speaking about communities, I think now is the time, as others have said, that we need to look at investment into our grassroots sports, so that the young people who are coming forward, who are looking at the Rhys, the Barry, the Emer, all of those athletes, that they think, I can do this too, and I could be at the next Olympics or Paralympics the way that they have been. So investment in grassroots sports in order to help people become premier in their sport field would be amazing. Thank you.
Mark Nesbitt. I've been listening with great interest to the praise, the deserved praise being heaped on our Olympic and Paralympic athletes and their great successes in Paris over the summer, and particularly those who have joined the gold medal winners. But I note we're only crediting 3 previous gold medalists in Lady Mary Peters, Jimmy Kirkwood and Stephen Martin from hockey, but we have 4. We have a 4th, the first, Robin Dixon, gold medal, 2-man bobsleigh at the Winter Olympics.
Great Southampton man.
The bobsleigh, likened to somebody winning an Olympic gold for swimming with no access to a swimming pool. So let us put it on record. Robin Dixon, our first Olympic gold medalist.
Hunter.
And I too rise to congratulate and share my admiration for all those of Team GB and Team Ireland who have been at the Olympic and Paralympic Games, who are from our shared home place, and particularly Hannah Scott of Coleraine within my constituency, and Dervla Brady from Feeney in my constituency. Dervla made her Paralympic debut in swimming, and she's a 16-year-old who is involved in the Limavady Swim Club. I think them all who have won are incredibly inspiring, but these 2 particular young women are showing what can be achieved throughout hard work, dedication and commitment. 2 incredible women in sport, and it's something that I love to see. These are 2 very capable, fierce young ladies of my constituency, and they are truly inspiring. They show anything is possible if you put your mind to it. But I think some of the key points that have been echoed around this chamber today are the dire need to invest in sport. You'll often see online GoFundMe accounts to try and get our athletes over to these kinds of events, and I think that's shameful. We should be supporting them, we should be endorsing them and doing all we can to fund them, and it'll encourage more young people to get into sport. With regards rowing in our constituency, the historical Coleraine Ban Rowing Club, for me, I recently spoke with one of their coaches called Glenn, and we talked about the importance of sport, young people, and ensuring that each and every child has equal opportunity to sport. So the importance of investment around sport is to ensure that every child, regardless of their background or family income, has every right and every opportunity to partake in sporting activities. So I'd just like to close by saying to our Olympians and Paralympians, thank you so much for going out there and for doing us all proud, and we have to ensure that we invest in our young people for tomorrow. Thank you.
Guy Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to join with members across the chamber and all those across Northern Ireland in congratulating our Olympians and Paralympians. There's not a place in Northern Ireland that hasn't been touched by the fantastic achievements of our athletes, the dedication that they have put in, their training, all of those involved behind the scenes. But today I want to make a particular mention to the remarkably talented tandem twins from Cloddy, para-athletes Judith and Chloe McComb. I do hope that you will all join with me in congratulating these two very dedicated and talented Northern Irish athletes. Judith and Chloe locally come from Cloddy. They're two fantastic young women who are visually impaired athletes, competing at the top of their game across many competitions, not least the most recent Paris Paralympics. The young women were born with a form of albinism, which in their case meant that Chloe and Judith have grown up with their visual impairment. But they have proven to be a real inspiration for us all in the North West, but indeed across Northern Ireland as well. Chloe and Judith were originally para-rowers and later, upon approach by Triathlon Ireland, became para-triathletes. It seems like nothing can stop Chloe and Judith, and long may that continue. We are so proud of their performances at the Olympics, with Chloe placing in 6th place and Judith placing in 8th place. An incredible achievement for these two local girls. Chloe and Judith are a perfect example of what our young people can and are achieving. Their hard work, their hard training and their kind and humble nature is something that we can all look upon with proud achievement. Notably, they always ensure that they witness their Christian faith, putting God first in everything that they do, always giving God the glory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much indeed for the indulgence in letting me speak, and I apologise for not being in for the beginning of the question. I would like to put my thanks on record for the great Larne swimming team, and particularly to Danielle Hill and Daniel Whiffen, and the impact that they have made in the communities, particularly around swimming and bringing young people towards sport. I have known, on a declaration of interest, my youngest daughter swims with Larne Swimming Club, and even though it is in a neighbouring constituency, I am a great supporter of Larne and everything it's trying to do. But the most interesting thing, I think, is the enthusiasm that the young people now have for sport like swimming. Because if they see somebody like themselves taking part in any athletic activity, it encourages them to get involved. And I was very heartened, and indeed, you're not going to believe this, but I was actually in the gym with a fellow MLA here quite recently. And the reason I was there was because there were so many young people who were actually doing swimming and taking up swimming lessons. And the reason for that was they saw the examples of both Danielle Hill and also Daniel Whiffen pushing through to do that as well. And may I also put on record my thanks indeed to all the supporters of the Larne Swimming Club, but also all the people who have turned out to be able to make sure that these people are supported and given every support that they can. And I think this is a great success story for Northern Ireland. It's a great success story for Ireland, it's a great success story for Team GB and NI, and I think these are things we should be celebrating. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed for the indulgence.
Timothy Gaston.
Very much, and thank you to Claire for bringing the matter of today. The success of Northern Ireland athletes is something we all can celebrate and be proud of. To have only won 3 gold medals in the history of the Summer Olympics, and then to win 4 along with a silver and 2 bronze, is something that is quite remarkable. I want to congratulate all those from Northern Ireland who competed either for Team GB or Team Ireland. One hopes the remarkable success acts as a catalyst to inspire many budding athletes to achieve Olympic glory in the years ahead. I do, however, want to highlight an equality issue which comes from the Olympics. In December 2013, the independent working group established by the then Sports Minister identified serious issues within boxing, highlighting examples of both sectarianism and racism. A key finding of the report was that boxers from Northern Ireland should have an option under the terms of the Belfast Agreement of aiming to represent Great Britain in Olympic Games and other international tournaments. 11 years on, I regret that no progress has been made in this issue, and that when it comes to boxing and a number of other sports, there's no route open for an athlete to compete under the Union flag on the world's biggest sporting stage. This is a scandal, something which, identified in 2013 report, should have been dealt with years ago. As we celebrate the success of our athletes, I would urge the Minister to do what he can to get belated movement on this issue. Mr. Speaker, if you would indulge me for a moment, I would remind the House that it was because of the courageous stand of Sandy Row Boxing Club in your own constituency that these issues came to light. Sadly, as things stand today, that club faces the prospect of ceasing to operate after more than a quarter of a century in the working class heartland of South Belfast. Again, I would urge the Minister to do all he can in that issue.
Thank you, members, and that's a very positive way to start the new season, so thank you for that. Next item of business, member statements, and I call Declan McAleer.
I'd like to take this opportunity this morning to speak about the issue of dynamic pricing. As you know, it's a practice where the market value of tickets and products rapidly increase with demand. Last Saturday morning, along with thousands of others of Oasis fans, I logged on at 7:30 in the morning to try and get tickets for the gig, and started off at 58,516th in the queue, and by 10:30, 2 years later, managed to get up number one. So by the time I got on and thought that was my moment to get the coveted tickets, I was faced with the choice of, and again, this isn't just me, it's thousands of hours of fans of tickets, stand tickets in the range of €420 to €574, or season tickets €542 to €574. And like as a lot of fans throughout the country here and indeed across the water in Britain are very, very frustrated. It's left a bad taste in people's mouths, and indeed my own president of my own party, Mary MacDonald, has called this out, saying that it has a very disproportionate impact on particularly working class people who can least afford to pay for such tickets, and also the fact that the support base in both Ireland and Britain for Oasis would have been mostly working class communities. So this unfair practice, it needs to stop, and I think that consumers need to know the price ranges whenever an event is advertised. They need to know the prices are fixed, and that everyone has a fair share to get in and buy one, and basically the practice needs to end. To that end, I welcome the fact that the Competition and Markets Authority are investigating the issue of dynamic prices in relation to the Oasis concert, and most of you will receive, all of you will have received correspondence from them in recent days, and the investigation is looking at whether there was unfair commercial practices taking place, whether people were given clear and timely information to explain that tickets could be subject to so-called dynamic pricing, and if people found under pressure to buy tickets at short notice at a higher price than they understood. And as part of this investigation, the CMA is inviting people who attempted to buy tickets or who did buy tickets to share their views with them, and that could involve sharing information, for example, screen grabs or any information they might have. But the important thing is that the window frame for submitting that information and participating in the investigation is between the 5th and the 19th of September, which is 10 days from today. So I just want to take this opportunity and platform in the Assembly to call on anyone who is listening or watching, or anybody in the chamber who is impacted by this practice, to have your say and share your experiences with the CMA on their website. It only takes a few minutes, and hopefully by taking part in this investigation, the CMA investigation, the public, especially those affected, can help bring this unfair practice of dynamic pricing to an end. Thank you.
Call Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker, this summer brought about a new Labour government after 14 years of Conservative rule. A Labour government that we all were promised and was heralded would be honest, progressive and compassionate. A big contrast as to what had come before. Though how does this stack up when we look at actions such as the disgraceful attempts by the Labour government to remove the winter fuel payment from 10 million pensioners across the United Kingdom? To put that in perspective, of the 306,000 pensioners in Northern Ireland, over 250,000 of them will lose the winter fuel payment. Pensioners that have worked hard all their lives, have built up a pension, have held their own homes, that are genuinely concerned and worried as to what the winter will look like. It says a lot about a Labour government, and it says a lot about what their priorities will be when their first action is to cut the fuel payment for those vulnerable, low-income pensioners. I'm not talking about the millionaires, as some would want to divert to quite often. I'm talking about those that are on low income, that see the challenges that this will bring to not only them, but to their well-being and their family. It talks about priorities when you do something like that, rather than attempt to address some of the severe structural issues in terms of finance across the United Kingdom, to duck real issues. Labour want to pick the pocket of pensioners, whilst in the same hand dish out over £11 billion in foreign aid in relation to climate. Labour would rather target low-income families than address the ridiculous situation of over £8 million a day being spent in this country to house asylum seekers in hotels. Labour would rather cut pensioners' fuel payments than, as a first point of call, recoup or attempt to recoup the over £2 billion in the last financial year lost in benefit fraud. I would urge on them to do a U-turn. There's no shame. This is wrong. And I would urge colleagues in this place to do likewise. Thank you.
I call Danny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Larne Football Club. You will be aware that they recently became the first team from Northern Ireland to qualify for the knockout stages of a European tournament. This is a historic achievement for the town club and for football in Northern Ireland. Over the last few years, Larne have not only won the Irish League Cup but retained it and are now contenders in the knockout stages of a European competition. They have a huge dream ahead. These are huge achievements in their 130 years plus history. Mr. Speaker, as anyone who knows me will attest, I'm not much of a football fan, but I have attended several matches with people who are, and I can say that the atmosphere is fantastic. There's a real sense of pride in the team and for hope for the future. Families and children decked out in Larne gear, cheering on the team for the duration of the matches. There's a real buzz about the town on match days. I know the team are also involved in many local issues around the town as well. They inspire young people to become involved in sport through their full-time scholarship programme and through their youth teams. So I want to congratulate Larne owner Kenny Bruce, chairman Gareth Clements, manager Tiernan Lynch, their staff and all the players who have brought so much excitement and joy to the town and the fans over the last few years, especially on this summer's historic achievement. The team are very, very much for the town. Thank you.
I call Barn Elliott of Ballin and Ballard.
I rise today to raise the issue of the resignation of the Veterans Commissioner just last week, Danny Kinahan, which directly impacts on the veterans community here in Northern Ireland and indeed on wider society as well. He has raised urgent concerns regarding the support, protections and independent representation available to veterans in Northern Ireland. He cited an inability to provide the independent voice that veterans require, which underscores a critical development in how veterans' affairs are managed in Northern Ireland. This recent event has sparked widespread concern across the veterans community and beyond, making it a matter of immediate relevance. The role of the Northern Ireland Veterans Commissioner is vital in advocating for the specific needs and concerns of veterans, many of whom feel they are being neglected compared to their counterparts in Great Britain. The representation in Northern Ireland
claims that veterans in the region do not enjoy the same protections as those in Great Britain, which, coupled with the recent loss of the Northern Ireland Veterans Support Office, underscores an alarming development that could lead to a gap in support. Given the sacrifices made by veterans, any perceived failure in providing adequate support is of exceptional public interest and requires immediate attention by this Assembly and the Northern Ireland Office. The veterans community comprises of individuals who have served and sacrificed for the country. These veterans, their families and the broader community are directly affected by the lack of an independent voice advocating for their unique needs. The resignation not only highlights the specific concerns of the veterans in Northern Ireland, but also brings to light the broader issue of how the welfare is managed by the UK Government, making it a matter that impacts on many citizens here in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mark Durgan.
I stand today to call for urgent and sustained funding for the Men's Action Network, or MAN, an organisation that has made an enormous impact in the lives of men within my constituency. The group has been life-changing for many and life-saving for some who felt that they had nowhere else to turn. Males accounted for 77% of all suicides registered in 2022. That figure was even higher in areas of deprivation and among young men aged between 20 and 24. It's ludicrous then that such a key support network within Derry has been stripped of funding, with ministers stating that there's nothing they can do in light of department's precarious funding positions, and refusing to meet the group and hear from service users. Men face significant challenges when it comes to mental health. Many struggle in silence, burdened by societal expectations of masculinity that discourage vulnerability. But that stigma is slowly eroding thanks to groups like MAN, which provide a safe space addressing isolation, elation and giving community support. I'm sure I speak for everyone here when I say that navigating the last few extremely difficult years would have been impossible without our voluntary and community sector. The sector has always stepped in when traditional statutory services have been overstretched, all the while working in extremely challenging budget positions of their own. MAN is unique in its intersectional approach. Few organisations address such a wide array of interconnected issues: mental health support, educational opportunities, breaking down barriers within the legal system, and perhaps most crucially, MAN works with male victims of domestic violence, so often an overlooked issue. They were the critical juncture in terms of establishing a male refuge, plans which have now had to be put on hold. The failure to fund an organisation like this sends a strong, wrong message to men who are suffering, but let me assure them that there is still help out there and no one has to suffer in silence. MAN's work spans several government departments, and as such it should be the responsibility of the executive as a whole to ensure that this group is funded. Investment will save the public purse in the long run by preventing crises and reducing the demand on overstretched public services. More importantly, it will save lives. A good government would never leave MAN behind.
Sinead Ennis.
Mr. Speaker, for a full year, the community of Warmpoint has been subjected to an oppressive, foul odour which has engulfed our town, and this is due to the close proximity of Warmpoint Harbour and the large volumes of RDF, or household waste, which is currently being stored there. Tens of thousands of tonnes of household waste is being stored mere metres from people's homes and from businesses, and this has caused a putrid smell which impacts people's daily lives. And I would seriously question how appropriate it was to grant a licence to store that volume of household waste so close to people's homes in the first place. For example, people have been dealing with the fact that their homes are just swarmed with flies. People can't open their windows. We've been dealing with a family, a young child with autism, whose only relief is to be able to go out into his own back garden. That can't happen anymore because the smell is just so overwhelming. We had 2 very successful festivals in Warrenpoint Town this summer, both of which unfortunately, although they were very, very successful, both of which unfortunately were overshadowed by the constant smell which lingers in the air. People will be aware that we have finally got movement on Narrow Bridge. Our council and our local political representatives are currently working on how we can use that to best boost our local economy, attract more people, more tourism to Warrenpoint, and that will be at odds with the fact that this smell which is emanating from Warrenpoint Port and the household waste which is being stored there is currently being allowed to continue. And contrary to what is being said on the media and social media, large volumes, unfortunately, of household waste continue to flood into Warrenpoint Port. And the people of Newry and Morningdown are reasonable people. We want to be able to play our part and support more environmentally friendly ways of dealing with our household waste. But that cannot be to the detriment of the people of Warrenpoint, and it is simply not good enough to expect the community in Warrenpoint to continue to put up and shut up on this issue. Sinn Féin will continue to use every avenue that is open to us to resolve this issue, and I again call on the Minister for the Environment, the NIEA and all those with responsibility to work with us, to continue to work with us, with community groups and with political representatives and the business community to ensure that this oppressive odour, which has engulfed our town, as I said, for more than a year now, is finally stopped once and for all. Gura Maigad.
Michelle Brownlee.
Mr. Speaker. On Emergency Services Day, it's important for us to take a moment to express our deep gratitude to the remarkable individuals who serve in our emergency services. Today provides an opportunity to truly recognise and honour the unwavering dedication, incredible bravery and profound sacrifice of those who work tirelessly to protect and serve our communities day in and day out. Our firefighters, police officers, paramedics and rescue workers consistently go above and beyond their call of duty, often facing dangerous and unpredictable situations. From responding to house fires, medical emergencies, to addressing public safety threats as the first line of defence, frequently putting their own lives at risk to protect ours. Emergency Services Day is also a time to acknowledge the countless volunteers who wholeheartedly support these efforts. Their readiness to step forward during a crisis is a powerful testament to their resilience and community spirit. We are deeply thankful for the commitment and selflessness they demonstrate, especially in the most challenging of circumstances. In addition, it's essential to take some time to reflect on the individuals who have tragically lost their lives in the line of duty. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten, and their legacy continues to inspire us all. I extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of our emergency services workers and their unwavering dedication. We stand beside you, we support you, and we will continually work to ensure that you receive the resources and recognition that you truly deserve. Today and every day, we honour your service. Thank you.
Sir Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, last Sunday evening, a major fire occurred in my home community of Green Island at a Church of Ireland church known as the Church of the Holy Name. Following on from Ms Brownlee's comments, I want to place on record my thanks to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, the PSNI and Northern Ireland Water, who assisted so remarkably on that very sad and difficult evening. That event has brought the community of Green Island together, as indeed one I would expect, having been a lifelong resident of this community. We came together also on Wednesday evening of this week to reflect on and think about the incident which occurred, but also to look positively to the future, to rebuild not only that community in the church, but also to build our endeavours to unite our community in Green Island. Mr. Speaker, I just want to place on record my thanks to the Reverend Isabel Hawthorne-Steele, who is in charge of that congregation there, and for the grace and the way in which she has handled all the very difficult events of that fire. Thank you.
Pat Sheehan.
Thank you, Speaker. Today is the International Day to protect education from attack. Education is a fundamental right, a right that was not always been available in this country, but now a right that we take for granted here in Ireland. However, that is not the case in many other countries of the world. This time last year, there were more than 625,000 students at school in Gaza, and more than 20,000 teachers working there. According to the UN, there is no learning taking place in Gaza today. Or could learning be taking place when Israeli forces have destroyed more than 80% of schools in Gaza being destroyed? Not even schools run by the United Nations escaped Israeli attack. These are schools, Mr. Speaker, set up by the UN for Palestinian refugees. More than 50% of those UN schools have been destroyed by Israeli forces. Israel's attacks on the education system are so bad that the United Nations has a name for it: scholasticide. By April of this year, nearly 6,000 students were dead, nearly 300 teachers dead, and nearly 100 university lecturers dead as a result of Israeli attacks. And the situation has certainly worsened since then. There are almost 6,000 children at nursery school in the 6 counties. We have about 1,500 educational centres. That destruction and slaughter at the hand of Israel were to be visited on the 6 counties, Mr. Speaker, it would equate to every nursery school child here dying in a military attack. It would be the same as every nursery school, every primary school, every secondary school, and every grammar school being completely destroyed. When schools are destroyed, the lives and chances of the next generation are destroyed. Today is the International Day to protect education from attack. I call on the international community to bring pressure to bear on Israel to stop the genocide and the scholasticide in Gaza. Thank you.
On the 17th of August, the police instructed the occupants of around 450 households in Newtownards to vacate their homes from the following day because an £1,100 bomb had been uncovered by workmen. The bomb was dropped in 1941 during a German bombing raid. The discovery of the Second World War bomb has been a tremendous upheaval for the residents of Rivenwood, Old Forge, Stratheden and surrounding areas. Residents were told that they could be out of their homes for 5 days or longer. Ards and North Down Borough Council opened an emergency support centre in Ards Blair Main Leisure Complex, which included support and information from the South Eastern Health Trust, Social Services, the Housing Executive and Police. Residents who had no alternative accommodation were able to come to the complex for shelter and support. This incident really brought out the best in our local community in terms of offers of rooms, support and even temporary homes for pets of all types. Given that this affected around 1,000 people, it's incredible how many people opened up their homes. I spent some time down at the hub over the 3 days of the incident and spoke to multi-agency staff, council staff and some of those who were displaced. And I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to those involved in the response to this emergency. I was contacted by a large number of residents who have nothing but praise for the assistance that they received. Special mention must go to the Chief Executive, Leisure Centre staff and Council Emergency Response Team, as well as the Council's communication team for stepping up at such short notice, the speed and professionalism of the PSNI and ATO teams, and the support and advice provided by staff of statutory agencies for the 3 days of the incident. However, a message that was coming loud and clear both during and after the incident was the lack of financial support. Many residents who were displaced lost out financially. There were those who lost out in work because their tools and vans were stuck behind the cordon, and those who worked from home and couldn't do the same from their temporary accommodation. There were those who had to stay in B&Bs and hotels, And one group of elderly ladies I know had just paid for an additional 2 days' night stay when the bomb was set off and they were allowed to return home. And they've been wrangling with the hotel chain ever since to refund the money. Others had to pay for accommodation for their pets. And of course, there's also the damage to properties following the blast, and we have no clarity on whether insurance companies will cover the cost, and they will certainly won't cover the access. Since the incident, I've written to the Minister and I've tabled a question on whether a one-off payment can be made, and as yet I haven't received a response, but I would hope that we can offer support to those directly affected. We are able to support those affected by adverse weather. Surely we can support those affected by the unforeseen circumstances of a 1941 bombing raid. Thank you.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On June the 14th, 2017, the Grenfell Tower fire shook the world. At 54 minutes past midnight, flames engulfed a 24-storey tower in North Kensington, West London, and that fire raged for 60 hours, tragically claiming 72 lives, injuring over 70 more, and forcing 223 residents to flee. Last week, many of those families will have received some certainty and some justice, which will have fallen far short of seeing them with their loved ones that they lost, that would be lost forever. But we need to consider the inquiry and all of the feelings that were held within. This disaster was not simply an accident. It highlighted years of underinvestment, neglect and unsafe building practices, but despite concerns raised by residents about fire safety, including the highly flammable cladding used in the recent renovations, these warnings went unheard. A lack of regulatory oversight, cost-cutting measures and inadequate responses from authorities compounded the tragedy. The Grenfell fire stands as a stark reminder of the human cost of negligence and inequality, and it calls us all to action to ensure that every life, regardless of background or circumstance, is safeguarded by the highest standards of safety and care. And part of the report, and a thanks to Ms Brownlee and Mr Dixon in regards to Emergency Services Day, but I was struck by a report from a firefighter who was at the Grenfell incident a number of years ago and who subsequently had to retire early due to PTSD because that firefighter had the unfortunate calculation to make whilst trying to rescue people from the tower on the 21st floor to turn back, and for the sake of his own life and the life of his team, and he was left with that burden. And I remember from my own times in the fire service the impact of cost-cutting, the impact of legislation and changes made to policy by those that don't have the operational expertise. And I would echo and support the calls of the two members with regard to our support for the emergency services as we go forward. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Paul Kelly-Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, I rise to talk about this weekend actually. This weekend, the 15th of September, is International Day of Democracy. Each one of us was elected to this chamber because citizens used their vote to elect us to the Northern Ireland Assembly. However, some people in Northern Ireland are excluded from being able to vote. In Scotland and Wales, 16 and 17-year-olds are able to cast their democratic vote to have a say in who will govern in both their local government area and local parliament. But here, our 16 and 17-year-olds are not entrusted with the same democratic right as elsewhere across the UK, and it's time that was changed. Some say that a 16 or 17-year-old is too young, not able to understand or too inexperienced to cast a vote. Well, as a woman I know 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, they were saying that about women, and look how that has changed. We have a female First Minister and Deputy First Minister and a female Minister of Justice. Each year, politicians and society celebrates how well our 16 and 17-year-olds do in exams. Why, on one hand, are these intelligent and amazing people being celebrated for their achievements, but on the other hand are being denied the ability to vote? Why do we celebrate our youth assembly and youth forums across Northern Ireland but exclude them from their democratic right? Negative assumptions about the ability of younger voters is discussed in a blog by Professor David Runciman of the University of Cambridge, which was published in June 2024. He sets out how presumptions about younger voters did not materialise in Germany, Belgium or Greece when their voting age was lowered. 16 and 17-year-olds were far from predictable and found to replicate the voting patterns of other age groups. Mr Speaker, it's important to remember that younger voters want to vote. The NUS survey has recently confirmed 97% of respondents said they would vote in future elections, if only all age groups would turn out in such high percentages. If Scotland and Wales can do it, then I believe Northern Ireland should enable 16 and 17-year-olds to have equal democratic rights as their peers elsewhere across the UK. Mr. Speaker, we are all elected here as MLAs because of the democratic process, and I believe that enabling votes at 16 for both council and assembly elections would be a positive and progressive step for Northern Ireland. As many know in this House, voting age is a matter accepted by paragraph 12 of Schedule 2 to the 1998 Act. The Assembly has no power to make the change. This would need an Act of Parliament. So I wrote to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to ask that the legislation regarding the voting age in Northern Ireland elections to be updated to enable people aged 16 and above to vote. The Secretary of State has responded to me and has confirmed that it is his wish to extend this democracy right to 16 and 17-year-olds. Indeed, Labour committed in their manifesto to extend the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, Sinn Féin's Megan Fearon had a motion calling for votes at 16, and it was passed by this House. So I say to the Secretary of State,
Members, time's up.
You have the time. Please bring the vote forward. Thank you.
Item of business is committee membership motion from the Alliance Party. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mrs. Michelle Guy replace Ms. Kate Nicholl as a member of the Committee for Education and as a member of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee. That Ms. Kate Nicholl replace Ms. Connie Egan as a member of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee. And that Ms. Kate Nicholl be appointed as a member of the Committee for the Economy.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw to move the motion. The question is that the motion standing and the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it, and ayes have it. Next item of business, committee membership motion from the UUP. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr. Colin Crawford replace Mr. Doug Beattie as a member of the Committee for the Economy.
Thank you. I call Mr. Robbie Butler to move the motion.
Moved, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion standing, the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Next item of business is a business committee motion on committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr. Timothy Gaston replace Mr. Porrig Delargy as a member of the Committee for the Executive Office.
Thank you. I call Mr. Robbie Butler to move the motion on behalf of the Business Committee.
So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion stand and order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I have received notice from the First and Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. Before I call the Deputy First Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions, not an opportunity for debate or long introductions. That won't be allowed. Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The First Minister and I wish to inform members that following the unanimous agreement to the draft programme for government by the Executive on Thursday, the Executive Office will today launch a public consultation. The draft programme for government outlines the Executive's bold ambition for Northern Ireland. It is different from what has been attempted in the past. It is reflective of the realities we face today, but it is also ambitious for the future. It is also realistic about the financial position we find ourselves in and the shortened mandate in which we operate. We make no apology for being ambitious. We want to build on our reputation as a great place to live, work, study, invest and visit. We want to build on the fact that we are global leaders in key sectors such as cyber, fintech, advanced manufacturing and health and life sciences. And we want to continue to invest in our young people so that we can continue to have a young, dedicated and highly skilled workforce. Our aim is to change the lives of our people and communities for the better. To deliver on this aim, the programme for government contains 9 priorities. These are the immediate priorities which we will work to this year and throughout the duration of this mandate. They are to grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy, to deliver more affordable childcare, to cut health waiting lists, ending violence against women and girls, better support for children and young people with special educational needs, to provide more social, affordable and sustainable housing, safer communities and protecting Lough Neagh and the environment, and the reform and transformation of public services. We must all focus on delivering this programme together for everyone. We know that there are challenges, but there are opportunities. With our plan, we have a way forward. It provides a roadmap for people, organisations and departments. The Programme for Government provides a basis for transformational change in the things that really matter. I look forward to us, the Executive and this Assembly, working together to make a real difference. The scale of the challenges we face requires new thinking and structures. A missions-based approach will help us to measure and prioritise our work. These missions are people, planet and prosperity, and they are underpinned by a cross-cutting commitment to peace. When it comes to people, we have some of the highest levels of life satisfaction in Europe, but not everyone here is able to have a positive experience of life. People from more deprived areas are more likely to suffer from poorer physical and mental health, for example. We need to invest in people and ensure that they are supported to succeed and prosper. We want everyone to reach their full potential. The Planet mission focuses on the natural environment. It is vital to everyone's health and well-being, both now and in the future. We are all very aware of the increasingly evident biodiversity crisis, as seen, for example, in Lough Neagh. The Prosperity mission considers our economic performance. While it has improved dramatically in the past 25 years, it still lags behind where it could and should be. Our GDP per capita remains stubbornly low, and this is particularly true outside of Belfast. We need to make sure that we are building the skills needed to attract investment that can grow our economy and benefit workers everywhere. In terms of peace, we want to build on the successes of the past 26 years to make sure our peace is lasting, meaningful and prosperous for everyone here. By focusing on people, planet and prosperity, we will shape a fairer and more peaceful society. We know that equality of opportunity and good relations are central to this goal, supporting our commitment to safer communities. A key feature of the new programme is its focus on collaborative working between organisations and groups across the public, voluntary and private sectors. It is also a programme in which individuals and communities can play an active part. The Executive will, therefore, work collectively to deliver this programme and to drive forward work both departmental and sectoral boundaries. We will also be tracking performance regularly and publishing annual reports on the progress we are making so that everyone can understand the impact we are having. To improve the lives of people here, we need to deliver real change, and the Programme for Government provides us with a framework to deliver that change as an Executive. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to find solutions. We are determined to take action to ensure our communities have access to the life opportunities they deserve. We are determined to make this place we can all be proud of to call home. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to deliver for the public. The consultation will provide people here with an opportunity to consider the programme and provide their views on it. We can only have an effective plan for Northern Ireland if we are able to hear from those it is most likely to impact. That's why it is important as many people as possible share their views during the consultation process. Our plan is for all of us, and we all have a stake in making it happen. Thank you.
Colin Gilder, or
Deputy First Minister
for the statement. This is a significant milestone for the four-party executive, particularly setting out the priorities of a draft PFG for the rest of the mandate. My question is, are you and how confident are you that these draft PFG commitments will be delivered?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, and thank the member for her question. This is the stage where we want to listen to people about the priorities, but in putting together this draft programme for government, we have been out and listening to many, many people, and we believe that this a document, that this draft represents the key issues that matter most to people. And those are the issues that they want us to make progress on. I am very confident that there is a shared determination across all four parties in the executive, but certainly with the First Minister and myself, to ensure that we too deliver. We've made clear that we want this to be an executive that delivers. As we jointly lead that executive, we want to stand and say and give that commitment to everyone throughout Northern Ireland that we have that determination to deliver. And the best way to do that is with a plan, and that is a plan that is put together by listening to people, focusing on the right things, and with that joint determination to make a real and positive difference to people's lives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The constructive opposition has been constructive in calling for a programme for government for months now. We welcome the fact that one has been published, but we've also been clear that the people of Northern Ireland have expected clear targets and clear plans to deliver. On page 27 of the programme for government, there is a chart which lists the increase in patients waiting for a consultant appointment. It went from 70,000 in 2008-09 to 428,000 in the most recent year. But I can't find anywhere in this document a specific target to reduce those times and those waiting lists. Could the Deputy First Minister please point me to where in that document I can find such a target?
First Minister.
Leader of the Opposition will continue in his constructive approach and engage actually with the draft programme for government that's been published today. I'm very pleased by the fact that we've reached this point, that it's a very ambitious programme, that it's a very focused programme, and also I'm very pleased with the fact that now everybody in society gets a chance to shape it into the final document. And alongside that final document, then we will be able to judge our success by how we will value or measure our outcome. I'm very delighted by the fact that we are absolutely committed to being vital, to being open and transparent in terms of the progress that we're going to make. There's nobody in this chamber that underestimates the scale of the challenge that we have in our health service, but the best way we'll fix it is actually working together. It is not just the responsibility of the Department of Health. I believe that all of the executive colleagues are now committed to working together to ensure that we bring down hospital waiting lists, because at the end of the day, this programme for government has to be about making a difference in people's lives. I'm confident actually that we have the plan in which we can turn things around. I'm confident that the whole of the executive is committed to transformation. I'm also very confident that we can be judged along the way when we have the final programme for government. We'll have our wellbeing framework, which I know that the member has only had a chance to look through the document briefly before this session, but you'll see within the document itself that we're going to publish annual reports, that we're going to be able to be measured in terms of what we have set out to achieve, that we will be mark our progress under each of our missions, whether that's people or planet or prosperity, in terms of peace, and that once we have, as I said, that final programme for government, alongside it will be a whole set of outcomes and indicators, and all of society will be able to judge in terms of how successful the executive has been.
Joanne Bunting.
The statement that you rightly make many references to life, but as Benjamin Franklin said, there are two things that are certain, and that's death and taxes. We're not responsible for taxes, so I want to come to the issue of death, dying and bereavement and its inclusion in the PFG. In the last mandate, this Assembly passed a motion unanimously on a cross-party basis that death, dying and bereavement would be included, because this is a fundamental aspect of life. And could I ask if the Executive Office is open to conversations around the inclusion of such an issue? Thank you.
The First Minister.
The member for a question, and I also recognise that the member has been a huge champion for this issue around the dignity in dying and the support that is required, as she has said, in terms of that inevitability for us all. And absolutely, I know that the First Minister and I would be up for having that conversation and to engage with those in the sector around how that is reflected. It is critically important to us that the programme for government does follow that life cycle approach, that it is very much around, as they often said, from the cradle to the grave, but of course, as we know, that important work as well before birth in terms of the support of mothers and how that can impact on the life opportunities and chances for children. So this is a programme for government very much is based on that life cycle approach, and that is a critical aspect of that, and we look forward to engaging with the member on that very important issue.
Speaker, and thank you First Minister and Deputy First Minister for meeting with Connie Egan and I this morning to briefly touch upon this. And I'm picking up on the title of the report, Doing What Matters Most. And the Deputy First Minister there mentioned around the consultation process, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of stakeholder groups, voluntary sector groups today will be scouring this for their own area. How are you going to manage the expectations from the consultation process, and how are you going to ensure that people don't feel that their issues don't matter? Thank you.
First Minister.
Thank you for that, and look forward to working with the committee chair and the vice chair and the entire committee as we gather the responses to the consultation. This is a draft document. I think that's a very strong message that we need to send out to wider society today, that we are listening. We are in listening mode. This is very much the basis in which we think we can go out to consultation, but there's no doubt that there will be very constructive comments that will come forward and things that we may be able to include. And where we can't include things, perhaps we can talk that out with those people that are advocating a different approach. But I think that the huge body of work that we have to do to build confidence is actually how we're going to engage. So we're going to come at this over an 8-week consultation period. 12 weeks for the equality impact screening. We're also going to go out actually in person and engage, and we're going to encourage all of our executive ministers to do likewise. So we're very much going out to listen and to hear what people have to say. All of us, in terms of political briefs, will have a role to engage with different sectoral interests, and perhaps everybody, as you say, will be picking over today wanting to see their part, and that's okay because that's the area that they're interested in. But I think with a combination of in-person, online, encouraging people to engage with the process will actually lead to a very fulsome programme for government at the end of this. And as I said, I think that the committee's role in this is going to be vital to actually make sure that we have the best possible fit-for-purpose programme for government that we can have, because that's our collective will as an executive.
Alan Chambers.
I note and welcome that one of the priorities is tackling health waiting lists. Waiting list initiatives will be the vehicle used to deliver these critical activities. Can the Deputy First Minister confirm that funding to deliver these efforts, such as was sought but refused earlier this year, will now be considered more favourably?
Deputy First Minister.
Member for his question, and has raised, where is the commitment about cutting waiting lists? It's there. It's one of the key 9 priorities. It simply states to cut waiting lists, and that's what we are determined to do. That can't happen without transformation. It can't be the case that continuous additional funds can go in, but outcomes remain not just the same, but actually worse. And therefore, we do need a plan to be brought forward. But we will work with the Health Minister to support that. Where there is a need for additional expertise, we will look to that. We want to move urgently on this. And yes, if indeed this priority is agreed following the consultation, and I believe that it will be agreed because I feel it is a key and important issue impacting detrimentally on so many people out there, that if it is agreed, then there will be very specific targets included in that. There will be an action plan attached to that, and we will be working very much with the Health Minister in terms of what he can bring forward around supporting year on year real and meaningful progress against this programme for government priority.
Colin Gildernew.
And I thank the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for the statement, and particularly the emphasis on collaborative working and community playing an active part. And in light of that, would you agree with me that it is essential that all voices input to shape and inform the consultation process?
First Minister.
Yes, and we are asking for as wide a possible engagement with the process as we possibly can. And again, in committee roles and your own role as chair of a committee, we'll have an opportunity to engage with different people from across all different sectors. But we want to hear from the labour movement, we want to hear from civic society, we want to hear from the business community, we want to hear from academia, and of course we want to hear from our young people. And we've done particular work around looking at the impact on young people as part of the programme for government consultation. I would say this to everybody, that this is our plan. This is what's going to make a difference to the lives of our families, ourselves, our families, and wider society. And I think that we need to drive home the message that everybody has a stake in it, everybody has an opportunity to shape it, and that we are very much wanting to engage and to listen. And we want, as I said, the end result to be that we've actually made a difference to people's lives and that we can be judged on that. And I think that we're confident that we can actually improve some of the areas where we know are in huge difficulties, not least our public services after 10 plus years of austerity. The challenges that we face as a public sector are very much only going to be fixed if we transform how we do things, and that's why you can see the whole way through the consultation document it talks about transformation being key.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Minister
Speaker, and I thank the First and Deputy First Minister for their statement and their answers so far, and I welcome the programme for government in the face of many challenges that are facing the Executive. One such issue is investment in our wastewater treatment, and I welcome that contained within the document there are references about creating better infrastructure. However, some of the funding for capital works relating to wastewater treatment will fall under the investment strategy. So can the Minister point to what work is actively taking place on this so that it can tie in with the core missions of the programme for government?
Deputy First Minister.
Member for a very important question. We're all very conscious of the importance of the investment in wastewater sewage and the impact that that is having right across in terms of planning applications, in terms of environmental issues in relation to Lough Neagh, for example. So it is critically important. It's one of the most urgent issues that we are facing. We're also acutely aware, and we've discussed this on a number of occasions in the Executive, about how that is impacting on a number, and this potential impact on a number of these priorities, not least in terms of social and affordable and sustainable housing, but in relation to growing our economy and other connected issues, particularly environmental. So yes, the member is absolutely right that the primary vehicle for that will be the investment strategy for Northern Ireland. We are currently working on that, and we will want to engage, of course, with those committees, all committees, but particularly those committees like our own committee with a particular focus on infrastructure, to make sure that that long-term plan, that 10-year plus plan on capital can do what it needs to do. But of course, budget is going to be really important to that, and we know how difficult the circumstances are in that currently.
Connie Egan.
I thank the First and Deputy First Minister with meeting with the Chair of the Executive Office Committee this morning. I'm very glad to see the ending violence against women and girls as a priority. How will you make sure that all departments have input to ending violence, misogyny and abuse towards women and girls?
First Minister.
Thank you, and I appreciate the ongoing emphasis that the member puts on this area alongside other colleagues. And I'm also very pleased to say that hopefully over the coming days, hopefully next week, we'll be able to announce our strategy to end violence against women and girls, because the Executive has also signed off on that piece of work last week. And I think that, as the member rightly points out, this is a whole of society problem that we have, and we must do everything we can to end violence against women and girls, and particularly after the summer that's been, and 3 more women have tragically lost their lives. So I'm delighted to be able to say a lot more about that, and hopefully next week, in terms of presenting our strategy for ending violence against women and girls.
Nicola Brogan.
And thank the First and Deputy First Minister for their statement today. I know that the 4-party Executive has taken significant action since coming to office on matters around the public sector pay award and the interim fiscal framework, and you've made progress on the budget and have agreed a legislative programme. Building on the work to date, can the Deputy First Minister detail what is in the draft programme for government, please?
Deputy First Minister.
So as the Deputy First Minister set out, we have focused on 9 priorities, and we think that's really, really important, because this is a different mandate. It is a shortened mandate, and it's also a mandate which is marred with financial challenges, not least because of austerity over the last 14 years. So with those 2 main challenges in mind, it was important that we tried to reimagine or looked at the programme for government in a different way. And that's why we focused very clearly on those 9 key objectives. And those are the things, it's not an exhaustive list, I would say to everybody, that's a list that actually the Executive is collectively committed to working together on and ensuring that we have delivery upon. But outside of that, all other departments will also have their own areas of responsibility, their own areas of work, which will obviously carry on. But this new approach, I think, reflects the reality of the challenging situation that we face in terms of the finances. But equally alongside that, the document, I hope, paints to hope, because there are opportunities. There are opportunities with growing our economy. There are opportunities with attracting trade. There are opportunities with creating more and better paid jobs. There are opportunities with regional balance. There are opportunities right out there in which we can lift everybody in society up. And those are the things that we're going to very much focus on. That's why I say that everybody has a stake in what is being set out here today.
Brian Kingston.
Speaker, and I thank the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for their answers so far. I do indeed welcome the publication of the draft programme for government and the fact that all 4 parties on the Executive have signed up to it. It is important now that the Executive engages with the public during the consultation stage. I know we've heard some of that detail, but can we hear more detail about how the Executive intends to carry out that consultation?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Yes, as indicated, it is critically important that we do listen to people. Ultimately, we want to deliver, and what we want to deliver will impact on all throughout Northern Ireland, particularly in terms of those big issues such as health care reform, but also in relation to, for example, the affordable childcare strategy, tackling the big issues within education, particularly in relation to special educational needs. So these are issues that impact on so many people out throughout Northern Ireland. We want and we must listen, and therefore there will be a range of different methods to try to gather those views. There will be an online process. There will be the ability to be able to write in and give your views, but we will also be going out as an executive in terms of engaging with people through workshops and roadshows right throughout outside of Belfast as well as within, to really listen to people on a sectoral basis as to the issues that they want to see reflected in this programme for government.
Thank you. Bobby Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want the First and Deputy First Minister to be fighting over answering mine like you did for Ms Egan's question, but and I don't want to be negative, but I am going to be honest, if that's okay. So it's really good that you've brought this programme for government draft to us and out for discussion. But in reality, the two things that have affected the people in Northern Ireland the most over this last 8 years has been the lack of funding and political abstentionism. So could you update maybe in terms of, and you've got off to a great start in terms of First and Deputy First Minister, but the timeline of delivery will require stable government that is here when big decisions need to be made. There'll be a commitment from the Executive Office that that will be the case for this next, not just this mandate, but into the next one.
Mr. Minister.
And I apologise, the Deputy First Minister, I didn't realise I answered 2 questions in a row, but sorry, we're just supposed to alternate. But anyway, I will take your question. We're launching a draft programme for government. It doesn't get more real than that. This is what we're here to do. We're here to be in government together, the 4 parties of the Executive. We've set out very real and meaningful plans that we think will make a difference to people's lives. We're focused on prosperity and lifting everybody up. And I think that's what the public want to see. They want political leaders to work together. They want us to find solutions to the big problems of today. And that's what we think that we have cracked in the programme for government insofar as it sets out our focus on those immediate priorities. But it also allows us to build for the future, which I think is important. So we're setting very firm foundations around how we can move forward. And obviously to make a lot of this work is going to be the whole financial situation and getting that right. And we're determined, again, we're at one in terms of a 4-party executive in fighting the good fight for properly funded public services here. It's not special treatment. It's actually fair and what people are entitled to. And we're going to engage with the Labour government continuously in terms of trying to get to that right juncture.
Declan Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ministers for their statement.
The ministers will understand that public services here have been underfunded and below need for a significant number of years as a result of successive decisions by British governments. The early indications are that this Labour administration may well be prioritising austerity over the resilience of public services. My
question, therefore, is:
do you believe we have sufficient resources to deliver this programme for government?
Okay. I thank the member for his question. This executive has a determination to deliver. We've set out our draft plan, trying to identify what we believe matters most to people right throughout Northern Ireland. But the ability to deliver is fundamentally based on resources and the budget that we have as well. We can do some things if we have a more limited budget, but of course we can do more to improve lives if we have got a better budget. We have stepped up and we've said to the UK government that we do have a determination to have a sustainable budget. We have a determination to be sensible and to have a sensible approach in terms of our budget. But we do require what we need in order to run our public services. And up until this point, our budget has really, really struggled. I think we can see that across all, and we hear from all of the ministers in terms of the resource required for health, for education. Just recent, an example of that with the winter fuel payment and the impact of that decision by this Labour government on those who are very often are the least capable
of being able to afford to heat their homes. So look, we have serious concerns. I do, though, welcome the fact that we will be meeting with the Chancellor this Thursday, along with the Finance Minister, and we will be raising the sustainable and proper funding for Northern Ireland. That is what people need, that is what people deserve here, and we will certainly be upfront and be determined in terms of making that case to the Treasury and to the Chancellor. And we will also be raising issues, for example, such as the winter fuel payment decision.
Call on Diane Dodds.
Thank you. And thank you to the First and Deputy First Minister for answering questions and for the production of a programme for government. It is an important way forward. I also want to welcome the focus on health waiting lists. I don't know of any constituency office and area that we represent that will not be impacted by this fundamental issue. The previous speakers spoke to health waiting lists in terms of funding, but does the First Minister also recognise that there are structural problems and inequalities within the health service that will require huge decisions of this executive and indeed the wider Assembly? And will the First Minister tell this House whether or not the Health Minister so far has presented his plan for the transformation of health services to the Executive? And if not, will the First Minister guarantee the House that this will be a priority for the Executive?
First Minister.
I can guarantee that it is a priority, and that's why it's one of the 9 priorities that we've identified. I think collectively, as you say, we all have constituents who are really in dire situation, dire straits, waiting to get into the health service, being forced to beg, borrow and steal sometimes to get private health care, and that's not acceptable. We also know many constituents that are sitting day and daily, can't get access to their GP. It's not acceptable and it's not good enough. So what we need to all focus on collectively is transformation. So how do we support primary care? How do we invest up front in primary care? How do we bring care closer to families? How do we take the pressure from the acute end into that frontline investment? And we need to see very concrete plans. So I think what we need to see develop from the work that's been done to date, because the Department of Health have published an elective care framework, there actually has been some marginal improvements, albeit we're still in such a dire situation, it's kind of hard to speak up that. So I think what we'll see in the aftermath of the programme for government being consulted upon are even more concrete plans coming forward from health, and we're going to work with them on that. I think that's vitally important, because we need to get waiting lists down. And we need to stop the wastage in our health service. We know that we have first-class healthcare and social care workers working in our system day and night under huge pressure. We've invested in them in terms of public sector pay, one of the first things that the Executive was able to do. But outside of that, I think what we need to see is real systems change, complete restructuring of the health service so that we can start to tackle health inequalities. So I think there's a whole raft of things that need to happen: the transformation, the investment in the health service, programmes to actually bring down waiting times for people, improving people's life outcomes, health outcomes is crucially important. And I do welcome the fact that the Health Minister has brought forward some initial plans around how he's going to develop more work around tackling health inequalities. There's a lot to do there, but it is a priority for us, and I can assure you that when we get to the end of the programme for government, we need to be looking at those actual how that looks like in terms of what it looks like in terms of waiting lists over year 1, year 2 and year 3.
Call on John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I thank the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for the statement today, in particular for the reference to, and I quote, the evident biodiversity crisis as seen at Loch Ness. It seems clear to me, Deputy Speaker, that a meaningful environmental improvement plan is a crucial part of tackling the environmental and ecological and biodiversity crises. My understanding is that the DAERA Minister brought an environmental improvement plan to the Executive in March, just weeks actually after his appointment. Do the First Minister and Deputy First Minister agree with me that the publication of that environmental improvement plan is now urgently, as well as legally, required as part of the actions flowing from this programme for government?
Deputy First Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Of course, the issue of executive business is confidential. However, I do agree with the member that, of course, having an environmental improvement plan is important. I welcome the fact that we were able to produce and agree in the executive the Lough Neagh plan in terms of looking at some of those urgent issues. But on the wider picture in terms of the programme for government, I welcome the fact that this is a priority action, because we know that it is having a very detrimental impact. We only have to look at Lough Neagh. We know the importance of Lough Neagh, we know the importance of those environmental aspects, but of course it is linked to other policies. There's no doubt in terms of Lough Neagh, for example, the water and sewage and waste issue is critical. We have to resolve those, and that will require investment. It is not going to be an easy fix, we know that, but I think that there is that determination across all four parties of the executive to find workable solutions. We have a fantastic farming community here in Northern Ireland. We've got excellent agri-food products, and of course we want to work. I think there is an apprehension sometimes from the farming sector that there will be a disproportionate burden put on farming and agriculture in relation to environmental actions, but we need to make sure that in fact that is not the case, that there is a fair and proportionate approach. And we know, for example, as I've said, wastewater, sewage and our water infrastructure is a critical aspect of that as well, which we want to tackle.
Thank you. Colin McGrath.
Speaker, the Minister said in her statement that the Executive makes no apology for being ambitious. But given that there is no new funding being announced for our health service and our Department of Health continues to run at a deficit, will you at least apologise to the hundreds of thousands of people that are languishing on waiting lists, who will have been looking to this statement today for some hope, but don't see any concrete actions, just some warm words?
First Minister.
Well, I just don't agree. So, it's as simple as that. What I would say to the people that are on their waiting lists, that have been waiting for a long time to get treatment, that we're going to do absolutely everything that we can to help them get their treatment. We're going to work night and day to try to fix our health service that's been put on its knees by a Tory austerity agenda for over 14 years. So, and the member knows that rightly. That would be why his party actually signed up to the cross-party memo which we sent when we first reformed the executive. This place has been underfunded and we need to turn that picture. We're determined as the four-party executive to actually make that happen. I'm glad that we will go to the Treasury again this week. We'll continue our engagements. We've been able to make some progress. But we're determined to fight the fight for good finances here. We're going to determine to fight for a fair funding model, and we're going to determine to fight for investment in our health service, because on one hand, people are languishing on waiting lists. At the same time, the health service which they depend on has been starved because of deliberate policy set in London. That's not acceptable. But we are going to continue to make the case for proper funding so that we can invest in our health service. And I'm quite sure that if you're sitting at home and you're waiting on a waiting list for a considerable period of time, what you want to know is, what's the solution? When am I going to get my appointment? How's it going to be fixed? When is our health service going to be able to respond to individuals' needs? That's what we're going to try to deliver.
Colin Cathy Mason.
I thank the First and Deputy First Ministers for their statement and their answers so far. But do you agree with me that much more must be done to make childcare provision more accessible and affordable?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for her important question. Childcare has been a priority right from day one. I was really pleased that we were able to get childcare on the very first executive meeting because of its urgency and its importance. We know that the cost of childcare is putting a huge burden on families, but I really welcome, and the feedback that I have got is that many thousands of families have received their first payment through that immediate £25 million childcare fund that we were able to secure, and our Education Minister Paul Givan has been able to roll out. It doesn't go far enough, but it does make a difference, and that's a positive difference to those really hard-pressed budgets. It is a priority issue. I look forward to the significant amount of work that will be completed in order to bring forward the substantive strategy. But I want, in the remainder of this mandate, for this to be an absolutely key, strategic, not just action, but success story of this executive. Again, it does come back to the budget challenges that we have. We can only do what we can do with the budget that we can get, but we will make the best possible case that we can for additional resources by looking at what we have to prioritise that to support those hard-working families.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister and First Minister, for your statement. It's positive to see the draft programme for government being published today, and we look forward to engaging more on implementation in the months and years ahead. Alliance has been leading the way on childcare policy in recent years, and we're pleased to see the rollout of interim measures this summer, including the subsidy scheme. And as a mother who is effectively returning to the workplace full-time today, having taken time out to be part-time when my kids were small, due in no small part to the challenge of childcare, I'm really pleased to see that childcare has been given the profile that it deserves by being included in the priorities of the draft programme for government today. So I want to ask, as part of the development of a wider childcare strategy, what measures will be provided to support school-aged childcare? Thank you.
First Minister.
Thank you to the member and welcome to the Assembly. I look forward to working with you, and I think we share the same passion which many in the House do in terms of trying to get this one right. And I think that childcare has been, as the Deputy First Minister said, has been our priority from day one, and I'm really pleased with the advances that we've been able to make, and I do think they're making a tangible difference out there, and it's across a whole range of things. But I think that we've only got going in that first 7 months in terms of what we've been able to achieve, and in that first period I was just reflecting on this. We've been able to secure 9 million for the 15% childcare subsidy, and I know this is all for preschool age, so we've work to do in terms of trying to build it up. But we've been able to also support 7 million to go towards supporting children who are facing disadvantage, 2 million towards childcare providers, because we need our childcare providers to stay in place, regardless of what age the child is, to be able to provide the care. And we obviously have made moves towards the universal preschool education programme being expanded to give up to 22.5 hours for children aged 3 to 4. And that's just the start of us getting going. And then there's a whole raft of work underneath all of that, which is around gathering the evidence, working with the sector. And I think that in terms of this being identified as one of our priorities, we're only going to keep building on that, and we need to move it then beyond that initial cohort and the younger children into the school-aged children, because that's also a burden. But I believe that the biggest burden for families right now in terms of childcare would be that preschool age. That's why we've started there, but we absolutely have to walk to the end of the journey and the end of the road. As I said, as a granny, I understand this problem in my own family very acutely. So I just want us to be able to say to families out there, we are going to try to support you through the childcare journey. We know how expensive it is, and we're trying to make sure we get to a point where we actually support the childcare provider to stay in place, that they in turn pass on a more affordable childcare cost to the family, and then it allows more people to stay in work. So that's a win-win for everybody. That's a circular economy investment there, and certainly something that we are determined to keep building upon.
Declan McAleer, please.
And I thank the Deputy First Minister for the launch of the draft PFG. Does the Ministers agree that the regional balance must be a central component of the programme for government?
Deputy First Minister, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the member for his question. Absolutely. We want to deliver not just for people who live in Belfast or around Belfast, we want to deliver for everyone, no matter where you live in Northern Ireland. We also recognise that if we're going to grow our economy, if we're going to have those good jobs, that foreign direct investment, if we're going to encourage companies to expand, to import, to do what we needed to do to have that robust, thriving, prosperous future for Northern Ireland, then that means that that has to be right throughout Northern Ireland. There are a number of references in the draft programme for government. I hope that the member has seen those too, that focus on addressing regional disparities, but also to ensure that these programmes, as they roll out at least equally across, but also that we address the very particular issues facing our community, should they be rural communities or urban communities, and no matter where you are. So I look forward to engaging with those roadshows, and no doubt that those issues will come up as we get out and about, but we look forward to engaging with people about how best we can serve them in that way.
Thank you, and thank you, First Minister and Deputy First Minister, for your statement today. And just leading on from the previous question about regional balance and regional inequality, it needs to end, and the devastating impact of regional inequality is happening right before our very eyes. What steps will you be taking to ensure that regional balance is a priority for every single department? But more importantly, how will you measure it?
First Minister, please.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just to build on the previous answer, I mean, you can see right through the document it's peppered in terms of regional balance, because the prosperity agenda is for everybody, regardless of where you live. So it's really, really important that we get that right. I think when we reflect on the economic vision which the Economy Minister has set out, where he talks about the 4 priorities, one of which is regional balance, one is making sure that we share the prosperity, that we attract investment into areas outside of the Greater Belfast area as well as the Belfast area. I think it's really, really important when you reflect on increasing productivity in terms of the economic strategy. That's about how do we attract more jobs, good paid jobs, again, that will lift people up. So I'm very confident in terms of the references to the McGee Task Force. Again, that's about regional balance, that's about ensuring university provision in the North West. So right across the document, I think you'll see a very strong and healthy commitment across all departments to regional balance, because this plan is about everybody. It's about lifting everybody up, and it needs to be fair, it needs to be equitable, and it needs to be shared, and everybody needs to enjoy in the growth. So I think that the member, whenever you get a chance to properly reflect on it, you'll be able to see that throughout the document, and no doubt as part of our roadshows and being out and about, we certainly will make sure that we are out in all arts and parts, engaging with people and making sure that we're getting that view from people in urban versus rural areas, that we need to hear that view from everybody in terms of how they feel about this. But I'm very confident in terms of the regional balance commitment.
Shannon Holland, please.
Speaker, and thank you First and Deputy First Ministers for the release of this draft programme for government. I'm fully aware that not every issue can be a priority, but I can't help be disappointed that addressing the crippling levels of poverty experienced by more and more people in Northern Ireland was not made a priority, especially given how cross-cutting the issue of poverty is, and the cost of not addressing our levels of poverty here is putting even more pressure on our financial position. So from first glance, I can see a fuel poverty strategy expected in 2025, but I can't seem to see a specific executive-led anti-poverty strategy. So my question is, what are the key actions in this plan that will tackle issues at the heart of poverty in our societies? Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for her question. Of course, tackling poverty is important. You'll see throughout the programme for government we have that aspiration to ensure that everyone can reach their full potential, and that must of course mean supporting tackling those issues of poverty, should that be financial poverty or right through, for example, to educational underachievement. I welcome the actions we've taken so far, £20 million towards tackling educational underachievement, but also that we felt it was really important that we have within this programme for government key priorities tackling where those inequalities are most acutely felt. So, for example, health inequalities in relation to waiting lists and ill health. We know that far more people of lower incomes come out with chronic illnesses in their early 50s, of worse health outcomes. I welcome, I'm standing right beside the Communities Minister, and I'm sure he's heard your question loud and clear. We have a statutory responsibility and obligation to bring forward the anti-poverty strategy. I know that he is actively working on that, and that will align with some of the key priorities identified in the programme for government as well. We have a determination, as I've said, to try to ensure that, as the First Minister has indicated, that everyone is lifted up, and by tackling things like affordable and social housing, by tackling waiting lists, supporting hard-pressed families with affordable childcare, these growing the economy and providing those better jobs for people, these are all ways to lift people out of poverty, and that is what we need to do collectively as an executive.
Colin Mark Durkin.
Thank you, and my thanks to the First and Deputy First Minister for their statement.
Application of this document and look forward to consultation on it. And while the draft document may be a wee bit light in detail, it does identify most of our biggest problem and demonstrates an ambition to improve in these areas. In terms of the environment, primacy seems to have been given to Lough Neagh, which I understand, but could I ask for, and indeed push for, the inclusion of a remediation programme for Maboy, a legal dump, to be at the heart of this as well. This is a major issue, not just for our environment, but also for the economic development of the North West.
First Minister.
Thanks for that, and I can say that Lough Neagh has been given a particular focus given the scale of the challenges that we face there, and rightly so, but alongside that there are a number of other actions in the document around climate action, publishing our first climate action plan, for example, which obviously will be a welcome development. The environmental improvement plan that someone mentioned earlier needs to be published and got out, because that will very much, I think, complement what we're trying to do with the Lough Neagh strategy. We want to have an integrated approach to water quality. We want to review the energy strategy in 2025. We need a just transition committee. The raft of things that are there in terms of the climate and energy area are quite strong. I can say that I'm very conscious of the fact that in terms of Mavoy that the Minister himself is actually looking at that area, and we did actually reflect on it last week, but I'm quite sure he'll have something more to say about that in the coming days, but I'll not steal his thunder today.
Colin Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the First and Deputy First Ministers for bringing the draft programme for government to the Assembly today. I would like to highlight my welcome for the commitment to supporting children with special educational needs in the draft PFG. But with that in mind, I wanted to ask if you could outline how you're going to ensure that the vital collaboration that is needed between departments will be rolled out as part of this programme for government to ensure that education, health, economy genuinely work together in a way that is transformative and not tokenistic or tick box.
First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for his question. We know even in the last week or so how challenging the issue of special educational needs and parents and children getting the need and support that they both deserve, but absolutely that they need in a timely way can be. So of course, like the issue of special education needs, you know, the statistics are stark about this. From 17-18 to this financial year, there's been a growth of some 147% in terms of the demand. That of course puts pressure on supply, and supply hasn't caught up with that trajectory of demand that is required. So look, big challenges in this area. That's why it's a priority. That's why we pulled it out. We know when we listen to so many parents and young people going through a very difficult circumstance. But I think your question actually pertains more than to the transformation and reform piece, because that is all about how do we work better to tackle these big issues. That's a critical piece in terms of the process that we have. We haven't always been the best at delivering what it is that we want to deliver. And we can only look, particularly in terms of our capital projects, at where there is delay, where something isn't delivered, even though that there is a collective intention and agreement to do so. That costs can increase dramatically, that the people who need those services or to use those roads or to use those facilities cannot do so. So the delivery aspect is important. This PFG for me is about delivery, delivery, delivery. That is not just about intention set out in the priorities, it is about how we do business, how we identify the priorities, how we identify the solutions, and making sure that they are rolled out in a truly cross-departmental collaborative way, and in a way that meets the outcomes, and that we're measuring progress against that, but meeting the outcomes that this executive has the ambition to do.
Call on Timothy Gaston.
From the brief opportunity that we've been afforded to consider the document, it would appear to me that there's no mention of either the protocol or the Windsor framework. We cannot claim to be securing our economic future while implementing a border which cuts us off from the rest of our union and indeed the sixth biggest economy in the world. So my question to the Minister is this. Stormont came back on the basis because Jeffrey Donaldson told the unionist people there would be zero checks and zero paperwork when it came to trading between GB and Northern Ireland. That hasn't happened. What in this document aims to deliver those promises that allowed Stormont to return?
First Minister.
Well, I can assure you this is an executive document, so it's owned by the four parties of the executive, and I know you're relatively new to the chamber, Mr Gaston, but you have 8 weeks now to consider the document, and you'll be able to respond in much more detail than you get the opportunity to do today. Look, whenever you look at the document, it talks about our economy, it talks about growing our economy, it talks about the fact that we have a unique selling point, it talks about us reaching for that opportunity. It talks about us creating jobs, more jobs, better paid jobs. It talks about regional balance. These are all really positive things that we must reach for, because if we're going to lift everybody up in society and create opportunity for everybody, then it's important that we grow our economy, that we don't just focus on the challenges which we have, which of course there are many, but there are much, much more opportunities that we have. And the document itself refers to the fact that we need to reach for those opportunities and grab them on behalf of the people that we all collectively serve.
I call on Jerry Carroll.
Ministers, despite today's opening of the Grand Central Station in Belfast, government here still spend the lowest across these islands on public transport, hundreds less per head compared to other regions on these islands. The First Minister said it needed to be open and transparent. Minister, I'd ask you and the Executive to be open and transparent. Will you commit to funding public transport to fund that gap?
Deputy First Minister, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Really important issue, the affordability of public transport. It's critical for so many people, particularly those who don't drive. But of course, in terms of trying to encourage people to use more sustainable transport, the cost of that is a big factor. It really is an issue that will be focused on more in the investment strategy for Northern Ireland in terms of the investment in our public infrastructure and our public transport. So there will be more detail in relation to that to come forward, and I look forward to engaging with him on that. But yes, ideally, of course, you would want our public transport to be more affordable and to bring those costs back and those costs down. But there is the issue of sustainability at the moment, and this comes back to the issue around budget and the case that we will be making to the Chancellor this Thursday around the budget. As indicated, we want to deliver. I believe that this programme for government has ambition, but that ambition can only be realised if we have the right resources, if we have the right funding and the right budget to do so. We, of course, will try our best to work within the budget that we have in order to support families right throughout Northern Ireland. But we are limited to what we can do with the budget that we are given. But we will, as I said, be unceasing in making that strong case to ensure that Northern Ireland gets the fair funding it deserves.
Call on Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First Ministers, I appreciate that we now have a draft programme for government. However, I remain very disappointed that there is no mention of older people. The recent census said that we are an ageing population, which in itself will determine the future of our public services, yet we have not considered this in how we move forward. So why was this very obvious group overlooked in the draft programme?
First Minister.
Thanks to the member, and I know the member is very passionate about this issue, but that's why we're asking you to engage with the programme for government, help shape the final version. I mean, I can say to you that everything that's littered across the 9 priorities will affect older people. You know, everything that we're trying to do will affect older people, it'll affect younger people, so a lot of these issues and priorities are very much cross-cutting. If we need to do something more in terms of referencing older people in particular, then let's have that conversation. Let's try to shape the end result, but certainly the whole of the 9 priorities, absolutely, there's not a person that won't be impacted by, particularly in an older population, that will be impacted by those issues. But you're right, we have an ageing demographic, we need to understand that, and we need to have public services that can respond to that and have the right supports in place. So I'm happy to engage the member on that issue.
I call on Justin McNulty.
First Ministers, your programme for government states sport can be life-changing and has the potential to build strong relationships across communities. This I agree with. You also referenced making progress on Casement Park's redevelopments. Wonderful. In your programme for government statements, you say you make no apology for being ambitious. Will you demonstrate your intent? Will you demonstrate your ambition by committing to the completion of Casement Park in time for Euro 2028, a new flagship project, a new beacon of hope, reconciliation and prosperity for Belfast and the North and this island?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for his question. As I've said already, I'm standing beside the Communities Minister who has primary responsibility for this issue. But of course, as somebody who jointly leads the Executive along with the First Minister, our duty first and foremost is to try to ensure that what we do has that key at the heart of it, the issues of affordability, of deliverability, of value for money. That is of course a public duty that we have to discharge. But I absolutely agree with the member that sport is something that can change lives for the better. We want to support our amazing sporting clubs right throughout Northern Ireland, not just in terms of football but across so many other sports as well. I know that from speaking even in my own constituency, many of them are crying out for much needed funds, and I welcome the fact that the Communities Minister has announced the Football Support Fund and that he will be doing his best to go further in terms of that support and that vital need to encourage that community. So many volunteers, so many young people involved in sport, the benefits of that in terms of health, in terms of mental health, in terms of building that sense of community. So I absolutely recognise the value of sport, and I welcome the fact that it's referenced in this document. But as I've said, the key issues of deliverability, affordability and value for money will always be at the heart of what we do in the Executive.
Ladies and gentlemen, that now concludes questions on the statement. Therefore, as the next item on the business of the order paper is question time, I therefore propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber.
We now move to questions for the First Minister's Office, Executive Office, and the first question is Orla Flynn.
Question number 1, please.
I call the Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer question 1, 8 and 13 together. Ending violence against women and girls remains a key priority. We are delighted to say that the Executive approved the strategic framework at its meeting of the 5th of September. We will provide further information on the framework when it is brought to the Assembly and will be published along with the first delivery plan and consultation summary report.
Ms Flynn.
Thank you. I thank the Deputy First Minister for a response. If she could maybe outline what other work is ongoing to ensure that there's a whole government approach in terms of how we tackle violence against girls and women. Thank you.
First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question on this very important issue. I know there's been a lot of anticipation in the sector looking forward to the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy being agreed and released and, of course, importantly, implemented. I also welcome the fact that the Executive considered and has agreed the Domestic and Sexual Violence strategy, which of course will complement and be supplementary to, as this will be supplementary to that strategy. It's important that we do have that cross-departmental work, but of course this is an issue not just for the Executive Office, not just for the Justice Department and Health Department. It is an issue for all of us. We can only tackle this issue together, from central government to local council, but also in terms of the communities, of families, the churches, the support, the schools, to identify those issues and risks and to work to tackle this issue that unfortunately is all too common right throughout Northern Ireland.
Cara Hunter.
Thank you for the answer so far. I'm aware in the South they have their first statutory agency regarding domestic sexual violence and gender-based violence, which is receiving €50 million and will have over 35 staff. Do you think, as it currently stands, that the funding in the north of Ireland is adequate or appropriate to meet the needs of victims of sexual and domestic violence?
Deputy First Minister.
So there will be a range of actions under both the Department of Health and Department of Justice's joint strategy, which was agreed by the Executive, so it becomes the Executive strategy. So there'll be a range of key actions, working with the PSNI, working with organisations, working through those departments as well. Some of those are costed, and those will be the immediate actions. And likewise, in terms of our delivery plan, there will be a number of key actions, particularly around training, support for the voluntary and community sector, to work with women who find themselves in these situations, but also to tackle and change some of the cultural aspects around the attitudes that need to be addressed. But of course, our ambition goes well beyond what the budget is. We were able to secure a budget in terms of the June monitoring round and the budget for this year, but we do want to do more. But as soon as we were able to get additional budget, we will certainly be able to increase the number of actions. There's scalability about this, but as I've said, we've got a determination to do what we can, even though it is a difficult fiscal environment at the moment.
William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her response. The Deputy First Minister will agree with me that addressing violence against women and girls is vital for a safer society. Can the Minister outline, she did mention funding there, what funding is actually available to ensure that the draft strategic framework can be implemented?
First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. We were able to secure over £1 million to go towards immediate actions. Two of those key actions will be around the Change Fund and the Challenge Fund. They'll be very much working with the community and voluntary sector in the first instance, but we're very aware that great organisations that work in this area already, existing organisations such as Women's Aid, as Nexus and others, that they do vital work and they have at times struggled to secure that consistent and secure funding. So these are all issues that we will have to address moving forward. We want to support those organisations doing that vital work. We want those campaigns. We want to change those social attitudes that can lead to these damaging behaviours. Some stark statistics, like 19% of all sort of police time is spent on domestic abuse crimes now, the vast majority of those towards women and girls. So this is a big challenge, it's a big problem, and as I said, we have a determination to tackle this and to do what we can despite the difficult budget situation.
Connie Egan.
Minister for her answers so far, and I look forward to the publication of the strategy next week. Can you give any assurances that the community and voluntary sector who co-designed the strategy and worked very hard to input into continue to be involved throughout the delivery of the strategy?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for her question. Absolutely. And I know we will say more about this next week when we officially launch the strategy. But this has been a number of years in the making, but it could not have been done without more than 50 partners working in a genuinely collaborative design process. I think the first fully collaborative design or co-design, as it's known, process in terms of policy development that we've done across any department. We've had elements of it before, but and I pay huge tribute to the amount of time, the volunteer time that those people have put in. But again, really important that we listen to those most impacted, those working with women and girls, working in education, but also those women and girls that then themselves have been touched by that abuse, the trauma and the activities of others. So I'm really pleased with the strategy. I hope others will be too whenever this is released on Monday. But absolutely they will stay involved in terms of the monitoring against delivery of this.
Thanks, Leader.
Cash Deborah question 2 the whole.
Deputy First Minister.
We are delighted that earlier today we launched our consultation on the draft programme for government. The draft programme sets out our proposed collective priorities for this mandate. A public consultation on the draft programme for government will run for 8 weeks, and we invite everyone to have their say and get involved. Following the consultation period, we can agree a clear set of priorities for action.
Mr. Leader.
Timing of my question is very fortuitous. I note and welcome the ongoing level of cooperation and collaboration that has went into the draft PFG. Would the Deputy First Minister agree that ongoing cooperation, collaboration with across all of the sectors and departments and industries, indeed civil society itself, is crucial for the delivery of the PFG?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely. We can't continue to work in silos, not least because it can cause duplication. It can cause resources to be wasted at a time where we can't afford for those resources to be wasted. So this has to be collaborative. It has to be cross-departmental, cross-agency, but it has to be hand in hand with the organisations that roll out these programmes. It has to be done with the consent of and with consultation with the people it most impacts, not something that is done onto them by the particular departments. So we're very conscious of that. I think that's where policy development has got to generally, and that is very much at the heart of the programme for government. But look, if we are going to deliver, we need to work right across the Northern Ireland Executive to do so. And we will be looking to the committees, and we'll be looking to this House as well, in terms of helping us to shape up some of those policy proposals, but also in terms of the monitoring of that in relation to progress and to ensure that delivery on the ground.
Matthew O'Toole.
On Deputy First Minister, I asked for specifics on waiting list reductions. I'm afraid I didn't get it. So can I ask now, having had a little bit longer to look through the 80-odd page document and some of the supporting documents, can you point to a single specific new target that the Executive has agreed to in this programme for government that is measurable and the public can judge you by?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question because it is an important one, and I think it's a good opportunity to clarify the process. At the moment, this is a draft asking people what their view is of the prioritisation. But following the finalisation of that prioritisation, there will be, of course, a set of measurements put in place to ensure progress. There is reference to the document. He will see that towards the end of the document, to what is called the wellbeing framework. So these will be a set of indicators, and those indicators will be based on objective and subjective measurements. That will all be set out. It's actually live at the moment online, but those indicators may change depending on the prioritisation, and rightly so. So for each priority finalised, there will be a set of indicators. Those indicators will be monitored. Depending on the reporting mechanism, some of those will be month by month, some will be biannual or annually. And we will monitor those for progress against the outcomes set out. So I can assure the member that there will be that monitoring, there will be that assessment of progress, and there will be a budget attached. But that will follow the finalising of those priorities. I think it would be presumptuous of us to assume that those priorities will just simply remain after the consultation process.
Guy.
Speaker, it's crucial for the integrity of the draft programme for government, which was launched today, which I welcome, which is great to see that our children and young people are actively engaged in the consultation. Can you give us some detail on what that might look like and how we're going to actively engage that cohort? Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for her question. Of course, we want to listen to children and young people. Sometimes we always say, of course, we must listen to them because they are our future, and they will point out quite rightly that they are our now, and the issues in this programme for government will impact on them right now, and therefore their views of it are of course very important. And we met with the Children's Commissioner, both the First Minister and myself, just last week, and we raised this particular issue that we will want to do some sectoral engagement in particular. We would encourage young people to participate in the whole range of the consultations and to jump online and to participate in that way, but we will be having particular sectoral engagements with young people and with older people, I know was referenced as well there, to listen to the very particular issues and views that they have, because that of course is an important. I also welcome the fact that we've made the decision to do a children's rights impact assessment, which has been released as part of this, and again being really interesting to hear views on that, and to make sure that we have been looking at all of the relevant areas that we ought to, and if there's any missing, then of course that is something we will address during the consultation.
Brian Kingston.
Speaker, question number 3.
Deputy First Minister.
Okay, TEO officials have developed a range of options on the future of the Urban Villages programme, along with the proposed inclusion of a small number of additional projects to the current capital plan. 58 capital projects are now complete, including 13 in North Belfast. A further 13 projects are currently being progressed, while 4 others are being explored. These projects include a range of shared facilities, parks and public realm opportunities. The principles for a community centre at Westland have been proven, and as the project develops, TEO officials, together with Belfast City Council, Department for Communities and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, will continue to support and encourage the Westland Community Group to develop its capacity and programmes. Westland Community Group has invited us to meet with them to discuss the community centre, and I hope to take this up in the near future. We look forward to updating members once we've considered the capital plan and how best to continue with our aim of promoting thriving places and achieving the best outcome for our citizens.
Mr. Kingston.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer and for agreeing to meet with the Westland Community Group. They are a very active and energetic group. Indeed, they have another Community Fund Day arranged for this Saturday, which would be an opportunity to visit. The previous community centre was a prefab building and was itself second-hand, so since it fell into disrepair, as the Deputy First Minister will be aware, the group has been campaigning day and night for a new purpose-built centre. So the only question I would have is just to urge the Deputy First Minister and First Minister just to push their officials and the Urban Villages programme to move this project forward to actualisation in as short a timescale as possible.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his follow-up question. Yes, absolutely. I recall speaking to local representatives and the local community group back in the Social Investment Fund days in terms of the new community centre, and I know that there's a real need there and there's a real drive to secure that new building. So I'm really pleased that we've got that confirmation that the Urban Village project will be able to support that. Obviously there's a number of processes to be gone through in terms of the business case and exactly what the centre will look like, and in supporting the community group in terms of capacity for the new centre. But I can assure the member that the first phase of the Urban Village projects is due to come to an end in the next number of years, and we want Westlands to be part of that first cohort and to be completed by that date. So I think there is an urgency now. It is in the last number of projects coming through that business case process. So certainly I will do everything that I can, and I look forward to visiting, perhaps along with the member, to the Westlands group.
Jerry Kelly.
And I thank the Minister for her answer up to now, especially around what has been done in the Urban Villages project. Could I ask the Minister to outline what has been achieved through the revenue funding in North Belfast so far?
First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. The Department, as I've indicated, about the 13 capital, but of course the revenue schemes have proven to be very successful, with a very healthy uptake in relation to those. Since its inception in 2016, over 34,000 people from North Belfast community have engaged with or benefited from the Urban Village programme. 534 training courses, places and 502 workshops have been delivered. 98% of the participants reported that the project had helped them, so that's really, really good evaluation for these projects. And you'll be aware that the Urban Village project was very much about doing things differently, about really getting down within the community and asking the community about what are the challenges that they face, what are the issues that they would prioritise, and working with local communities to find local solutions to the local problems. And I think that's why it has been so successful in getting that level of buy-in and participation from the local community. So these are definitely lessons that we need to learn and hopefully move forward with in relation to the rollout of other programmes, including the new Together Build United Community revised strategy.
Mark Durkin, the industry have to say about North Belfast.
Have any lessons been learned, I'd like to ask the Deputy First Minister, in urban villages from the Peacemakers Museum fiasco in Derry, where the Executive Office have admitted failures in due diligence, allowing this project to use and abuse the name and image of John Hume against the express wishes of the Hume family?
I think we'll move on to the next question because it doesn't relate to the original question, so I call Diane Dodds.
Speaker, question number 4.
The First Minister.
Thank you. We are delighted that earlier today we launched the consultation on the draft programme for government. We are pleased to say that it will plan to support our agri-food sector. This industry is vital to both our economy and our rural communities. We will work with our agri sector to support primary production and ensure food security, providing clarity on ammonia controls within planning, promoting sustainable environmental practices.
Ms Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy First Minister. I must say I am disappointed overall that the DAERA Minister has not had a greater focus on farming rural communities in the agri-food industry. 70 to 75% of our landmass here is managed by farmers. We need them to provide good environmental outcomes. And in 2021, 4.9 billion of value added was added through agri-food. What does this say about the DAERA Minister's priority on farming? And will the First and Deputy First Minister work with us to ensure that they are included meaningfully in the programme for government?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for, again, her important question about this really critical industry for Northern Ireland. We have a really strong farming community that we all ought to be very, very proud of here in Northern Ireland. Our agri-food products are world-leading and world-class, and that comes from, of course, the application and the hard work of so many of our farmers and across rural communities. So, of course, we need to be champions of that. I spoke very recently at the Ulster Farmers Union AGM, and I made very clear that, look, in the executive, I am here to be a champion for farmers and for our farming community and to rightfully raise the important issues that they have. We want to support them, we need to support them, and that is particularly acute at a time of global supply chain insecurity in relation to our food. We've got great local, nutritious, high quality food here in Northern Ireland, produced in Northern Ireland and produced because of our hard working farmers. And we will want to engage in the programme for government process with the rural community, with our farmers and agri-foods to make sure that the programme for government fully reflects the importance that they have for our economy.
Nicola Brogan.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers. Does the Minister agree that promoting regional balance should be a key element in the delivery of the programme for government?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for her question. Absolutely, we want to deliver for everyone throughout Northern Ireland. In this draft programme for government, we want to deliver through that prioritisation, recognising that we cannot do everything in the time frame that we have and with the budget that we have. But we believe that the 9 priorities that we have in this draft document will make a really positive difference to the lives of the vast majority of people throughout Northern Ireland. We want to listen to people's views on that, but it is critically important that all of those 9 priorities benefit people equally right throughout Northern Ireland, and that we take into account the particular needs and circumstances of rural communities and those outside the Greater Belfast.
Paula Bradshaw.
5, please.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. Firstly, may I express, if I may explain that the First Minister and I took off office, we had agreed to provide the committee with a copy of the first day brief that officials had prepared before we were appointed. That brief contained references to decisions which officials anticipated would be put to ministers in the first 100 days of the new administration. These were not commitments given by ministers. There was some confusion because the member did reference this a number of times, and I'd asked about where this had come from. So it had come from a first day brief to the committee and to her as committee chair, but it was a brief that was put together before we were in post, and it is and was around what officials anticipated would be put to ministers. So I think it's important that we do clarify that, but it is, in this context we can confirm that officials are preparing advice to us on revisions to the Ministerial Code, principally to reflect the amendments made by the Executive Committee Functions Act of 2020.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. The RHI inquiry closed its offices in June 2020. Yet fundamentally 4 years on, we still are seeing a lot of outstanding works in terms of implementing its recommendations. When will the public be able to have the confidence that the recommendations with regard to the Code of Conduct for Ministers and Special Advisers will be fully implemented? Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
This work is underway and we're expecting a submission very shortly.
I call Kate Nicholl.
Please.
Deputy First Minister.
Mr Speaker, with your permission I will answer questions 6 and 10 together. As of the 2nd of September, more than 55 million has been paid out by the Victims Payment Board to eligible applicants since the scheme opened for applications on the 31st of August 2021. The payments recognise the suffering of those now living with permanent injuries. We understand that there are concerns about the length of time it can take to process an application. Each application is unique with its own complexities, including the historic nature of much of the evidence required to support the applications. The Board is working closely with the victims groups to keep the scheme under review and to look at ways of improving the throughput of cases. We are assured that the Board is doing what it can at the moment to minimise delays in the determination process, and we welcome the ongoing efforts to increase the pace at which applications are being processed. This is evidenced by the significant year-on-year increase in the amount paid to victims, and that trend continuing into the current year. We wrote to the Secretary of State in April and May in support of the extension to the backdating deadline, and we were pleased that the deadline has been extended to align with the scheme closing date in August of 2026.
Ms Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister, for your answer. One of my constituents has been waiting over 1,000 days now on a decision on their application for the Troubles Permanent Disablement Scheme, and every time I write about this I'm told that improvements are being made, but quite frankly he's losing hope. Can I ask what specific improvements have been made in the last 6 months, and what hope will there be for these people who are waiting going forward that the improvements will be made? Thank you.
The First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the member for a follow-up question. Look, you know, my heart absolutely goes out to those that are waiting for this much-needed support. There was a huge battle, a huge fight to secure this scheme, to get the redress to be put in place to support those who are living day in and day out with the injuries from the past. And we want this scheme to work, but as the member will be aware, there are a lot of complexities with many of these cases. The scheme has been designed that you put in the application. It is not up to you to go and to collect all of the different information around all of the statutory agencies. But I can assure the member, look, we have been working with public records, we've been working with Health Department, with the PSNI, to try to support them in terms of historic records. Many of these particular incidences are historic, and it could be historic of 30, 40 plus years. But I can also assure the member that we have conducted a business consultancy service review of operational effectiveness and performance. It's a process aspect of this to take a look at all of the processes involved and to make recommendations, and that has been done, and we are continuously looking to see how we can speed that up. We've also been working with victims groups on improving the experience and the communication, because that is a big aspect as well. If it's taking so long, it is really important that people understand where their application is at and what is going to happen with it. And you will also be aware of the review that has just been carried out by the Secretary of State in terms of the operation. So it is far from perfect, it is frustrating, but we are doing what we can to try to speed things up.
Jonathan Buckley.
The Troubles Permanent Disability Payment Scheme has continued to be a vital lifeline for many people that were caught up in the absolute barbarity of the Northern Ireland Troubles. Barbarity that was brought into sharp light recently when we seen the current dig for Captain Robert Narrock in a bog in County Louth. Would the Deputy First Minister agree with me that it is vital that anybody that holds information in relation to not only his remains but the remains of the other disappeared, and I think of Columba McVeigh and Joe Linsky, that they come forward to the Independent Commission for the location for victims' remain and allow these families to have the Christian burial of their loved ones, which they so rightly deserve?
First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Of course, there is a very particular cruelty to the loss of a loved one, where people do not know what happened to those remains, and they have been taken from them that really important aspect of having a burial or funeral, that opportunity to have that place that they can visit. It is a particular cruelty that ought to be addressed. And I do, of course, agree with him, and I would appeal to anybody that has information around any of the disappeared, or indeed information about any of the violent acts of the Troubles, to come forward and to give that information to the PSNI. There's still that opportunity of justice on the basis of that new evidence, and I would encourage all to come forward and to give those families and those suffering what they need and should have got, which is that respect and that closure.
Linda Dillon.
And Corlia, thank you, and thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer so far. And as you've alluded to, yes, these cases are very complex and they are historic. So I suppose two things. Firstly, could we get in writing exactly what has been done to speed up the process? And secondly, some reassurances around what is happening, given they are historic cases and many of these people are nearing the end of their lives. What has been done to ensure that those people are being prioritised in this process?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to write to the member on that, but I can tell you that the key actions that we've taken is that a business consultancy service review of operational effectiveness and performance, and of course the learning from that being implemented, exploring improvements to the overall victim journey through the capita assessment process, workshops with victims groups on improving the process, and working with NIJAC to bring the board up to full complement. And a regional model for the gathering of secondary care evidence is working well, and engagement continues with GPs and MOD to address issues around medical reports and evidence gathering. You will appreciate that once the panel reaches out to some of these organisations and asks for information, then they are unfortunately subject to the delays in terms of those teams of people. Look, every organisation is pushed in terms of resources, and that is no different here. There's generally within organisations a team of people working on retrieving those historical records, and that takes time given the sheer scale. But I welcome the fact that over 55 million has now been paid out, and we expect that to roll forward and continue to speed up given the changes that have happened.
Timothy Gosson.
My office has been contacted by victims who have lost loved ones and been denied a pension because they didn't see the body in the aftermath of the attack. So we have a situation where widows are being penalised because their loved ones come back to them in a closed coffin. Surely that can't be right, Deputy First Minister.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. So this is a scheme for the severely injured rather than bereaved, but I too have spoken to many of those widows, to those that are bereaved, and I know it is a source of frustration that there is not a scheme available to support those that lost their loved ones during the Troubles. There will be those that have had mental and physical injury due to the death of a loved one, and those people are being considered through this particular scheme. It is not ideal at all that there is that criteria, and I know, and I've been speaking to people directly that feel it is very unfair, because that is simply just not the way that psychological injury works at times. But I know that there is an appeal mechanism. I would encourage people to appeal and to look at that. But in the meantime, we need to focus on how do we support better those that are bereaved, and try to put in place a particular scheme to support those bereaved as opposed to many of those having to look at this scheme, which is for severely injured, and finding that the criteria is not the fit that it needs to be.
We now move to topical questions. Matthew O'Toole.
First Minister, Deputy First Minister, we've been sitting here for some time with the draft, and yes, I acknowledge it is draft programme for government in front of us, talking about targets. For the life of me, I still can't find very many actual binding targets or clear commitments in this document. So can I move on to a couple of the specific areas? One is Lough Neagh. A Lough Neagh action plan was published some weeks ago with some actions, but most of them non-binding. Will the programme for government, when it's finalised, commit to the creation of an independent environmental protection agency? That's one clear commitment. Can we have it now? Will it be in the updated programme for government?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. The draft programme for government contains 9 areas of priority. Those areas outline a number of key actions. It also outlines where there is not yet executive agreement, but it is proposed to bring those forward. It is important to emphasise that those issues that are not yet agreed by the executive will still need to come to the executive for agreement. There are references within each of those priorities. That is what is out for consultation. Once those are agreed, once there is a prioritisation that is agreed, we will set out how we hope to achieve significant year-on-year progress against those 9 priority areas. That will follow the consultation in terms of some of the detail that's in that draft document at the moment.
In specific and very important areas, there is not executive agreement. That's fine, but it's taken us a few hours to get to that point. Can I also ask about specifically one other specific area which is not mentioned at all in the programme for government, the draft programme for government, and that is the Language Commissioner and the associated strategy and work. Will there be, after consultation, and if the Irish language and other interested parties give very strong representations that they would like to see that included in the programme for government, will it be included in an updated programme for government? Because at the minute, it's not mentioned at all.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It just feels a little bit like Groundhog Day, only without any of the fun or entertainment in it, but just relentless negativity. Look, you can have opposition for opposition's sake, or you can have opposition which is constructive. And I have looked to the document that he has produced, and there is significantly more detail in the document that we have produced, indubitably so. And therefore, we are asking people's views on our 9 key priorities. The member himself said just a few days ago that a good priority for programme for government should have a small number of priority areas. And we have set out very clearly that this programme for government will not reference absolutely everything that this executive and departments is going to do. In relation to the issue that he has referenced, we've already made clear that we have agreed in terms of the process. We are waiting for a further submission to come up around the detail of those appointment processes. But that is now in legislation. The commitment is there, and we have spoken about that commitment to this House. There will be many, many hundreds of other areas and issues that will be dealt with within departments, cross-departmentally, being brought to the executive over the course of the next 3 years. This executive programme for government is focusing, as he had recommended as well, on a small number of key priorities which will be measured and will have an attached budget.
Bobby Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for the answer so far. So, you mentioned Groundhog Day in your answer to the Leader of the Opposition. I'm going to do a bit of a Groundhog Day and ask for an update on any recent discussions or meetings regarding Mays Longkesh site.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. This is an issue that will happen in due course. We did have the opportunity to go and to speak with the board. There has been a new board put in place. That was inevitable due to the length of time that the previous board had served. But of course, as I've indicated, that anything that happens or is proposed to happen within the Mays Longkesh site has to be done with full understanding and sensitivity to the views and the needs of victims and survivors, because those are the people most impacted by some of the events on that site.
Mr. Butler.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer, and I appreciate the answer because as a former prison officer who lost around 32 colleagues throughout the Troubles and over the history of Northern Ireland, that is a good answer. But in reflection in terms of, is there a commitment, do you think, to ever unlock the potential of probably what is the most significant development site in the whole of Northern Ireland?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the site is in Lagan Valley, and I would love to unlock the potential of that site. But I can say very clearly that in the role that I am in as Deputy First Minister, personally I would never ever sign up to or agree to anything where there would be offence or hurt caused to victims and survivors, anything that would risk any glorification of any act of violence or terrorism on that site. And therefore, moving forward, that is very much the parameters in which we will operate. Of course, I would like to unlock the potential, but there are some very good things that are happening on that site. I've mentioned before the incredible growth of the Ulster Aviation Society, of the Balmoral Show. I know many of you have taken the opportunity to visit there. So there are really great activities there, but I think we need to move forward with discussion and care.
David Brooks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the Minister, I welcome the growing focus on growing our economy within the draft programme for government. In terms of global connectivity, what is there within the draft programme for government to encourage further route development from our airports? Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. I hope that the members had the opportunity to take a look at the draft programme for government. They will see that there's a number of references. I think in the general sense, of course, that connectivity is so important in terms of growing our economy. And there are specific references, including looking at how to increase that connectivity and linkages, looking at the barriers to that, but also looking at, I think, some very exciting and ambitious ideas, such as looking at the extension of the pre-clearance that there currently is in Dublin, and the reinstatement and trying to get that direct route to the US back. And I think actually, the extension of that pre-clearance would encourage that. So that, of course, would have to work together in parallel and tandem. But that is something that we're very acutely aware of. The Union Connectivity Report highlighted some of these. So we will move forward with that, including into the investment strategy discussions as well.
Mr. Brooks. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The US has been a vital economic partner for Northern Ireland in terms of foreign investment, and also we have our cultural linkages with both the Ulster Scots and the Irish diasporas. As we approach the 250th anniversary of the United States independence, perhaps the first step, obviously, to looking at pre-clearance would be to re-establish a transatlantic flight from airport. Would you agree with me that that's a worthy goal and something we should work towards? The First Minister.
Look, absolutely. I think it's a huge loss when we lost that route. The options are still there, and we will be pursuing all of the possibilities that are on the table to try to reinstate that. There would be no point having a pre-clearance if we don't have a direct flight. So trying to secure interest in that direct flight route would be important. But look, we have huge foreign direct investment from the US to Northern Ireland, and when we speak to US investors, they want to invest more. And actually they raise that issue about the connectivity and the direct flight. So like, I think it's something that is a priority for us in terms of trying to push ahead, and if we can secure that, I think it would be hugely beneficial both to our business but also to the tourism sectors here.
Jerry Kelly.
Concola, does the Deputy First Minister agree that the 3-year economic business plan launched by the Economy Minister today can be a great game changer for the local economy and a catalyst for creating more jobs?
Deputy First Minister.
I thank the member for his question. As the member will be aware, I was somewhat involved in the programme for government preparations and discussions this morning and in this chamber, so I haven't had the opportunity to take a look at that consultation. But certainly in line with the programme for government, growing our economy is absolutely key. We talk very much about the prosperity agenda. We've had 25 years since the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, as amended by St Andrews, where we've been able to secure peace, if not always stability, where we've had significant improvements and growth in terms of our economy. But looking to the next 25 years, I think what we really need to focus on is that prosperity agenda. There is no doubt that happy, thriving people, communities, families, individuals, that is the best way to secure that better and brighter future for Northern Ireland.
Mr. Kelly.
I'm going weakest last night, I thank the Minister, and wasn't trying to take her by surprise. But on the basis of talking about the future, does the First Minister agree that the Executive and the Assembly parties must remain united in pressing the British Government for fair funding based on need to ensure people and the communities are supported?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely. We have made clear to the UK Government that we are prepared to play our part in terms of looking at the sustainability of our budget, to take sensible decisions in the way forward, to look at transformation in order to make our public services, our departments, our budgets much more sustainable and efficient. We will do that, but that requires investment. You have to invest to save, and that is incredibly difficult to do when the budget is as fiscally tight as it is at the moment. We will be making that case robustly and strongly to the Chancellor on Thursday when we meet her. We will be making the case that Northern Ireland requires that investment and transformation, that support for its frontline public services, and that ability for us to reach the ambition that we have as set out in the programme for government today.
Sorry, Carl. Agri-food was mentioned earlier, and of course we have to draw a distinction between small farmers and corporate farming conglomerates like Moy Park and others who are breaching environmental standards. Does the Minister agree that the $260 million announcement by the Dairy Minister a matter of days ago missed an opportunity not to have strong environmental standards attached to money going out to farmers?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think the member will see from the programme for government that the input from the Dairy Minister has a lot of focus on environmental issues and targets, but it would be absolutely remiss of us not to recognise the incredible important role that farmers and our agri-foods play in Northern Ireland, and that they need to be supported. The vast majority of our farmers and our producers and our agri-food companies are small to medium-sized businesses, employing local people, creating that employment, and as I've said, producing high-quality, nutritious local food. And they need to be supported, they should be supported. We should all be champions of that, and we should all be very, very proud of our agri-food and farming community here.
Carl. Plenary is a different matter. Minister, winter fuel payment, you said you're meeting the Prime Minister on Thursday. Are you going to tell him you're concerned about more pensioners dying this winter as a result of the cruel cut to winter fuel payment?
Supplementaries are supposed to be linked to the original question, so we'll move on to Baron Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like the Deputy First Minister if she could give any update on the proposed development of a new centre for South East Fermanagh Foundation in Lisnaskea to service the west of the province for innocent victims.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I had the opportunity to go down and to speak with the South and East Fermanagh Foundation just, I think, a couple of weeks ago, to hear about and get an update about the centre. There's a real need there. I visited their premises. There's an absolute need. They do fantastic work working with victims and survivors, not just, of course, in your local constituency, but they have a presence now throughout Northern Ireland, including in my own constituency based in Lisburn, really supporting so many thousands of victims and survivors. So, of course, they need new premises. They need premises that are fit for purpose. I am pleased that we have agreed a victims strategy that will be coming to the executive very shortly for seeking executive agreement. But as part of that is a commitment to look at a capital fund to support victims and survivors organisations. It has been some considerable years since victims and survivors organisations, so hopefully there will be some further support. And I know that the Minister of Education, because that's the site, it's still owned by the department, will be working with me and with CEF in order to try to progress this important scheme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for that. And can she confirm that in that new strategy, the CEF capital development will actually be part of it?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, any capital scheme will of course be open for application, but in my view, the capital scheme must be capable of looking at some significant capital works. There's a number of our bigger victims and survivors groups that will have a capital need. Of course, that will be dependent on budget, and we would hope that those timescales would meet the needs. But I know that there is an urgent need with CEF, so we are happy to work with them to try to identify alternative funding options, if that can be brought forward sooner rather than later. But as I said, the need is there. They've been working on this project for a long time. I know that the First Minister and the then First Minister, Arlene Foster, had done a lot of work and I went down to visit, and a commitment to the business case. So we'll look at that again and see how we can help move that forward.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. May I ask the First and Deputy First Minister whether they believe that our Brussels office has sufficient resources to deal with the oncoming, I must say, tsunami of European rules and regulations that's coming in our direction.
20 seconds, Deputy First Minister.
Okay. We will continuously take an assessment of the needs within any of those offices, but he's absolutely right. There is a whole swathe of new responsibilities and new areas to be looked at, and there's no doubt that there is a pressure there in terms of staffing time and the capability of trying to assess all of that.
Move on to questions for the Minister of Justice. We'll start with listed questions. Question 13 has been withdrawn. I call the answer side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst telecommunications legislation, including the regulation of social media platforms, is a reserved matter, my department has sought to take a proactive approach towards supporting online safety. I had sought to influence the content of the Online Safety Act 2023, urging more to be done to address the lack of accountability of anonymous account holders, which is a key issue when seeking to prevent and detect online harms and offences. I've also recently met with Ofcom representatives to get an update on the implementation of the Online Safety Act and their plans for it to be put into practice. In addition, the member will be aware that I previously held a roundtable forum to take views on tackling online abuse and intimidation, particularly in light of incidents during the last Assembly elections. In the last mandate, I also brought forward legislation which strengthened existing law and introduced new offences such as stalking, upskirting, downblousing and cyber flashing. These offences have added real, tangible and valuable protections against both online and offline abuse. I'm also mindful of the dangers associated with online radicalisation. Our young people in particular are at risk of being radicalised through access to harmful online content. I'm engaged by law enforcement partners about what we can do to address this risk. However, a criminal justice response alone cannot improve online safety. We must take a holistic approach that's focused on prevention and education, as set out in the cross-executive online safety strategy, which has been put in place to assist children and young people to participate in the online world in a positive, safe and responsible way.
Mr. South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer and her continued work on this issue. And as you mentioned, as we all know, online abuse starts early in these times where children cannot escape it. Cyberbullying is a huge devastation within our schools and our societies, and our Education Minister has introduced a pilot scheme for magnetic pouches in our schools to address the impact of phones on children. Would the Minister agree this is an opportunity for her to work together and support the Education Minister's initiative to help address cyberbullying and online abuse in schools?
Minister.
I'm very happy to support any minister who is dealing with issues of cyberbullying and online harassment, whether in school or elsewhere. The member will be aware, however, that I have serious concerns about whether or not it is necessary to spend £250,000 in order to do so, when most schools already have both policy and practice in place to deal with those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Lord Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for the update. Just wondering, is she working with other jurisdictions? Is the Minister working with other jurisdictions to try and cut out and stamp out the online bullying? And is there any cooperation from the owners of the websites?
Well, first of all, if I may congratulate the Lord on his elevation. I think this is the first opportunity he's had to ask a question in this House on that basis. I am working very closely with the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology in terms of the work that they're doing, and also with the Home Office around the work that they're doing in terms of radicalisation as well as bullying. I've also recently met with my Scottish counterpart in terms of discussing some of these issues, including online. I think the bottom line is that the various platforms have various degrees of engagement, it would be fair to say. Some take a slightly more radical view and view it as essentially a free-for-all where all is permitted to be said and nothing is out of bounds, whilst others, I think, do try to more robustly enforce some kind of community standards. For me, the key is that at times self-regulation is no regulation in many cases, and so I think that part of my concern certainly is that with self-regulation of these platforms, anything that causes controversy also drives traffic on the site, also drives advertising revenue, and therefore is unlikely to be curtailed by the people who are responsible.
Cara Hunter.
I think reflecting on the Assembly 2022 election was a prime example of what happens when misogyny meets the misuse of technology. So I welcome the Minister's answers so far. Can I ask her just about what conversation she has had perhaps with the Electoral Commission about social media abuse and how this can impact more women getting into politics, and if she has had any discussions with the social media giant companies about this abuse? Thank you.
Minister.
I have discussed this with some of those representative bodies of the social media companies. It's something that I am concerned about. I know from personal experience of women who have been interested in getting involved in politics, took a cursory glance through some of our collective social media threads and decided that the level of abuse was just intolerable and they wouldn't expose themselves and their families to it. So it is a real issue because we lose out, I think, on a very significant talent pool because people feel intimidated, threatened and are worried about their families in that context. In terms of the Electoral Commission, I haven't had a discrete conversation with the Electoral Commission about this, but I have spoken to some of the electoral commissioners informally around this issue because some of them have approached and asked specifically about the impact it's having on political discourse. Not all of this traffic is driven, I have to say, by legitimate actors. I mean, a number of them are not local people who are criticising our local politicians. A number of them, I think, are funded from rather nefarious sources, and there seems to be a drive, particularly in terms of attacking those who speak up for democratic norms, in terms of undermining them, and particularly, I think, trying to intimidate women who are trying to speak up and raise issues around misogyny, sexism, and other forms of hate. I think it's important, and I reflected this in a recent research interview which I did with a young researcher who is looking into this. It is important that in the context of Northern Ireland, with all the divisions that we have, that we can show a united front when it comes to this kind of abuse, because irrespective of the party political views of the member being attacked, if people are being attacked because of who they are, how they look, the fact that they are a woman or any other defining characteristic, we need to stand united and say it's unacceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. Minister, is there additional legislation that can be used to tackle those who commit offences in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
I think there is. Many behaviours which constitute criminal offending are treated in the same manner regardless of whether those are carried out offline or online. In addition, the provisions in the Online Safety Act in 2023 create a range of offences that can be used to tackle and prosecute offensive online behaviour, including protection from harassment in the Northern Ireland Order 1997, the Justice Act Northern Ireland 2016, Protection from Stalking Act 2022, Communications Act 2003, and the Justice and Sexual Offences Trafficking Victims Act. It is important to recognise, for example, that stirring up hatred is an offence already under the Public Order Northern Ireland Act 1987, and whilst it may be a dated provision, it is nevertheless one that can still be applied and operated and ought to be where it is appropriate.
Cathy Mason. Minister.
Violence against women and girls is wholly abhorrent, and the stark reality is that in August we saw 2 murders and 1 attempted murder of women in Northern Ireland in a single week. This is shocking, and I think we all have a collective responsibility to take action. My department is fully supportive of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, which is led by the Executive Office at my request. It was agreed by Executive last week, and I understand plans are now underway for its full publication. I recognise the key contribution that justice can make in terms of reducing risk, enhancing protections, improving victim confidence in the justice system, and holding perpetrators to account when they offend. My department has supported the strategy's development and played an active role in the co-design process. The Minister of Health and I also plan to publish a new domestic and sexual abuse strategy in the coming weeks. This is a gender-inclusive strategy which recognises the impact on male victims as well as female victims. However, women and girls are disproportionately affected by domestic and sexual abuse, and so its implementation will also directly support the delivery of outcomes under the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy.
And thank you to the Minister for her answer. Minister, can you outline, in conjunction with that, what work is ongoing between your department and the Education Minister in ensuring any relevant parts of the Violence Against Women and Girls framework is rolled out across the education system as well?
Minister.
Ultimately, responsibility for cross-departmental working on the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy is one that will fall to the Executive Office Ministers to take forward. The First and Deputy First Minister will obviously, in terms of their action plan, which they also hope to publish next week, be inclusive in terms of what contribution individual departments can make. With respect to the domestic and sexual abuse strategy, and indeed the other actions that my department has been taking in order to protect victims of violence, things like Operation Encompass, which was championed by your colleague, actually, Linda Dillon, when she was in the Justice Committee, is something that has been very effective in terms of providing better protections and wraparound support for children affected by domestic abuse, and we continue to work with the Department of Education on those projects. And I look forward to further opportunities to do so, because I believe education is absolutely crucial in terms of changing attitudes. By the time my department gets involved, victims have already been created. The further upstream we can go in terms of changing attitudes, the less victimisation will occur.
The majority of violence perpetrated against women is by men, and men with problems seldom seek help or talk about the issues that they're facing. On that basis then, could I ask the Minister what work is being done to engage men and to educate men around these issues and the things that they face that lead them to such behaviours?
Minister.
It's a really important point, because many of the men who are engaged in these behaviours have also been victims of abuse, often as children, and exposed to domestic violence in the home. For many of them, they view it as a normal part of an adult relationship. And therefore, the earlier we can do the education piece and talk about what a healthy relationship looks like, what respect looks like, the better it will be in terms of changing those attitudes. We would all wish that every child would grow up in a home where perfect behaviour between parents in an adult relationship is properly modelled, but unfortunately that is not the case. And therefore, if people model their behaviour off their parents, very often they will perpetuate tragedies of the past. We do work with perpetrators, so for example, those who have been already found guilty, when we come to doing rehabilitation work, whether in prisons or in the community, we will focus on the nature of their offending, the reasons for offending, and taking a trauma-informed approach to doing that. So that's something that already happens. We also offer people, before they have been convicted of an offence, but where complaints have been made, to voluntarily engage with perpetrator programmes and education programmes in order to try and improve things. Those tend to actually perform much better where someone voluntarily engages with a programme, but it is being able to catch those people early enough in the system to prevent serious harm that is the most important part. Where it works, I think it is to everyone's advantage, because it may well mean that that perpetrator can go on and actually have happy, healthy relationships in the future, which I think is to the benefit of everyone in society, not just to their current partner.
Bobby Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Can I ask the Minister what she will do to protect female prison officers who are often subject to threats of sex-based violence from prisoners, where the psychological effect is not captured within the staff handbook, and therefore sick leave cannot be granted to these women?
Minister.
I think it's a very important point, and I think it speaks to a conversation which I've had not just with prison officers recently, but also with police officers, about the level to which abuse of people in public service generally is almost taken as read, that this is a norm when it should be the exception and should be treated seriously. I think the first thing that is important is if people are engaged in that kind of behaviour, particularly threats of sexual violence or racial abuse or whatever it might be, that should be prosecuted. I think we have to have a zero tolerance approach within the prisons. And the fact that somebody is in prison doesn't mean that they can't still offend within that setting, and so we need to take that seriously too, in exactly the same way as we would treat violence against police and so on who are providing a public service. One of the areas, as you know, that I hope to bring forward in this term around sentencing is an aggravator model to protect those who are engaged in the delivery of a public service or who are public servants themselves. And I would hope that that aggravator will allow us to reflect in sentencing the seriousness of threatening a prison officer, a police officer, a member of the fire service, whoever that might be, a shop worker, a bus driver, to make those threats as very serious and to make threats that would not be acceptable outside of those environments to people who are working in the public sector should not be more tolerable, it should be less tolerable. In doing so, they are affecting their ability to deliver to society and for society. And so I think that aggravator will send out a very strong message.
Mr.
Speaker, I welcome the progress there has been on the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategic framework. I'm also grateful for the information the Minister has given us today on the work of her own department on a domestic and sexual abuse strategy, and keen to hear more about that. Can I ask you, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister knows that there will be funding forthcoming for that strategy?
Mr.
Well, I think as we've already gathered from the announcement today on the programme for government, funding remains the most challenging issue that faces this executive, and it is particularly challenging in the Department of Justice and indeed in the Department of Health, and this is a shared strategy. Funding and affordability issues do remain challenging, and I cannot excuse the fact that that is the case. And we will continue to have impact in terms of the scale and pace of delivery within the strategy. However, what we have done is look at the statutory and contractual commitments, prioritise those so we can make progress, and try to create a programme around the domestic and sexual abuse strategy which is scalable depending on the funding that is made available to us. However, Mr. Speaker, if we are to recognise the seriousness of this issue, that people are losing their lives as a result of domestic and sexual abuse, and that people's lives are being irreparably damaged as a result, then we have to let our money follow where our good intentions lead.
Liz Gillens.
Question number 3, please.
The sentencing bill will deliver on a number of recommendations arising from my department's public consultation on sentencing policy. This will include a statement of the principles and purposes of sentencing, provision to allow further use of community sentences, statutory starting points for life sentence tariff calculation, expansion and simplification of the current unduly lenient sentence referral provisions, creation of a new offence of assaulting those providing a service to the public or performing a public duty, creation of a statutory aggravator for vulnerable victims, and increasing maximum penalties for offences causing death by dangerous driving. The bill will also include measures to encourage the disclosure of the location of victims' remains, to be known as Charlotte's Law, and as indicated in my written ministerial statement this morning, will also include provision for a statutory aggravator for hate crime.
Ms Cummins.
I can call and thank the Minister for her answer. I note in the last week the Lady Chief Justice has expressed her disappointment that broadcasting of court proceedings will not be implemented in this mandate, and I would therefore ask the Minister why this couldn't be included in the sentencing bill, as I think it's very important, particularly around transparency and public confidence.
Well, it is very important, and it's something that I too would like to see. And the difficulty that we have is, first of all, resources, because we have very limited resource within the department, and indeed within the Office of Legislative Counsel in terms of actually drafting commitments, so there is a challenge there. There is also, I think, a challenge in terms just of the development of policy in this area. So, for example, when it comes to the issue of what would be filmed in court, the current view of the Lady Chief Justice is that it would be in relation to appeal court judgments and rulings. However, you will be aware that very powerfully, we saw in England recently that sentencing remarks are also filmed there. So whilst the pilot only looked at appeal court judgments and rulings, we would want to take a more holistic approach, because what we wouldn't want to do is repeal the current rule which says that all filming in a court is illegal without knowing particularly the detail of what needs to be done. One option I had explored to expedite this was that we could put the repeal, if you like, on ice in a piece of primary legislation, as well as taking regulation powers, but only commence it at the point where the regulations were developed, and then engage with the sector on that basis. I was advised that that was perhaps not good practice in terms of legislation, which is why we didn't proceed down that route. But I do think that there may be some things we can do, even over the course of this mandate, certainly to develop the policy to support that change.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for outlining what will be in this sentencing bill. I'm sure that there'll be a lot of different sections of society will be delighted to see the different aspects included in it. As such, can you please outline when the bill will be introduced? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, we anticipate that the bill will be introduced later in 2025. That will be dependent on progress of earlier Assembly business that is going through at the moment. So in the next few weeks, I'm hoping to introduce my Mixed Content Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, so the Modernisation Bill. This will be the second bill of the mandate, and then it would be my intention to have a third bill which would relate to victims. An executive paper is currently being prepared by my officials to seek executive approval for the policy content and drafting of the bill during this term, so we can get that underway as soon as possible.
John Stewart.
Minister, the public have lost confidence in the sentencing system, particularly the pitiful sentences for crimes of a sexual nature against women, girls and young people. What more can be done by your department to restore the public confidence?
Well, first of all, it was not something that was consulted on in terms of the sentencing review that was undertaken. Most of the sentencing in Northern Ireland is based around guideline cases and sentencing guidelines, which is a matter for the judiciary and not for the department. We have very limited scope other than in legislation to set maximums, and the rest is left to judicial discretion. What we have been able to do, and which I hope has actually shifted the dial in terms of confidence in the justice system in these matters, is in terms of the work we have done with PPS, with the judiciary, and particularly with the PSNI in terms of our response to domestic and sexual violence, to violence against women and girls. And I hope that the strategy that will be laid out in the coming days on behalf of the executive will further reinforce the fact that this executive takes a no-tolerance approach to violence against women and girls, and I hope that that is a message that will be well received by the judiciary.
Michelle Brownlee.
I recognise very much the harm that attacks on places of worship can have on members and the wider community. I want to condemn the recent attacks at the Bangladeshi Islamic Centre in Newtonards, the Universal Church of the Kingdom of God at Templemore Street in East Belfast, and the Church of the Holy Name at Green Island, and also recent threats to the Belfast Islamic Centre. My department works collaboratively with policing and community safety partnerships in addressing crime and fear of crime. PCSPs have a legislative duty to address crime, fear of crime and antisocial behaviour, and to do so by working collaboratively and engaging with their local community. Specific crime prevention advice is also available from the PSNI. During the recent disorder, the Home Office extended its protection scheme for mosques in the UK, which are vulnerable to hate crime, to provide emergency support. The Home Office also supports the Community Security Trust to provide protections for synagogues across the UK. Protection schemes for places of worship in England and Wales are based solely on vulnerability to hate crime. However, to date there has been insufficient evidence to show that such a scheme is needed in Northern Ireland. We will of course keep that under review.
Ms. Brownlee.
Thank the Minister for her answers so far. You just touched on the devastating fire that happened recently within Green Island. So it's just to ask the Minister, in terms of that preventative measures, what is being implemented to educate young people on the dangers and the legal consequences of arson?
Minister.
It's something that I wouldn't be directly involved in terms of that, but I think the wider issue that is important to kind of reference is the fact that, and we should be encouraged, I suppose, that only about 4% of attacks on what we would call significant key buildings, so places of worship, Orange Halls, GAA clubs, only about 4% of those have been identified as being driven by a hate motive. In the majority of cases, they're driven by antisocial behaviour and criminal damage motivations. Now, okay, that's no comfort if your building is absolutely destroyed in those circumstances, but it does show that in terms of deliberate attacks on buildings because they are places of worship, that is a relatively small part of the overall picture. I think it's also important to note that we are looking at antisocial behaviour orders as part of another piece of work the department is doing and how those can be used. Also, the Youth Justice Agency, in the recent Sejini report, they were very much praised for the work that they've been doing in terms of trying to deter youth offending. So where it's young people involved in that antisocial behaviour, I think there are opportunities, particularly through PCSPs and community engagement, to get the engagement of the PSNI and the Youth Justice Agency before people engage in serious offending. But undoubtedly it is devastating for those in the congregation to see their church razed to the ground.
I call Matthew Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, Minister, you said that you would not be proceeding with standalone hate crime legislation. That comes after some of the most shocking race hate that this region has ever seen. People in ethnic minority communities and religious minorities will feel, I think many of them, let down. How can you say there isn't enough time to proceed with a standalone hate crime bill when today and tomorrow we are literally spending hours debating non-binding executive party motions?
I think the first thing to say is that the order of business here is not agreed by me, it is agreed by the Business Committee, and all parties have members on the Business Committee. If people are annoyed about what is the content of the order paper, I think it's for them to take up with the member of the Business Committee who represents them. However, with respect to the time I have available to me, as I have said, I'm about to introduce quite an extensive piece of legislation. And therefore that is the first one. It's already been prepared, the policy development work has been done, and it is ready to go. I wanted, when I came back into office, and I realised in February it would not be possible, it was going to be the 4th bill of a 5-bill series, and I realised that that would put it into the next mandate, which I did not want to happen. And so what I did, before what happened over the summer, before those considerations, I brought forward and expedited the most impactful parts of that legislation. I have engaged with the sector, I have engaged with the BAME community, with the Islamic community, I have engaged with the LGBTQI community and many others who will be impacted by this. And most of them recognise that the most impactful pieces of Judge Marinen's report are those pieces which will first of all create the aggravator and allow additional categories of protected characteristics to be added to that aggravator, and those that will provide special measures in court. The remainder of Judge Marinen's report we will proceed with in the department in terms of policy development, because some of it will require cross-departmental working and will also require full executive buy-in. But what I wanted to do was get the most impactful part of this through in this mandate, because I agree completely with the member. The behaviours that we have seen on the streets of Belfast and other towns and cities across the UK and these islands is not acceptable. It is not who we are or aspire to be, and I want to be sure that there is every opportunity through the courts to make sure that people face the consequences of their actions.
Very cool. Thank you. Any attacks on places of worship need to be condemned. We've obviously seen a rise in attacks on mosques and Islamophobia at really nasty levels. Minister, what your assessment that the PSNI think the lawless paramilitaries have a role to play in stopping racist violence, or that they aren't involved in racist attacks themselves? Because that's certainly contrary to the experience of many people across our communities, unfortunately. Mr.
Well, I mean, I know that Mel Jones, in her comments publicly, has stated that she believed that there were paramilitaries involved in some of that violence, and she's been very clear about that. However, irrespective of whether paramilitaries are involved or not, the behaviour is not acceptable, and I think it is important that all of us speak with one voice. It is hugely frustrating, I have to say, to see people who come here either to serve this community by working in our public services or in private industry to grow our economy, or who come here in desperation seeking protection from harm at home. And to find them, instead of being welcomed and respected and treated with dignity, to find them being terrorised in their homes and in their communities, it is completely unacceptable. And if there are things that my department can do, in addition to those actions that we already take in terms of support, we will continue to explore those, both with those sectors that best represent those voices, but also with our executive colleagues to make sure that this is a joined-up approach.
Sure, Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, we saw some appalling scenes across Northern Ireland this summer, not just only attacks on churches and property, but also on individuals. What action is being done by your department, and what conversations have you had to protect minority communities across Northern Ireland?
Well, as I've said, I'm committed to playing my part in terms of delivering that safer community for everyone, including victims of race hate crime, and in partnerships with others in government and beyond. DOJ, PSNI, the Housing Executive and the Department for Communities continue to jointly fund the Hate Incident Practical Action Scheme. That allows, in particular circumstances, personal and home protection measures if your home has been damaged or you've been the victim of an incident or crime at home because of your race, sexual orientation, disability, gender identity, political opinion or religious belief. In addition to legislative protections for victims, direct support for hate crime victims is also provided through the Hate Crime Advocacy Service, jointly funded by PSNI and DOJ, and that supports victims of hate crime through the criminal justice process, signposts them to the relevant support services, and can assist with third-party reporting. PSNI and crime prevention officers can also provide crime prevention advice, and I would encourage people affected to keep in contact with the PSNI and ensure that all incidents of crime and antisocial behaviour are reported, no matter how insignificant they may seem at the time. Policing and community safety partnerships also work to identify issues of concern within the local area and prepare plans to deliver practical solutions. Also, the recently launched Help in Hand app is designed to help victims of race hate crime and BAME communities understand the processes of reporting hate crime to police while providing useful information and details of support. And the app is initially available in 5 different languages. However, building relationships in our community and more cohesive communities is what will really make a difference, and a whole executive approach is required if we're going to tackle this. The development of strategies such as the racial equality strategy, refugee integration strategy, and all of the other anti-bullying guidance and so on, and hate crime within the curriculum by DE, and working with the Department for the Economy, stakeholders and PCSPs to support victims is hugely important, and it is not just a matter only for justice, it has to be a matter for all of us in our society.
We now move to questions, topical questions to the Minister of Justice. Call Justin McNulty.
Minister, more than 3 years ago, the Marianne review made it clear that we need standalone hate crime legislation. In your first day brief, you confirmed that while the institutions were collapsed, work had been ongoing to prepare a hate crime bill, and your legislative programme for the remainder of this mandate will be triaged on the basis of emerging priorities. Given the surge in racist violence in Belfast and beyond this summer, and the tragic death of my constituent Anna Okusanya on the 24th of August, how is your U-turn that you announced this morning on your commitment to introduce standalone hate crimes legislation consistent with both the standards and the priorities that you have set out for yourself and your department?
First of all, can I extend again my sympathy to Anna's family. It is, I think, one of the most horrific cases that I have heard, and I think speaks to us all about the abject terror in which many people in our community are currently living. Where they are so frightened, so fearful of attack, of abuse, of threat. And it is not a unique story in the sense that there are many in our community who no longer use public transport, who don't go out at night, who are afraid to go to work because of the perceived threat against them. That cannot be tolerable. However, what the member has suggested as a U-turn has not been that. It has been exactly what I set out, that I would triage against emerging priorities. And the reality is that in a 3-year mandate, it is impossible to do the full hate crime bill because not all the policy development work was possible in the absence of ministers, and it will require considerable executive input, particularly to the public order elements. However, the remainder of Judge Marinan's recommendations with respect to tackling hate crime directly impacting on victims will be brought forward in this mandate, which was not the original intention in the first day brief, but was something which I pressed for as Minister, and so that has now been accelerated. To reassure the member, I have also spoken with Judge Marinan directly, and whilst he, like me, shares a degree of frustration that we cannot move faster on this, he does accept that the 2 pieces that I am moving forward in terms of the aggravator and the special measures are the priority for victims of hate crime, and the remainder can then be dealt with in the next mandate.
Minister, you've emphasised the 2 years lost during the suspension of the Assembly, but you're also on record as saying your officials have been working on your legislative programme for 4 years. You've emphasised the human resource constraints within your department, yet your officials have found the time to engage in grandiose spats with the Chief Constable. You've been unambiguous on the need for standalone hate crime legislation. Most people would recognise the recent racist violence only amplifies the need for such legislation to be progressed urgently. Do you concede that your U-turn today sends out a very disheartening message to victims of hate crimes, and that your money and your mouth are in totally different places?
Minister.
Setting aside the rather vulgar framing of the question, Mr Speaker, to be absolutely clear, my heart, my mind and my efforts are all directed in one direction, and that is to ensure that we have the best possible law and legislation in place at the end of this mandate to protect victims of hate crime and to give them access to additional protections in court. It is not me, I have to say, that has been engaged in grandiose spats and distraction politics. I have been focused on what my department can do, and my officials have worked very hard, but with respect, Mr Speaker, my officials cannot take decisions on what are controversial issues politically That requires a minister to be in place, and therefore the public order elements of Judge Marnin's report, which cover the same ground in many cases as the FICT Commission report, for any of you who might cast your minds that far back, are likely to take significant effort. I do not want to hold up interventions that will support victims in the here and now, awaiting for something that may be essential in my view, but purely aspirational to other members of the Executive.
Deborah Erskine.
The Minister will know that morale in policing is at an all-time low. Has she discussed this with the Chief Constable? And if so, what steps is the Minister taking to build confidence within the police between her department and this Assembly?
Well, the first thing to say is that I have discussed it at length with the Chief Constable, and his assessment is somewhat different, because he believes that actually morale is much better in the police service than when he took over, that things have improved significantly during that period and that morale is improving. In terms of what I am doing to work with the Chief Constable in terms of improving morale further, there are a number of things. First of all, I have looked at, in terms of the staff, the revised environmental allowance. I've worked with the Chief Constable and with the unions to assure that there was no strike this summer. We have put in place an interim payment to all members of staff, and in addition we hope to resolve the issue completely at the end of September, start of October, and we are on track to do that. I'm also, when I came into office, I instructed my officials to move ahead with the statutory entitlement to incremental pay, which kicks in on the 1st of September, irrespective of whether the wider issue of discretionary pay awards could be resolved in that time frame. So every officer will get at least part of their pay settlement sooner rather than later, and the remainder then to be decided once executive pay policy is in place. And I have also sat with the Chief Constable at length, going through a business case for stabilisation and recovery. That will have to go to executive for approval, and I'm very encouraged by the interest in policing that has emerged over the summer, and I look forward to the full support of all parties in the House for those plans.
Ms. Erskine.
Again, I thank the Minister. I've always supported policing, and I've always wanted to stand up for our police force here in Northern Ireland, because they are the people that protect our communities and help support people in our communities. And the Minister has outlined a number of things and a number of steps there that she has been doing, and I appreciate that. So therefore, in that context, does the Minister agree then that adequate funding and increasing police numbers would actually support and help create better morale, and therefore does she support the Chief Constable who took steps to request more funding and support over the summer, a man who is passionate about his workforce and is trying to invest in them and fight for them?
Minister.
At the end of the day, what it is about is working with the Chief Constable through the structures that we have. The reality is, in the devolved institutions, money that comes to Northern Ireland is not hypothecated. It is actually for this Assembly, on the basis of recommendations brought by the Executive, to vote through a budget and decide how we spend our money locally. And so that is the reality of the situation, that even were the Chief Constable to be successful in lobbying in Westminster, that money will come to the Department of Finance, and it will be for us around the Executive table and in this room to decide where that money ends up. So the important thing is that I work closely, as I have been, with the Chief Constable to build the strongest possible case at the Executive table, so that funding that does come to Northern Ireland actually makes it into the Department of Justice's budget, because to date that has not been the case. And I can give a tangible example of where there was a £22 million investment due, if you like, to the Department of Justice based on COVID recovery, of which less than £6 million came to the department and the rest was absorbed by the Department of Health. So if we continue to act in that way, my department will continue to be underfunded and the PSNI will continue to be underfunded. That's not a situation that either you or I would wish to have in place. So what we need to do is work together around having that robust case made. I agree increasing numbers would be helpful, and it is part of that stabilisation process that we're now engaged in. But in order to increase numbers, we have to first increase finances. We have to put the current service on a sustainable footing. And the other thing that will help morale is ensuring that where officers are attacked in the street, where they are pelted, for example, in riots, that is taken as seriously by PPS and the courts as any attack on a member of the public. It affronts me, frankly, when I hear it reported, for example, that 40 people were injured in a riot and 4 police officers. 4 police officers are also people. They have families and there are consequences. And so we need more and more to stop accepting that the police should be there as some kind of a battering ram for society. We need to protect them, and I'm hopeful that the legislation coming through next year will achieve that.
I call Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask, is the Minister aware of the immense pressure that the PSNI is under? And she's just alluded to it. And has she therefore considered reconfiguring other budget areas within her own department to release or divert additional money to the PSNI at this time?
Sure.
Well, I understand that the member is new to the House and I want to welcome him to his place, but anyone who has been in this House for slightly longer will have heard me make these same cases over and over again. We have a projected overspend of £34 million this year, and that is the things that we know will crystallise, so that is inescapable expenditure. We have another couple of £100 million just sitting off to the side waiting to crystallise, and if it does we will have significant challenges. I have had to ask every part of my department to make savings. This is not unique to the PSNI. Every single part of my department is operating on less resource than it would ideally have. And the overall share that the PSNI have had of the department's budget has not really changed. Because if I do that, let me just put this in context, if I fund the police at the expense of probation, then more people will go to prison and we will need more money for prisons. If I invest in policing at the expense of prisons, then we will have to start looking at what they're looking at in England in terms of early release, because we will not be able to manage our prison numbers. If I invest in policing to the expense of courts, then the police will be arresting people, but there will be no opportunity to get them before the courts and have them charged and tried. So I have a job to do which is different to the Chief Constable. His job is, of course, to advocate for policing. My job is to advocate for policing and justice. It is a complete system and we need a holistic approach. And I have to say those cases have worked best when we have all been in the same space, the judiciary, PPS, the department, probation and the police service, arguing the same case for the same issues, and that is how we got the cross-departmental funding and the cross-sectoral funding that allowed us to do COVID recovery.
Mr. Martin.
I thank the Minister for her answer. Just following on from what she said, does she stand by the letter from her Permanent Secretary to the Chief Constable admonishing him for asking for additional financial resources directly from the Prime Minister? And could you tell us if she was cited on the letter before it was sent, and does she support its contents?
The role of the accounting officer is the one role that I, as Minister, do not have oversight of in terms of my department. In fact, the reverse. It is the accounting officer who oversees my directions on expenditure. And so I am not cited on his correspondence in his role as accounting officer. And to be frank, it has not been helpful that this was leaked into the public domain, because it has created, I think, a very false narrative of the relationship between the department and the Chief Constable, and certainly between myself and the Chief Constable. That relationship has been very strong, and I would just remind members before we have a debate on this later today that at the Policing Board last Thursday, as recently as last Thursday, the Chief Constable said that he wished to draw a line under this. So perhaps if we're so concerned about policing and the Chief Constable, we might want to take his advice.
Alan Chambers.
Minister, given that Justice Schofield decided that MJ in the former Chief Constable's dialogue relating to the Ormer Road incidents referred to Justice Minister, and the Ormer Road incident was the catalyst for the review of the Policing Board, is the Minister considering excusing herself from this process and the scoping of the review?
No, I am not, and for the simple reason that it was clarified at the Policing Board, though I accept not during your term of office, by the then Chief Constable, that it did not relate to me, and that I at no time engaged with him either to advise or pressure him on the actions that he took.
Mr. Chambers.
Thank you. Minister, do you not think that there's enough doubt to undermine the process, and for transparency you should do the right thing, as there is certainly a perceived conflict?
Minister.
To be clear, your colleague supported this in the policing board on his tenure there, who's now the health minister, and was content with the approach being taken. There is no doubt in my mind, Mr Speaker, I at no time have sought to influence the Chief Constable in terms of operational matters. In fact, I'm regularly castigated in this chamber when I refer to the tripartite arrangements and the fact that I can't encroach on operational matters. So no, I will not be recusing myself. There is no doubt in my mind, and I suggest you speak to your colleague, Mr Nesbitt, and perhaps he can remove any doubt in your mind.
Sir Kelly.
Well, good, Minister, I was going to ask you to outline, had you any engagement recently with the British Government on the Home Office scheme for additional security measures at places of worship? You did mention it earlier on, and I'm just worried I didn't pick it up right, because I thought you said that on the basis, you have spoken to me, but on the basis of the numbers of attacks on places of worship, some of which were ASB. I just wanted to clarify that you weren't able to pursue that, or is the Home Office which is in charge of this, or can something be done in the north?
We've got less than a minute, Minister.
There are a number of different strands, so perhaps it's best, given the restricted time, that I write to the member, but there is a security around mosques scheme that the government run, which is available to Northern Ireland. There's also the Community Safety Trust, which deals with synagogues. We don't have a scheme that is comparable to the one in England and Wales, because it only deals with those places of worship that are affected by hate crime, and only 4% of attacks on churches or other notable buildings in Northern Ireland are hate crime related. The majority of them are antisocial behaviour, but I'll pop it in writing to the member if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Minister, and that concludes questions to the Ministers for Justice. If members would take their ease whilst we change the top table before the next item.
Okay, members, consideration stage of the budget number 2 bill is now, and I call the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kiva Archibald, to move the bill.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. So no amendments have been selected for debate at consideration stage of the bill. So I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group the 10 clauses of the bill for the question on stand part, followed by 3 schedules and a long title. Clear as crystal, I'm sure. Yeah, I know. So there's been no objections, and the question is that clauses 1 to 10 stand part of the bill. So all those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, noes. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that schedules 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So that concludes this consideration stage of the budget number 2 bill, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. The next item of business is a motion on making the case for additional policing resources. Clerk, will you please read the motion?
that this Assembly supports the Chief Constable in his campaign to secure additional resources for the PSNI, notes with growing concern the serious pressures facing local and neighbourhood policing, crime investigations and rank-and-file officers as a result of chronic underfunding, highlights that the Chief Constable and his officers have a statutory responsibility to protect life and property, preserve law and order and prevent the commission of offences, deplores recent correspondence issued by the Department of Justice criticising the PSNI's efforts to secure extra funding from the UK Government, shares the Police Federation's view that this was an attempt to gag, embarrass and chastise the Chief Constable, calls on the Minister of Justice to apologise and further calls on the Minister to urgently recommit to reversing the decline in police funding and police officer numbers.
Thank you. I call on Keith Buchanan to move the motion. Thank you, Keith. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for debate. So Keith, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to open this debate today on the case for additional policing resources. The Democratic Unionist Party stands with the Chief Constable as he continues to powerfully make the case for additional resources for policing in Northern Ireland. In bringing this motion forward, my party and I understand the strain on the current PSNI budget and the need for a budgetary increase to ensure community safety and combat crime in all its forms. Each of us in our own constituencies are seeing growing pressure on neighbourhood policing, crime investigation and community PSNI officers. It is deeply troubling that the Justice Minister has endorsed attempts to undermine what was an entirely legitimate request for extra support from the Prime Minister. The role of the Chief Constable...
For forgiving way, can you just point me to where I endorsed any such attempt to gag anyone?
Okay, thank you, Minister. You can obviously respond in your opportunity. Did you support, and you can maybe feed back during your comments, did you support the letter from the Permanent Secretary to the Chief Constable? So
As I made very clear, it's not a letter that I would be cited on in the course of my duties.
Well, obviously the Minister can feed back later on if she's had time to reflect. Is she supportive of the letter that was writ? Whether she's seen the letter or not is irrelevant. Did she support the letter? The role of the Chief Constable, continue on, Madam Deputy Speaker, the role of the Chief Constable also includes being the accounting officer for the Police Service of Northern Ireland. In light of this, the Chief Constable was entitled to make approaches to the Prime Minister regarding financing of the PSNI. Funding of the PSNI involves the interests and responsibilities of not only our devolved government here in Stormont but also the Westminster Government. It is his role to ensure he has significant investment to increase police officer numbers and to allow him to ensure we have a visible, accessible, responsive and community-focused service. The PSNI have warned for some time of the pressures facing its finances as a result of years of underinvestment, but those warnings have been largely ignored by the Department of Justice and the UK Government. When compared to funding in England and Wales between 2010 and 2022, their budget has increased by 20%, yet the PSNI budget has gone down slightly. Over the same period, inflation was 36% and consequently the PSNI budget has decreased. At a meeting with the Northern Ireland Policing Board back in April 2024, the Chief Constable said, "My focus is now firmly fixed on securing an improved budget settlement for policing. For too long, officer and staff numbers have been allowed to decline along with the supporting infrastructure. Policing is at the heart of any functioning society and needs to be given adequate priority in funding decisions, both by the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Department of Justice." He also highlighted the following. Despite the Northern Ireland bloc growing, the police budget has fallen from 903 million to 892 million without any adjustment for purchasing power or inflation. Whether intentional or otherwise, the reality is that the priority of policing has been eroded, and this evidently comes at the cost to services. The Chief Constable should be commended, not just chastised, for his action to date. As well as the forthright approach he has taken to the challenges his organisation faces, John Boucher is well known and highly respected within UK policing and a strong relationship with ministers and officials in Whitehall. Why then should he be expected to hide his light under a bushel and not use every tool at his disposal to advocate for the best outcome for Northern Ireland? In recent weeks, I had the opportunity to complete a weekend ride along with local officers in Macrofelt This gave me an opportunity to understand firsthand the many issues facing our local officers. That started at 7:30, that trip round Macrofelt, and ended about 2:15 in the morning on a Saturday night stroke Sunday morning. Thankfully, and I say thankfully, there was very little action that night, but it was a great opportunity to have a one-to-one conversation with 2 officers for the entire night in the back of a police car, heavily flat-jacketed up, but it has to be done, and it was good to get an understanding what the PSNI face on a nightly basis, and I would recommend anybody to do it. The Chief Constable and indeed his predecessor have highlighted to the Policing Board stark warnings regarding the impacts of cuts on frontline policing in Northern Ireland across the political spectrum. Concerns have been well documented and recognised. We believe the Chief Constable was right to seek additional funding from the Prime Minister and the UK Treasurer, and this is not at odds with any position held by the Northern Ireland Executive. It is also crucial that the PSNI has the necessary resources to combat the ongoing threat from dissident Republicans who still seek to unleash terror in our community. A significant proportion of the police budget is made up of additional security agreed with the UK Government. The idea that it violates protocol or principle for the Chief Constable to advocate for the additional resources from the UK Government is therefore baffling. In fact, it would be remiss of him were he not to raise those issues at the highest levels of His Majesty's Government. I am sure we all agree that there has been a chronic underfunding of policing and public services in Northern Ireland, and this must be addressed. We will continue to press the Government to tackle these challenges and urge others to support, not undermine this crucial message. We hope that the Minister will reflect on the damage caused by her department's intervention in this case. There is an advantage that comes from this difficult situation. It seems to have sparked a more constructive engagement by the Minister with the PSNI on the Chief Constable's proposed recovery plan for rebuilding officer numbers. However, let us be clear, it should not have required public anger at the Minister and her department's attitude towards the Chief Constable and his attempt to secure the necessary funding. The PSNI have statutory obligations to protect life and property, maintain law and order, prevent crime and bring offenders to justice. The DUP will always side with the Chief Constable in efforts to uphold the rule of law and build safer communities across Northern Ireland. Last week in the House of Commons, our party leader Gavin Robertson urged the Prime Minister to provide a funding package to alleviate the current pressures on the PSNI. That is where the focus of this House should be. The amendments proposed by the SDLP and UUP are in keeping with the spirit of our motion. The focus on increasing additional security funding is especially relevant as this has plateaued in recent years and no longer reflects the challenges facing officers and our citizens from dissident Republicans and those gangs exert criminal control on many of our communities. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Keith. I call on Mark Durkin to move amendment number 1.
I rise this afternoon to propose amendment number 1, and I also welcome the opportunity.
Mark, just move. I just want to let you know that you have 10 minutes to propose your amendment and 5 minutes to wind. So if you want to continue where you started there, Plenary.
I rise again today to propose again amendment number 1, and I also welcome the opportunity for the Assembly to discuss and debate the hugely important issue of police resources. I must also declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board. Recent events have laid bare and made worse the dire budgetary situation that the PSNI finds itself in. For years, we've all been reading the reports, we've all been hearing, or maybe some of us have been choosing not to hear the warnings. But now we are all, everyone, is seeing and feeling the effects and impact of sustained underinvestment in policing. Now, whether it be to police racially motivated rioting in Belfast, or recreational rioting masquerading as republicanism in Derry, reinforcements have been required from elsewhere on these islands. Our police service has had to request assistance through mutual aid to restore and maintain order on our streets, to protect people and property. Our thoughts are with those officers injured during that disorder, and we wish them swift and full recoveries. And our thoughts are also with their colleagues, under-resourced, overstretched and at constant risk of attack, injury or even worse, as they do their job every day and every night to protect and serve the community. It's not only in highly trained public order crews where we don't have as many officers as we need. Successive deficit budgets have ensured that it's right across the service. We're seeing cuts to neighbourhood policing, making areas feel less safe. We're seeing cuts to traffic policing, making our roads less safe. Responses to calls are getting slower. Investigations are having to be prioritised against each other and are taking longer. This isn't just undermining the efforts of good police officers. It's undermining the community's confidence in policing. In some areas, that confidence has been hard won, and in other areas, including in my own constituency, we still have a long way to go to build confidence in the new beginning to policing, and that's going to be 100 times harder if we end up with a police service that can barely perform its basic functions because of budget shortfalls. In some areas, there remains antipathy and downright opposition towards policing, despite the progress that has been made. The hangover from historic issues, the legacy of some negative actions by the RUC during the conflict has not been shaken off. There are criminal paramilitary organisations only too happy to exploit this, and it's made much easier for them to do so if and when the police are not able to respond to ordinary, everyday calls about burglaries, antisocial behaviour and road traffic collisions. While the bleak budgetary landscape of the PSNI is often proffered as an explanation, sometimes it feels to people like more of an excuse and allows those with alternative, sometimes less than honourable motives to portray the police as uncaring and for them to try and assume the mantle of protectors of the community themselves. It's not just good people and victims of crime who will notice a reduced police presence and a reduced capacity to respond to calls. The bad guys will too. We cannot leave communities vulnerable and people prey to the coercive control of criminal organisations. Therefore, it's not just obvious, it's essential that we should be coming together, working together to support every effort and initiative to attract extra funding from whoever or wherever we might get it. Certainly.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that the Justice Minister's often touted commitment to respecting the operational independence of the Chief Constable by her department's public excoriation of the Chief Constable acting in accordance with that operational independence?
I thank the member for that intervention. I think the Justice Minister has addressed some of those issues, or attempted to address them, and will again later in today's debate, but I do understand where he's coming from. We understand and support the efforts of the Executive to extract further and fairer budget settlements from Whitehall. The holes in our budget, be they for policing, health, education or housing, didn't appear overnight, and we won't be found wanting in pushing the UK Government to fill those holes it's been leaving us with for years. But the Chief Constable obviously felt that the case he, and indeed his predecessor, had been making to the Executive for policing was either not being listened to or not landing. His decision and action to go straight to the Prime Minister was, I assume, born out of frustration and sheer desperation. And who better to outline the stark realities of the state of policing and the stark danger of not giving the PSNI not the funding it wants, but the funding that it needs to protect life and property, preserve law and order, and prevent the commission of offences. He should be supported, not silenced. As our amendment states, we disagree with the rebuke he received, its tone and its timing. And while the letter bore the signature of a senior civil servant, it's hard not to suspect, despite the Minister's very recent assurances, that it had the fingerprints of maybe more than one minister on it. Our amendment removes the call on the Justice Minister to apologise. It's not that we don't think that she does have some questions to answer, and in fairness to the Minister, she's answered some of them already, and I'm sure she'll answer more as the debate proceeds. But we aren't going to use this issue to score political points. It's far too important for that. This is something we should be united on, not divided on. Our focus should be on getting more resources, growing police numbers, and in working together with the Executive, the UK Government, the PSNI and the Policing Board to do so. We need to make good and go beyond the pledges in New Decade, New Approach and the promise of Patton, not only in terms of police numbers, but in terms of representativeness and effectiveness of the police service. There's a lot of work for us to get on with. Let's get on with it. Propose amendment.
I call on Alan Chambers to move amendment number 2. Thank you, Alan. So, likewise, you have 10 minutes to propose your amendment and 5 minutes to wind.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. In September 1999, Chris Patton delivered his report and recommendations around the future of policing in Northern Ireland. If he was to present a report on where policing is some 25 years later, would he be satisfied with the progress? And would he award an A-star grade for how his recommendations have been taken forward? I suspect not. He based his recommendations around numbers of police officers on an assumption that the peace gained by the Good Friday Agreement would become the norm, with the proviso that any upsurge in violence would lead to an increase in police numbers. There's no doubt our society has moved beyond the daily mayhem of indiscriminate bombing and the wanton murder that terrorist murders inflicted on all of our people. However, on occasions, live ammunition has still been fired towards police officers with no regard as to who may actually fall victim to these actions. Petrol bombs and bricks are still being thrown at our police officers, and many of these officers still feel the need to check onto their cars every morning for explosive devices planted by those who refuse to move on. Would Patton, 25 years on, feel that there is a surge in violence that might warrant an upward adjustment on his recommended police numbers? So what did Patton recommend in 1999? He envisaged a police service made up of 7,500 full-time officers, supported by 2,500 locally recruited part-time reservists, to police the post-peaceful situation that he hoped that the Good Friday Agreement would produce. But what is the current position in policing numbers? The Chief Constable reported last week to the Policing Board that the numbers stand at around 6,300, with just a handful of part-time reservists. Of that 6,300, he currently can only deploy 4,500 of these officers on the streets due to illness and injury. Chief Constable Boucher has a statutory duty to protect life, property, prevent crime and bring those who break the law before the courts. He is accountable to deliver and is judged by how effectively he does so. He needs more officers and to recruit and train new officers in numbers that outstrip the natural wastage of officer retirements. He needs more budget. So what did he do? He wrote to the Prime Minister directly, pleading for more resource and referenced the national security crisis for additional budget from the government to cover this situation. My party applauds him for taking this direct action and rejects any ham-fisted attempts to silence him. I was pleased to hear him informing the Policing Board last week in a very determined and robust manner that no one will stop him fighting for what he considers a just cause that is very much in the interests of the Northern Ireland public and of the service and officers that he commands. Our amendment today calls on the Minister to not just be a cheerleader for the police, but to do more to reverse the decline in police funding and police officer numbers. And I commend our amendment to the House. In doing so, my party pledges our continued full support for the Police Service of Northern Ireland and the efforts of the Chief Constable in highlighting what he needs to increase the level of service he wishes to deliver and what he considers all the people of Northern Ireland deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And I just want to inform the Assembly that the amendments are mutually exclusive. So if amendment number 1 is made and the question is made, so the question will not be put on amendment number 2. And all other speakers will have 5 minutes, and our next speaker is Jerry Kelly.
First, let me declare an address as I'm a sitting member of the Policing Board. I think it would be fair to state that the vast majority of members, if not all, would agree that there are unprecedented resource difficulties for the PSNI. A police service with a minimum need of 7,500 police officers, which is sitting at approximately 6,400 and losing 300 officers annually through retirement, is unsustainable and unacceptable. There are substantial gaps at all sections and levels of policing mentioned earlier. It is perhaps witnessed most readily in local areas where the number and visibility of neighbourhood and local police officers has diminished drastically. There is a recruitment plan to increase the numbers of officers over the next 3 years to 7,000, but of course this will require funding. The fact is that the North has been vastly underfunded. A decade and a half of Tory austerity has been a disaster for our public services. It has had a significant impact on our health and social care system, our education system, and of course policing, to name just a few. The current British government must change tack from their predecessors and probably invest in public services. The Finance Minister, Keith Archibald, supported by executive colleagues, has led efforts in calling on the British government for further investment in public services. The four-party executive and the Assembly have collectively called on the British government to address the underfunding of the North so that we can meet the needs of our people here. It's important that we continue to work together, constructively impressing the British government in that regard. In that context, I don't believe calling for a ministerial apology or accusations of gagging attempts by the Justice Minister are constructive, by the Justice Department are constructive. I was at the Policing Board meeting on Thursday, as a number of other members here were as well, and I listened carefully to the public session with the Chief Constable, which was being streamed live. John Bircher was forthright in his views, so let me quote some of his words in summary. He said, "In drawing a line onto the issue, I am delighted to announce that I and my team are working collectively and positively with the Minister, the Permanent Secretary and the Department of Justice, preparing a business case for the recovery of the PSNI police numbers." The Chief Constable went on to welcome and acknowledge the Justice Minister and Permanent Secretary's support in drawing up the recovery plan and his intention to work with them in that regard. There is no demand from the Chief Constable for an apology. Sinn Féin want to see proper funding for the recovery of police officer numbers, and we will continue to work constructively, collectively and positively with other parties in the Executive and the Assembly in calling on the British Government for proper investment in our public services. I would encourage perhaps the authors of the motion to do the same.
Thank you, Jerry. And I call on Stuart Dixon.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Northern Ireland has come a great distance since the Good Friday Agreement, and an integral part of that process has been the foundation structures put in place regarding our devolved governance, particularly our ability to determine and legislate for ourselves and determine our future. A signal step forward in that process was the devolution of policing and justice. We are all aware that these protocols are in place, no more sensitive and important than in policing. There are clear guidance and rules that departments and ministers must follow. For good reason, members of this House would be the first to criticise if they were breached. No one is more alert to these rules, or indeed sympathetic to the Chief Constable's concerns, than the Justice Minister herself, who has repeatedly raised these issues with the Executive colleagues, the Justice Committee, successive Secretaries of State and Prime Ministers. The systematic raiding of the DOJ's coffers, which in turn depletes the PSNI over the last 8 years, is the reason that this crisis is here. And other parties who have been in the executive over that time must take their share of responsibility for the current situation which justice and policing now finds itself in. Principal Deputy Speaker, the Chief Constable is of course free to speak with whomever he chooses. However, the mechanisms for allocating of funding and resources and accountability for them, and indeed for all arm's-length bodies, are clearly set out in the rules and guidance and cannot be circumvented. It is the executive that will ultimately decide and determine where additional resources are allocated, and for them it is a case of additional funding must be made. Successive permanent secretaries in the DOJ on more than one occasion have reminded this Chief Constable of those rules. The role of the accounting officer has been framed in the most recent letter as an attempt to chastise or gag the Chief Constable by one permanent secretary. But that is disingenuous, seeking to sensationalise the routine business of a department and, most importantly, the responsibility of an accounting officer. It's regrettable that in this correspondence, though sadly but not unsurprisingly, that it was leaked. So now it must become a theatrical performance being played out in public and in this chamber, rather than a genuine attempt to recognise the serious funding situation successive executives have put the DOJ and the PSNI in. I note that this motion frames the letter as an attempt to embarrass. The letter, Principal Deputy Speaker, was a private communication. The leaking of the letter was the attempt to embarrass and to score cheap political points. We all agree that the PSNI needs additional funding. The Minister herself has reiterated that fact on numerous occasions, not just in this House but also in her actions and her correspondence. The issue of money allocated to DOJ, which in turn funds the PSNI, has been continuously raised by the Minister, myself as Justice spokesperson and my party colleagues in this Assembly chamber. When debating the budget in April this year, Minister Long outlined the challenges the Justice Department has: our high prison population, our low police officer numbers, coupled with forecast of 30% increase in legal aid payments. When you make the comparison with other departments such as health and education, both of whom have had budgetary increases of 70% and 45% over the last 12 years respectively, and the DOJ budget has only increased by, and let this sink in, 3% in the same period, then you do have to conclude that those parties who absconded from the institutions of government bear the ultimate responsibility for the current situation that we find ourselves in today. Our current budget situation has been brought about by 14 years of Tory rule, stripping public services, including police, to the bare bone, coupled with progress, the gross failure of those parties who brought this place down on more than one occasion. Services and budgets do take time to rebuild, and the Chief Constable is well within his rights to ask for more to deliver. I know the Minister and her department are working with the Chief Constable and the PSNI in making the case for increased funding. Indeed, the Chief Constable has acknowledged as recently as last Thursday. I note that he has said that he wished to draw a line under the matter, and yet others in this chamber still want to make mischief. The Minister has continued to push the Executive and raised all of these issues to the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State. We will see what their budget produces and whether they will keep the promises. In conclusion, Principal Deputy Speaker, a more realistic focus for a motion might be to call on the Executive to support a plan for the PSNI recovery that I know the Minister of Justice is working on. It's regrettable that members have chosen to focus on political point scoring over practical solutions today.
Thank you, Stuart. And I call Cheryl Brownlee, please.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I just declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board? So I suppose this motion today is slightly ironic considering it is Emergency Services Day, a day where we're here to acknowledge and respect and honour the service of the PSNI, and we're here today addressing a matter of critical importance to the PSNI as they need these resources and the investment to keep our communities safe, and of course allow our police to police. Chief Constable John Boucher has made a strong and of course legitimate case for additional funding. This isn't about bureaucracy, it is purely about protecting people. Our police officers work tirelessly to safeguard our communities, and they need the tools and the support to do this effectively.
The DUP stands, of course, behind the Chief Constable in his leadership efforts during these very difficult times. It was, of course, very troubling that the Justice Department had supported efforts to undermine this request for more resources. At a time when the PSNI faces unprecedented pressures, unity is crucial. The Minister should reconsider her stance and restore public confidence by supporting the Chief Constable's call for this funding. Yep.
What she says with regards to what the Minister's responsibility is, but perhaps could she explain to the House what she believes her party's responsibility is in supporting the PSNI, which she says loudly and proudly in this chamber today? What action have her ministers taken inside the executive to deliver that funding for PSNI?
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. And of course, take that. Look, I think the DUP have made it very, very clear. We are underfunded. We need the resources. And that there is a point blank. We need that. We need the continual investment in our police services. And there is no doubt every member of our party wants to see that and wants to see us funded correctly and funded right, purely for the safety of our communities here in Northern Ireland. But of course, our police officers, for years the PSNI has warned about the impact of this chronic underfunding. But unfortunately, these warnings have been often ignored. This has resulted in less visible, less responsive policing here in Northern Ireland. And this situation is neither justifiable nor sustainable. And we need bold action from our leaders and this department to address all these challenges. Our police officers, injured in the line of duty or forced into ill health retirement, also deserve our full support. It is unacceptable that they face difficulties in receiving their injury and duty awards and retirement benefits they deserve. These brave individuals have sacrificed for our safety, and we must ensure they are treated with the respect and care. I, of course, welcome the recent announcement by the Chief Constable that a business case will be developed to recover policing in Northern Ireland. This is an important step forward, but more must be done. We must ensure that the PSNI is fully funded to tackle both everyday crime, antisocial behaviour, the ongoing threats, complex preventative work and, of course, engagement. The Chief Constable should be commended for his efforts in his leadership and efforts to secure the right resources needed for effective policing. His advocacy is not only appropriate, but necessary, and it is essential that we stand together in supporting the PSNI, ensuring that they have the financial firepower that they need. The chronic underfunding of policing and public services in Northern Ireland must be addressed. The DUP will continue to press the Government to tackle these challenges, and we urge others to support this crucial message.
Thank you. I call Nuala McAllister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and as a point of clarity, I also want to highlight that I too am a member of the Policing Board. I also welcome the opportunity to speak on this issue today. I don't think it's ironic given the day that's in it, because I think that we should be speaking about our emergency services and applauding them for the work that they do. So I do welcome the opportunity. This is the second time in days that we have had the chance to speak on this issue. Indeed, the Chief Constable, as has been pointed out by previous members, spoke at the Policing Board last Thursday around the importance of the issue and updated the board on the work being undertaken by the police in conjunction with the Department of Justice, and as highlighted by previous members, wish that the false narrative around relationships is just put to bed. As a member of the Policing Board who sits on the Resources Committee in particular, alongside many colleagues in the Chamber today, and in particular proposers of this motion, we have also heard from the PSNI finance team that the finances are sustainable and have been for some time, much like other public bodies. And I do respect that many of those meetings, in fact all of them, are in private session, and so it's not easy to hear everything that goes on behind those doors. But one thing that is said time and again is that it is not just the PSNI that are facing these difficulties, it is all public bodies, and the PSNI team recognise that themselves. However, that does not mean that they should not fight for the appropriate resources. However, the Department of Justice budget, as has been mentioned by many people, has not been adequately resourced for many years, and thanks to Fact Check NI, who have put out a public profile on the Department of Justice budget. Everyone can actually access it there to see the facts for themselves. That since 2011, with inflation, the NI block grant has grown by 52.3%. Compared to only 12.8% for the Department of Justice. So it receives less funding than it did a decade ago in real terms. But despite this, as the Minister mentioned in question time, the PSNI continue to receive a large chunk of the DOJ grant. And whilst other government departments have seen an increase, the DOJ has faced limitations that directly impact the PSNI's ability to protect and serve. However, these limitations aren't specific to the PSNI, and my Minister did outline in question time how if you cut from one, if you give to one, you must cut from another. And the policing is just one element of the justice system. We need to ensure that the entirety of our justice system is adequately resourced. But unlike the proposers of the motions or the amendments, we are aware of the legal obligations that are placed upon the counting officers of both the Department of Justice and the Chief Constable, but also reality of devolution. And let's face it, we know that this will not have been the only correspondence by the only Perm Secretary in the only department to have reminded of obligations. But it is important to work collectively. Let's face that, it is important to work collectively. And the Minister herself has said many times, both in many motions brought before this House and at question time, that we are not adequately resourced. But we also must recognise that there is no minister in here who would accept that whether it's the Education Authority, whether it is the Housing Executive, that those funding takes part separately from the Executive. They are funded through departments. That is the case, and that's why working together is so important. We do not buy the faux outrage today as a result of the leak of this letter. Because if we were to buy... Yeah, absolutely.
For giving way. The second member from the same party to reference this leaked letter. Is the member not aware that this letter went to more than the Chief Constable? Indeed, it went to the Chair of the Board, which is shared with every independent member and political member of the Board. It's nearly like one of those letters that went to Uncle Tom Cobley. So there's nothing about a leaked letter, and I think that's wrong to put that in the public domain, given that this letter went to more than the Chief Constable.
And the member's an extra minute.
Thank you. Thanks for your intervention. I do recognise that the letter was a reply all in the instance in which the Chief Constable initially wrote, and I would like to highlight that I don't believe media were on the reply all, but I can clarify that later, or perhaps the Minister can. But we know that the letter was leaked and the reasons why. But look, it made the DUP and the UUP, and certainly the SDLP, open up their eyes and have their listening ears on as to resources that the PSNI actually need. We in Alliance are fully aware of the financial context in which we find ourselves in. We know the block grant is inadequate. We know that the PSNI are not fully resourced, and our Minister has been saying time and again. However, when the Executive had more money to spend, it never sought to prioritise policing and justice. So do the DUP and the UUP regret this now? And to further put a point on, as a member of the Health Committee for Alliance, the hypocrisy of the UUP on this issue, because that hypocrisy permeates not just in bringing this amendment here today, but actually through the policy of the previous Minister and currently Minister. How many police hours are wasted when they sit in A&E with vulnerable patients because they cannot get access to mental health services? How many police calls are made by children's homes, parents or caregivers because social services have failed them? How many deaths due to alcohol or substance abuse do the police attend because the health service has let them down, because no UUP or DUP minister has prioritised this area? And how much time and resources spent by the PSNI on dealing with drugs in a vacuum, not by their own making? Another example of how health needs to work with the Department of Justice, but yet has failed to do so. We support the Justice Minister and we support the Chief Constable in their ongoing work to work together to ensure that the PSNI and the entirety of the justice system is fully resourced.
The member's time's up.
Thank you.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, being the Chief Constable of the PSNI has never been a position for the faint of heart, and this is especially the case at present, although not entirely for the traditional reasons. The service is beset by the perfect storm: poor morale, lowest numbers in its history, and an appalling and unsustainable financial position, with services repeatedly cut year on year. The harsh truth, which we have acknowledged but perhaps not actioned as much as we might, is that the PSNI has been facing unsustainable cuts for many years, and now we, not just they, but we, are at crisis point. Because if they can't do their jobs as a result of cuts at an unprecedented cumulative scale, it does not merely impact the organisation, it has consequences for our communities, our society, indeed the very safety of our citizens and our nation. Neither we nor our neighbours in the rest of the UK and the Republic of Ireland can afford for Northern Ireland to be the weak link in terms of national security or those crimes which cross borders, jurisdictions and county lines. The Chief Constable came before the Justice Committee earlier in the year, and he was very clear that the situation was unsustainable. He advised us that at that time the police were handling over 500 calls per month on behalf of the ambulance service, were in receipt of 42,000 calls per year around concern for well-being and safety, and that the PSNI has the highest sickness levels in the UK. This in the context of budget for policing in the Republic of Ireland increasing by 25%. The police are involved in much more than crime, which is also hugely increased in complexity. They are also increasingly engaged in safeguarding and public protection. And remember the financial context. Unlike any other police service in the UK, they are not permitted to hold reserves or borrow money and are expected to plan for the long term on a year-to-year budget. Everything has consequences. Even before this unprecedented crisis, the PSNI has been feeling the effects of the losses. It has tried to absorb as much of the cuts as it can, but now the services are starting to change and our constituents are noticing. Neighbourhood has been extensively cut, and prior to this, there was already a dearth of detectives, and I shouldn't have to spell out what that means. Northern Ireland is one of the top 3 safest places to live in the UK, but for how long if this continues? We've rehearsed in here numerous times that there are many in the justice system undertaking the roles of healthcare professionals in order to alleviate the pressures in that sector. There are many who should be receiving treatment rather than incarceration, and just how far are we from right person, right care? That's why the Committee for Justice plans to conduct a mini-inquiry into the extent to which the justice system is being used to alleviate pressures within healthcare. And so the Chief Constable is left in the unenviable position of trying to balance his legal and statutory obligations as accounting officer not to overspend and balance the books, along with his legal and statutory obligation to keep people safe. With the current budget, it's not possible to do both, and something has to give. It's not the first time in recent history that somebody in this role and situation has been reminded of these obligations, and to be careful. Which brings us to the infamous letter. I do not know John Boucher extremely well, but I have observed him sufficiently to know that this Chief Constable is a savvy political operator, not necessarily parochially in Northern Ireland, but rather across the UK. He knows well the protocols. He's an extremely experienced chief. Therefore, one can only assume and conclude that such is his concern and frustration that he raised the issues at the highest level of government and in the circles in which he mixes. Was it the right way to go about it? Perhaps not. But was it the right and necessary thing to do? Absolutely. What option does he have? Everybody here already knows the situation, and there's no tangible difference. So where else is he to go but straight to the top? The Prime Minister, as a former Human Rights Advisor to the Policing Board, should still be reasonably au fait with the PSNI and its issues. This is not the time for ego, protocol and procedure. It is absolutely the right time for collective voices, using every influence we have to get the monies we need to protect our citizens and deal with those who commit crime. Public safety in Northern Ireland should be the utmost priority for all concerned. What is it they say about desperate times calling for desperate measures? One could be forgiven for thinking that a few noses are out of joint because the Chief Constable has more and better connections and access than they do. As I said when this matter was first exposed, the financial situation for the PSNI is dire and the consequences severe for wider society and public safety. The Chief Constable would be remiss were he not to raise those issues at the highest level of His Majesty's Government. The letter may have come from the Permanent Secretary, but the question remains as to whether the Minister stands by it. Other than an assertion of dominance, what is to be achieved by a public admonishment of the Chief Constable? I'm well aware, in conclusion, that the PSNI already absorbs 65% of the departmental budget and that every part of the system is struggling and that the Minister genuinely has little room to manoeuvre. But there's all the more reason why collective voices taking the case to Treasury and the PM are essential and to be welcomed.
Thank you. So, as this is Peter Martin's first opportunity to speak as a private member, I just want to remind the House that it is convention that an inaugural speech is made without interruption. But Peter, if you choose to express views that would provoke an interruption, you're likely to forfeit this protection, so you're warned.
That sounds terrifying.
It is. It is. It's scary biscuits. Where you go.
My goodness. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I feel like you've just taken off my Kevlar, which perhaps has some relevance to what we're talking about today. It is my first speech. I want to start by thanking the Member of Parliament for North Down, Alex Eason, for my place on this bench. I would also like to wish Alex's wife Denise well as she recuperates in South Africa from fairly unexpected surgery. In all honesty, I don't consider this to be my seat until I win it at an election, and of course this will be up to the people of North Down. My constituents know from their past experience that I have a strong work ethic, and I've hopefully built up a reasonable reputation of being an on-the-ground councillor. I'd also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to my mum and dad for their constant support and their wisdom for the name that I got at birth. My father and grandfather were both named James Alphonsus Martin, so I narrowly body swear being called after Saint Alphonsus de Liguori, the patron saint of moral theologians. Thankfully, I simply got James. I would also like to thank my wife Melanie, who has had to endure the ups and downs of a political life for 14 years. Our 3 children, Lucy, Sam and Zach, if I don't get their names in when they watch this later, my life will not be worth living. They mean the world to me. Lucy at 13 is a political animal who can explain STV or DeHunt like anyone in this chamber. Sam at 11 is a skilled cricketer and rugby player. And our 3rd child, Zach, is best described by a t-shirt that he likes to wear, which simply reads, "Admit it, life would be more boring without me." It will not come as a shock to any in this chamber that I am a proud and unashamed unionist. But that solely in itself does not define me. I have personal faith in my Lord, who wants me to treat people with dignity and respect and compassion, regardless of their background or political allegiance. I care passionately about the children in this country, and it makes no difference to me whether they are from East or West Belfast. I am concerned about the vulnerable, those struggling to make ends meet at the end of the week, the elderly who feel increasingly isolated, and perhaps the most vulnerable in our society of all, the unborn child who has no voice whatsoever. Madam Deputy Speaker, just turning to the debate at hand, I've had a number of police officers contact me in the last week, and actually when this debate was then tabled, several more contacted me over the weekend. And they have highlighted to me the immense pressure the service is under, and this is from a range of different ranks, the additional hours that they are having to work, and the stress that this is putting on them and their family. And they have said to me that they have been appalled at what has unfolded this political debacle over the last number of weeks, which is a simple series of events. The Chief Constable writes directly to the Prime Minister, and we've talked about this afternoon already, for additional financial resources. And my colleague has said maybe that was not the procedural way to do things, but it certainly has engendered some debate and discussion about PSNI funding. This then prompted the Permanent Secretary in the Department of Justice to write a letter admonishing the Permanent Secretary, or if I chose to use the Police Federation's own words that represent the rank and file police officers that we've been talking about in this chamber, to gag and embarrass the Chief Constable. I don't know the man, I do not know the Chief Constable, but I suspect, what I've learnt of him over the last few weeks, that he is not easily gagged, and more power to him, because he has the welfare of the people who serve and protect all of us in this chamber and anyone who happens to be watching this live feed. I'm not going to talk about the macro issues of budget, or Mr. Dixon was talking about the accounting officer and accountable officer. The Minister was answering a question from me previously in question time about funding, and mentioned that, my goodness, if we got this money in the chamber, it would go to the executive. It wouldn't even go directly to the PSNI. Well, do you know what? That's probably true. However, Treasury could ring-fence that money, And the executive would have to take cognizance of that. I see the members shaking their head. The executive would have to take cognizance of Treasury's ring fencing of it. However, that's not really what concerns the police officers that I have spoken to. One said to me, well, if Justice actually got the money, would they send it back? Say the Chief Constable had been successful in getting this additional funding. What would Justice have done?
Peter, your time's up.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for your lenience as well and the Kevlar.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. So another Peter, it's Peter McReynolds, who's our next speaker. Okay, so I'm going to call Owen Tennyson then.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to make a number of observations about the debate that has taken place this afternoon, because this is an important issue, and police and justice funding is something that this party has been raising the alarm about for many years, if not beyond a decade. The first observation is the number of members who either have misunderstood or, more likely, willfully seem to misrepresent policies around managing public money and the role of an accounting officer, which is one of the very few roles that a permanent secretary has which sits outside of political direction and control. And in any organisation, a healthy tension between accounting officers is necessary to ensure good governance. So it will be custom and practice in every department with their arm's length bodies to have debates around management of public money and protocols and rules of engagement. And indeed, if a minister acts in a way which is counter to the policy set out in managing public money, it is the permanent secretary who will rebuke the minister. So the idea that this is a political issue, I think, fundamentally misrepresents the issue at hand. But more than that, I think it is dangerous. These protocols are in place. The roles of accounting officers exist in order to ensure good governance. And when we start to politicise those in a disingenuous way, I think that will erode not just trust in these institutions, but the ability in us to deliver that good government. And I would actually say this: that attitude explains the cavalier approach to cost controls and management of public money that we've seen from parties in this chamber in the past. But I think it's also important, Principal Deputy Speaker, that we reflect on how we got here, because the funding challenges did not emerge over the summer or fall from the sky. Some of us have been warning about them for years. We've had Westminster austerity mentioned, and that is correct. Public services have been underfunded by Westminster. But I will take no lectures on that from those who not only propped up the Conservative government, but championed some of their most destructive policies. Our public services have been starved due to Northern Ireland being funded below relative need. That is true. And it was this party in December who made the argument that the Fiscal Council's assessment did not adequately take account of policing and justice spend. When we reflect on why policing and justice has been squeezed since ring fencing end, because for the members' information, justice spend was ring fenced after devolution for 5 years. And since then, it's not the Alliance Party, but it was successive DUP and Sinn Féin-led executives who squeezed the justice budget against our warnings because we were a small party in the executive at that time. And you can't now come crying to this chamber about the inevitable consequences of your own actions. And to give credit where it's due, I think the current Finance Minister in the last budget did recognise the scarring impact that underinvestment in justice has had and sought to rectify that. And the Ulster Unionist Party railed against it and said that all of the additional money that became available in the last budget should go to health, in which case policing and justice would be in an even worse position. So let's get real about this, members. Politics is about choices, and it's about priorities, and it's about actions, not about words. So it's well and good to come to this chamber to decry a letter which has been sensationalised, to try and cover your own blushes when the situation that we're now in is entirely of your making. So I commend the Justice Minister for the work that she has been doing behind the scenes, and I wish her and the Chief Constable well in securing the additional resource that is needed for our police service, and I look forward to unanimous support from every party in this chamber when those bids come through monitoring rounds and in the next budget. Thank you.
So as this is Timothy Gosson's first opportunity to speak as a private member, I would remind the House that it is convention that an inaugural speech is made without interruption. However, if you choose to express views that would provoke an interruption, you are likely to forfeit this protection. I call Timothy Gosson.
Thank you. Certainly I want to take this opportunity in my maiden speech to highlight two seismic events that have taken place within my own constituency of North Antrim since the Assembly sat back in July. Our tourism pool has been greatly strengthened further after the hidden jewel of Grace Hill's Moravian settlement was awarded UNESCO World Heritage status, joining the Giant's Causeway and having been awarded this prestigious title. I want to pay tribute to Dr. David Johnson and the Grace Hill Trust, whose vision and years of dedication of work towards preserving and restoring this 1759 Moravian settlement has led to this historic award for the village. Moving on to my predecessor and the new Honourable Member for North Antrim, Mr Jim Allister MP. This is the dead end unionist who brought 54 years of the Paisley dynasty in North Antrim to an end. A man of principle who stood the test of time and has been dead right on his analysis of sinking sand Stormont is built upon and the dangers of the protocol. Whilst many in this chamber won't like to admit it publicly, Jim leaves this House a poor place. He will be missed for his attention to detail and the level of scrutiny he has brought to this chamber since first elected in 2011. Yes, this is a daunting vacancy to fill, but I do take refuge and rely on the verse, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, and that is where my faith will remain. Moving on to this motion before us today, the motion itself raises a number of important questions for the Justice Minister. Chief among them is why, when questioned by any member of this House about any aspect of the PSNI, the Minister decrees that is an operational matter and that the question should be directed to the Chief Constable. Yet when the Chief Constable takes the case for funding for the PSNI to the head of the UK Government, he is reprimanded by the most senior official in the Minister's department. Does the Minister agree with what her Permanent Secretary wrote? It's a simple yes or no answer that we're looking for. Before coming to this House, I served for 5 years on the local PCSP, and I know all too well the pressures the policing budget is under. I hear the frustration of many constituents who tell me they cannot get police officers when they need them. Likewise, I hear the frustration from PSNI officers who simply do not have the resources to deliver the service they want to be able to offer the public and that the public rightly demand. Throughout my time as a councillor, I've worked closely with the police on many issues and indeed frequently on rural crime, which is a blight and scourge on many of our communities. Mr Speaker, or should I say Principal Speaker, I would be failing in my duty as a public representative if I didn't take this opportunity to highlight the fact that there are a number of things which the PSNI does spend its money on which I believe are not prudent. I think, for example, of the LGBT network, which receives funding from the PSNI budget. Staggeringly, this network has been permitted to use the police internal email system to promote revision classes, notes and interview preparation for promotions, which are only available to officers who identify themselves as LGBT+. Unsurprisingly, when asked about this, the Equality Commission have reminded us that it is unlawful for any employer to discriminate against its employees on the grounds of sexual orientation. I welcome the fact that the PSNI found reverse gear on this issue, albeit only coming after or under pressure. Also, the PSNI need to be mindful that continuing to pander to certain groups is increasingly creating a crisis of confidence within the unionist loyalist community towards the police. I suspect there will be those within this House who won't want to hear it, but it is nonetheless true that it is inconceivable that a PSNI officer would fly a union flag or orange standard out the window of their squad car. Yet when this happened with the GIA flag, it was not only excused but positively welcomed by some within this chamber. A PSNI squad car cannot perform donuts in the road while using the siren inappropriately and waving a divisive flag out the window one day without undermining the authority of officers to pull over a young lad for simply carrying out driving offences the next. If you want, yes?
There is nothing divisive about an Armagh flag.
The member's own personal view, but
Members, an
certainly
extra
members
minute.
from the unionist community take a different take on that, Mr McNulty. We all want to see the chronic underfunding of the PSNI addressed, but I and my party also want to see the police putting to better use the current PSNI resources, as well as addressing the crisis in confidence that widely exists as a matter of urgency.
Okay, I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, we desperately need to invest in our health service, in our hospitals, in GP services, in mental health provision, in drug addiction and rehab services. We need to invest in schools to provide pupils with the best opportunities, improve the lives of so many young people affected by educational underachievement. We need to invest in our welfare system to overturn the 2-child tax limit and other cruel welfare reforms that have condemned so many to a life of poverty. We need to invest in public and community services across the board to provide people with a better standard of living. We need to invest in housing and to end homelessness. We need to invest in workers' wages, tax the rich, redistribute wealth, the vast wealth in our society, to eradicate poverty, social alienation and the destitution forced on so many by this government. Crime emerges, Deputy Speaker, from these social problems. Desperate want causes mental ill health. Poverty and inequality causes people to steal. Deprivation leads to violence. And is under crushing economic policies of Stormont and Westminster that sectarianism and the racist violence witnessed in recent weeks grows and festers as working class people turn on each other over the failures of the state. Lack of income, lack of access to housing and healthcare, lack of access to the basic necessities of life. These are the problems, Deputy Speaker, and we cannot police our way out of them. There are no prizes, Deputy Speaker, for guessing why executive parties seem more concerned about policing resources than fixing the problems from which crime grows. It is because the government feels it is easier and cheaper to police working class communities than to deal with the social ills that they face. In communities where 1 in 5 children live in poverty, it is easier for the PSNI to stop and search people, to intimidate, harass and police them, than it is for the government to grasp at why it has to be this way. Poverty, lack of opportunity, alienation and crime are not inevitable, Deputy Speaker. But throwing more resources at the police is definitely not the answer, and that's why I'll not be supporting the motion today. Because the problem goes much deeper. Because if we're talking about additional resources, we should ask what those resources are for and who exactly will be policed as a result. And if we look at the record of the PSNI, we will have our answer. This is a police force that is rife with misogyny, with one report citing widespread misconduct, including sexual predation, misogyny, domestic abuse and the use of misogyny in social media groups. The same PSNI Deputy Speaker has actively discriminated against black and ethnic minority communities which attempted to criminalise the Black Lives Matter movement. The same institutionally racist police force that reports migrants who are victims of crimes including domestic abuse to the Home Office. They refuse to act appropriately on racist violence, allowing far-right thugs to rampage in South Belfast, and then have the gall to tell us that loyalist paramilitaries under the guise of community leaders have a role to play in stopping racism. Amnesty International, Deputy Speaker, one of the world's leading human rights organisations, tell us that people from ethnic minority communities are almost twice as likely to be stopped and searched by the PSNI. Think about that for a second, twice as likely. In 2022, they reported that Irish travellers were the ethnic group most targeted for stop and search. In 2021, journalists at The Detail revealed that the PSNI stopped and searched twice as many Catholics as they did working class people from a Protestant background over a 5-year period. That's the two-tier policing worth talking about, which are throwing more money at the problem anyway. And not only do they risk the safety of young people through the use of child informants, they also continue the horrendous practice of strip searching children. Last year we heard that 27 children were strip searched in 2021. And for those who don't know what this entails, these children were arrested, asked to remove their clothes by the police, with just one being accompanied by an appropriate adult. What was found as a result of these blatant abuses of children's rights In 24 of 27 cases, nothing, zero, zilch. What? Well, oh yeah.
If the member's in trouble tonight and he rings 999, who does he ask for?
The member's an extra minute.
Well, it depends what the problem is, so the member needs to clarify that with this example. And really, when you talk about, and it's funny, like the member's party always talks about, protecting children, and often as a case to undermine RSE, but when it comes to stopping searching and harassing young people, not a word from his party, unsurprisingly, when it comes to police use of powers on young people. One search, as I continued, uncovered a mobile phone. Two, a small quantity of drugs. And when it comes to investigating the most serious of crimes, murder by the state and its paramilitary proxies, Deputy Speaker, the PSNI has been to the fore in denying families justice and covering up troubles related to crimes carried out by its predecessor organisation. I also note not vote, Deputy Speaker, on any motion that commits more resources to a force that continues to fire plastic bullets at working class children, be they on the Sandy Row, the Ormeau, the Falls or the Shankill. Again, nothing from the party next to me when it comes to protecting those children and those young people. The PSNI, Deputy Speaker, has serious problems, but resourcing is nowhere near the worst of them. A problem of misogyny, of racism, sectarianism, state violence, and of heavy policing of working class communities. And instead of committing more resources to the police, we should commit them to improving the lives of the oppressed people who find themselves in an inescapable cycle of crime, thanks to the policies of this executive and previous and current Westminster governments.
Okay, our next respondent to this debate will be the Minister for Justice. And Minister, just want to inform you that you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to be able to address these issues in the House today. As other members have mentioned, it is Emergency Services Day, or 999 Day as it's perhaps better known, and I want to begin by paying tribute to every officer and every member of police staff who work for the PSNI. From first responders, administrative staff, cleaners, call handlers, each person is playing a role in helping to keep our community safe. Policing is a difficult and challenging job. We rely on the PSNI to protect us from harm 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and they do so at considerable cost to themselves. It is therefore truly appalling that police officers whose job it is to keep people safe come under attack from rioters intent on inciting hatred and terrifying communities. Those people offer nothing to our community, and I condemn their actions unequivocally, and I'm disappointed that not all members would unanimously do so in the terms that I have set out. I would also like to take this opportunity to place on record my thanks to those officers involved in policing the riots and disorder for their bravery and resilience in doing so. 40 police officers were injured as a direct result of this disorder, some quite seriously, and I wish each of them a speedy recovery. It can never be acceptable that the police are subject to such violence, and we cannot become desensitised to the impact of it on individual officers and their families, on morale in the service and on the delivery of policing in our community. I also want to pay tribute to the Chief Constable for his strong leadership during this period, and to PPS and the judiciary and courts for their strong response. Members may be aware the additional unfunded costs incurred for policing the riots and disorder are in the region of £2.75 million and are in excess of normal policing operations. Given the level of pressures currently facing PSNI and the Department of Justice, these costs are not affordable within existing budgets. Similarly, the level of financial pressures at block level mean that the Executive is not in a position to provide the funding necessary to meet those additional costs. It was therefore agreed at a meeting of the Executive in August that the First and Deputy First Minister, the Minister of Finance and I are going to write jointly to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury and the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, seeking the additional funding to cover the PSNI's costs. That letter is now with TEO and DOF colleagues for clearance. However, the fundamental issue at the core of today's motion and debate is the chronic and long-term underfunding of the justice system, which I have been consistent in raising since first becoming Justice Minister in 2022, following on from previous Justice Ministers, including David Ford, who raised it as early as 2014. As a result, the PSNI is under-resourced and officers and staff are under extraordinary pressure due to falling numbers. While that pressure is significant even when things are calm, it is compounded when there is unrest, such as we witnessed over recent weeks, especially where that unrest is dispersed right across Northern Ireland. These levels of pressure on policing are unacceptable, and I welcome the work done by the Chief Constable, the Board and my officials to manage the challenge and address stabilisation, a project that we have been engaged in consistently from my return to office. As Justice Minister, the wording in the motion asks that I recommit to reversing the decline in police numbers and funding. It is a matter of record that I have consistently and robustly raised the issue of the underfunding of the entire justice system relative to other departments in the Assembly, with executive colleagues, with successive Secretaries of State and Prime Ministers, and in the media. I trust that by bringing this motion and the various amendments tabled, that I can now rely on all parties to commit to properly resourcing policing and justice going forward, because that has simply not been the case to date. While the total Northern Ireland block grant has increased by 52% in the last 13 years to 2024-25, DOJ has seen only a 13% growth in budget allocation. Both health and education have seen their budget allocations grow by just over 80% and 50% respectively over the same period. In real terms, the Department of Justice's 2024-25 budget is around £326 million, below where it should have been if it had simply kept pace with inflation. And credit to my officials who are being dragged through the mud here today. Because of them, had we had that uplift purely inflationary, we would be within budget every year, because we have no overspend, even taking in extraordinary expense because of their prudent management of the finances. The position the PSNI and the wider justice system are now in is as a direct result of budgets being continually squeezed over many years and disproportionately when compared to other departments. Put simply, neither I nor the Chief Constable can spend money we do not have. Similarly for the Executive. So more money for other departments inevitably means less for policing and justice. That's just simple mathematics. Northern Ireland has failed to keep pace with investment in policing and justice in comparison with elsewhere in the UK. The situation the PSNI finds itself in is a direct consequence of this. I've also raised the need for more investment with the Secretary of State and Prime Minister on a number of occasions, and I will continue to do so. Not only for Northern Ireland in general, but specifically for policing and justice, where I believe there is an inherent structural weakness at this point. The Finance Minister, in her engagement with Treasury, has been clear and robust in highlighting the need for further investment in public services across Northern Ireland, and she continues to advocate on behalf of Executive for the proper funding of our public services. I will support her in her efforts to address that historic imbalance in funding for justice and policing, as I will also support the First and Deputy First Minister in their endeavours to raise those issues. That we speak with one voice is perhaps the most important thing if we are to have any impact whatsoever when we are dealing with Treasury and Government. I want to be clear that it is not the case that we are choosing not to allocate additional funding to policing. That funding simply does not exist. In the recent urgent in-year financial exercise, my department reported total pressures of £275 million to the Department of Finance. This included £45 million for day-to-day stabilisation pressures, £2.75 million for additional unfunded policing costs following recent disorder, and £227 million for exceptional pressures relating to PSNI data breach, holiday pay and McLeod injury to feelings. Every effort has been made and continues to be made by my department to reduce the level of those pressures, but this has not been achieved without adversely impacting on the justice system. In the absence of additional funding being allocated to my department in the October monitoring round, extremely difficult decisions on prioritisation and service provision will continue to be required to manage these remaining pressures. Any further actions taken by my department to live within its budget, if implemented, will inevitably result in a slowing down of the justice system, including the work of my own department with respect to developing new policy and legislation. Compromising our ability to preserve life, protect the public and keep people safe. People need to understand that these are literally matters of life and death. This is not an academic exercise. The number of police officers we have, the amount of time that we can commit to the justice system and the amount of money and resource we have need to be taken seriously if people are genuinely concerned about the state of policing and justice. I fully appreciate the current resourcing pressures faced by the Chief Constable. Police numbers are now at a record low, and this is compounded by high levels of absenteeism, often due to sickness, stress, injury, long working hours and heavy overtime, and can be accompanied by significant numbers who also are on reduced duties. During the period when I was in Minister last, we worked with the Chief Constable and encouraged him to consider recruiting again in 2022. He chose not to do so, as is his choice. And we are now in a situation where we do need to engage in that recovery process. One of the priorities within New Decade New Approach was to increase officer numbers to 7,500. But no additional funding was provided to enable that in terms of being able to realise the whole figure. Indeed, we gained some additional funding which got us to 7,100, but because it wasn't baseline, that immediately fell away after that number had been achieved. So it isn't that efforts haven't been made, it's that they haven't been sustained. The figure of 7,500 officers is not a new one. It was noted as far back as the Pattern Review of Policing in 1999, though I would caution people. Because remember, there have been changes in operations with the PSNI. Every officer, as part of a transformation process, got a handheld digital device, so they wouldn't have to spend time going back to the PSNI headquarters. There has been all sorts of transformation that has gone on that should actually put us in a position where the same number of officers can achieve more. There is also an issue in terms of the upward trend in population that needs to be held against that, and so we need to bottom out what the actual figures are. However, it is an academic exercise at this point, because we are so low now that to get anywhere near a figure that would be controversial will take us at least this mandate. And so what the Chief Constable and I have agreed is to put a pin in what the ideal figure should be, work on that in conjunction with officials to be able to bottom that out, but focus on how we build recovery into the system right now. To put it into perspective, as of September 2024, the current service headcount is 6,355 police officers. Police officer numbers are historically low, and without additional funding it will not be possible for the PSNI to recover and grow, as I would hope all of us in this House would wish. My officials are continuing to work closely and constructively with the Chief Constable and his team to build a robust case for the funding required to stabilise policing in the immediate term and develop a compelling business case to increase police numbers over the course of the next 3 years. Once that work has been completed, I will then make the case to the Executive for additional funding for this purpose, but it will be the Executive who decide whether or not that business case is funded. And it would require a change in legislation and a significant change in practice, where we simply to accept the ring-fenced funding, as some have suggested, and hypothecation directly from Westminster, because it would entirely tie our hands and make us prioritise exactly those issues prioritised by the Westminster Government and leave us no margin of appreciation in our own decision-making. Decisions on funding allocations are made by the Executive, and I would gently remind the UUP and the DUP that you're both members of that Executive. The DUP in particular have considerable influence over decisions that are made in that Executive. Use that influence where it matters. While we're working closely with the Chief Constable to stabilise and grow officer numbers, I'm also acutely aware of the necessity of providing an appropriate pay settlement for serving police officers, and I'm actively considering the recommendations of the PRRB. I'm on record as saying it is my desire to implement those in full. However, we are currently focused on making that case as strongly as possible to the Department of Finance. However, I have recognised that the incremental pay award for police officers is contractual and therefore an inescapable pressure, and on my return to office this year instructed officials to proceed on that basis rather than await the consolidated pay award decision. That means that officers will have that money in their pocket. There is ongoing collaborative work between DOJ officials and PSNI colleagues on the pay remit documentation to secure approval of that incremental element, which was commissioned on the 31st of July. Pleased to confirm to the House that that was approved on Friday. The PSNI were advised and hopefully now can get that money into people's pockets. Counting Officer letter, of course, has drawn some attention, and it is regrettable and disappointing the private correspondence continues to be sensationalised and to distract from the constructive working relationships. It's interesting it had the same CC list as the Chief Constable's letter, but it didn't trigger a round of debate and media circus around how desperate the police were for numbers. It's only when there's a criticism of the department that anybody in this chamber seemed to wake up to the fact there was a problem. The Permanent Secretary in any department is the principal Principal Accounting Officer for that department. It carries with it responsibility for ensuring the regularity and propriety of departmental expenditure, for promoting value for money and for ensuring there are robust systems of corporate governance and financial control within the department, including living within budgetary controls set by the Assembly. Under devolution, again, it is for the Assembly and Executive to make those decisions. Money from the block grant is unhypothecated, and we need to be aware of that. The role of my department in distributing his budget is to allocate the PSNI budget having regard to their request for resources and the overall financial envelope allocated. Outside routine budget setting, monitoring and allocation processes, we are commissioning and supporting the development of bids in response to opportunities for additional funding as and when they arise, including for the security element of funding. As a locally elected representative, I am committed and determined to deliver better outcomes for the people I serve and the community in which we all live. As Justice Minister, I have ensured the vital work of policing and justice has been properly reflected in the programme for government and in making progress in regard to the revised Environmental Alliance, police pay and numbers by working closely with the Chief Constable, his staff and the board. However, I cannot deliver this in isolation. This is not about pitting the PSNI against the department against the executive, or even the executive against Westminster. It is in our collective interests that we have a stable, sustainable and effective police service, and my focus as Minister is on ensuring that we all continue to work together effectively to deliver that for our community. Policing in Northern Ireland has my full support, and I will continue to work with the Chief Constable, the Policing Board and my executive colleagues to ensure that the PSNI is adequately resourced for the challenges it faces, and I look forward to the support of members in this House who have taken such an interest at this time, continuing to support that work in the future days.
Thank you. I call Doug Beattie to wind on Amendment 2, and just to advise you, Doug, that you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Policing is a complex, increasingly complex issue, and we're asking more and more of our police force every year with less and less. I think this has been a good debate. I think it's been a robust debate. I think it's right to have a robust debate. It certainly wasn't theatre. I disagree with the Minister. I don't think anybody's been dragged through the mud on this, but I'll agree with her in saying that it is a life and death issue. But it is good to have these debates, and I thank the Chief Constable for raising the issue, because that is what has brought us to where we are now. And winding on our amendment, I would like to raise 3 issues. Firstly, funding and resourcing of the police is not an operational matter. It's a strategic issue. Strategic, and that's important. Failure to understand the difference between strategic and operational is where we have a problem. Nobody is arguing that the Minister or politicians should be involved in the day-to-day running of the police, tasking, routine, logistics or cooperation with other departments' forces. That's the operational level, where the policing board should help the Chief Constable in an oversight and challenge function. However, ensuring the police has enough funding to resource and to be allowed to plan for long-term outcomes, to ensure it has the right workforce levels to achieve those high-level initiatives, is a strategic level. This Assembly is right to scrutinise. It's important that we scrutinise. It's important that we scrutinise the Minister, and I thank the Minister for coming here to answer this debate today. And it's right for the Minister to stand up in this chamber and fight for her police force. I would like to see more of that, if I'm honest. Secondly, is the Chief Constable right to reach out to the Prime Minister's office for further funding? Yes, of course he is. If he can add value by reaching out to the Prime Minister's office, then he should do it. Chief Constables right across the United Kingdom have the ability to reach into the Prime Minister's office, indeed inform policy through the National Police Chiefs Council. Although the PSNI is not a full member of the Police Chief Council, they certainly contribute to it. And they speak to the Prime Minister's office all the time. So instead of castigating a letter which was sent to the Prime Minister in order to raise a profile, raise an agenda and try and secure funding, we should be welcoming the Chief Constable's initiative to do so. He's standing up for his force. He's standing up for his rank and file officers. And there's not one voice that I've heard in here that hasn't done similar today. So I think he is right in doing so. Thirdly, it's the question of where does the extra cash come from? And it's an important and it's a fair question as well. We voted against the budget because the budget is not unworkable. It's just unworkable. Simple as that. And I was staggered to find out that the Minister hadn't engaged with our Chief Constable to say this is the likely outcome of a budget before she agreed it. There's your fundamental problem, of course.
That is factually inaccurate. I engaged with all of the arm's length bodies in my department and made clear that there were likely to be significant financial pressures facing them before I signed off on the budget. But had I not signed off on the budget, or had we supported the only call that came from the Ulster Unionists, which was to strip funding away from every other department and put it into the Department of Health, they'd be in an even more parlous situation.
The member's an extra minute.
Thank you. Well, that's on record that you said that you'd engaged with the Chief Constable, and that's okay. I have been told something different. But on saying that, our amendment lays out where this extra cash could come from. It's heckling. Our amendment lays out where this extra cash comes from. We have a serious and credible national security threat within the United Kingdom, and that is magnified in Northern Ireland. We have Republican terrorists, loyalist paramilitaries, organised crime gangs. We have the far right and the far left. And we have the only open border to the EU, which means we are at risk of wider global terrorism. Sorry, I haven't got time. To that end, a case can be made direct to the Prime Minister's office and to the Home Office for more funding to help with national security operations. We simply can't allow our police service to dwindle any more than it has already. 4,500 operational officers who we could put on the streets is absolutely pitiful. 700 or 800, maybe more, who are on short-term and long-term sick. Policing is a contact sport. That's the reality of it. So they need resilience. Patton did say 7,500. It did say 2,500 reserves. Yes, technology means we could reduce this, but we're not anywhere close. This should be, and is, I think, a wake-up call for us to understand the nature of what is happening with our police service, and we should all rightly support them now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on Colin McGrath to wind on amendment number 1. And Colin, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And in bringing today's amendment forward, it was the hope and the intention of the SDLP to try and provide a bit of space for slightly cooler heads to prevail and to be able to demonstrate to the public at large, and particularly to the PSNI, that we collectively in here support the work that they do. It has to be a priority for us to have a police service that is fit for purpose, which has our full support, and given the many challenges that it has faced in recent times. And I do think that some of the comments that have been used in the debate today may be people's interpretations rather than necessarily being fully fact-based. And I do think that the break of the summer recess has not given us the opportunity to address those matters a little bit quicker, which may have taken some of the heat out of the issues as well. But I do again reiterate that we should take the opportunity in this debate to show our collective support for the police, for those officers who work in some of the most difficult situations with resources that are stretched beyond imagination. And of course, I say that we did have that opportunity today, but what we do have, and I'll take the opposition opportunity for one quick dig, is that we have a four-party executive, and in that four-party executive we have one party criticising another, another party that is amending that criticism, one that is not supporting any of the criticisms, and a fourth that is having to defend itself to everybody. And we're only a few hours after the presentation of the programme for government, where we're told that you all work together greatly. So, delighted to.
Could I thank the opposition on this occasion for its constructive approach?
I'm going to frame that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Colin, you have an extra minute.
As far back as... Yes, go on.
To point out the four-party executive, and sometimes there is a split between them. Of course, it may be against protocol as well, and I wouldn't want you to be rebuked for this, but maybe there's an opportunity for yourselves in terms of being the sister party of Labour to actually raise the finances as well separately.
Something that we will do on a regular basis, to use any influence we can to get additional funding here to be able to support our public services, because I don't think we can take any more money off our public services. They're as strained as it can be, and we have to do all that we can to try and support the public sector in the work that they do. But as I was saying, as far back as 1999, the Patent Report told us that we needed a police service complement of 7,500. And we know that at the start of this month that there were only 6,298 officers, which is that reduction of 436. Where we see that cutback coming most is in the community policing. I think it's difficult to see that, because that is often the public face of policing. It's the opportunity that the public have to engage with officers that they see on a regular basis, that they build up the relationship with the community, and it takes an opportunity to try and break down some of the barriers that there may have been in the past between policing and some communities. And what it actually does is, if we're just left with response officers, or by and large response officers, we take and shift the focus from proactive community policing to reactive policing. And like everyone else in this place, I did watch the storm that brewed over the summer, and in all honesty, I can't fathom maybe why the Chief Constable wasn't allowed to say and do what he did. Did he write an open letter to the newspapers? No. Did he go on to any of our media broadcasters to shine a spotlight on the problem? No. What he did was he wrote to the Prime Minister to see if there was an opportunity for some additional funding for the work that he did. And of course, if we think of some of the other public bodies that we have, and this has been referenced, the Housing Executive, I know that we've heard from there that there's not enough money for what they do. I think just about every Trust Chief Executive has been on the airwaves to say that they don't have the funding for the work that they do. I think every head teacher has been public in saying that they do not have the funding to do the work that they do. And I think in this instance, this was another head of a public organisation saying that they needed to get some more money to be able to do the work that they do. This debate included in there somewhere, and I think it was there whenever I reflect around all of the conversations, agreement that we all support policing, that we want to see adequate policing here, and that what is important is that we should be supporting that today collectively. I believe that our amendment was to cool things. I think that it was constructive opposition, and I hope on that basis that we might receive cross-party support for it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Colin. I call on Trevor Clark to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And just to advise you, Trevor, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I thank everyone who took part in the debate today? And I think it has been well-mannered and reasonable in terms of everyone's, well, almost everyone's contributions. I'll give maybe a summary just in terms of what some people said, and I think there's a genuine theme there. Kicking off the debate today was my party colleague from Mid-Ulster, and he talks about the concerns within policing and the necessity in terms of a fair and equitable budget. And I think no one, indeed even the Minister, will not disagree with that. But I suppose the thrust of the motion is about how we have got here. So I suppose actually whenever John Boucher wrote the said letter, he probably didn't realise that it was going to get as much attention as this. But it's been a useful debate today to actually thrash that out and keep it in people's minds about the importance and the necessity to have a properly funded police. And I appreciate what the Minister has said, that she has tried to do that and maybe doesn't always get the support. But I suppose for us, it's about how it looks in terms of the rebuking of the letter from the Department of Justice. Followed on then with the member from Foyle, who talked about, he also understand about the need for that fairer budget and a balanced budget, and I think, again, no one would disagree with that. North Down member, Mr Chambers, reminded us about Patton and way back then in terms of the numbers. And indeed, that conversation has continued right up into New Decade, New Approach in terms of the numbers. But of course, many people rushed back here without being adequately funded directly after New Decade, New Approach. There was the two governments at the time decided on the number of policing we should have. Of course, they didn't adequately fund that, but many people were mad to get back here and seen ways of fixing that, but nothing has changed in relation to that. Followed on then from a member from North Belfast, and he reminds us again of the numbers. He reminds us of obviously the need to how we address that. But he did make reference in terms of how many of us seen the gagging attempt from the department on the Chief Constable. And I think, given the Chief Constable, and I think it's been referenced already today, about the contacts that he has and how he will use them, and I think for me that's useful. I think regardless of who you are, and I mean I accept that the Minister has made her calls in the executive, and I take that in face value in what she said, and I respect that. However, there's occasions when other people know other people, and I think we should never waste that opportunity on trying to bring these things to a conclusion. The member for East Antrim, Mr Dixon, well, dare I say, was very defensive of the Minister as usual, and I'll maybe just park that one there. Followed then from my colleague from East Antrim, my other colleague from East Antrim, and she talked about, she actually mentioned today in terms of the importance and the significance of today about the emergency services, and indeed the Minister in her contribution acknowledged that as well. And I think sometimes we do forget about the role that all of the emergency services play and about what they do in serving our communities. Sorry, I just lost my place here. Then the member for North Belfast, my colleague within the Policing Board, again, defensive of the Minister and reminded us of our obligations. Of course, the letter reminded Mr Boucher of his obligations, and that's what got us here. Sometimes we need to be careful in the language and about how we rebuke people and how we explain things. I think we're all of appreciation about the difficulties of policing, but I think sometimes it's the language we choose to use can cause the difficulties. Then with my colleague from East Belfast, with Joanne Bunting, talked about this unsustainable cuts. No one disagrees with that, bar one in the corner, but at least said about that the better. The Chief Constable, in terms of his approach, has been different, but I mean, the Chief Constable is in position now for almost 12 months. We've all been aware of these issues for 12 months, and it's interesting now, it's only got to this stage that we're actually getting a plan together to try and address that funding, which is concerning that it's taken so long. I will, yes.
As you do sit on the Resources Committee, and there has been many times over the past 12 months where there has been recognition, both on my part and your part, that actually more work was needed within the PSNI itself. Do you take back those comments in which you recognise that there was still more work that was required to be done regarding the PSNI finances and any business case coming forward to the department?
Well, as you have said earlier, I suppose those are private means and I don't want to say too much. You're right in terms of how the Policing Board has approached that. But of course, maybe a letter about the business case would have been more prudent than a rebuked letter of the Chief Constable when he used an opportunity to use his offices, and actually not only did he write to the Prime Minister, he actually publicly met the Prime Minister. Then can I come to my colleague from North Down in his maiden speech, and can I commend him for that? Can I also thank his mother and father as well, because I'm very glad they didn't give him that other name for I couldn't pronounce it. Can I thank his reference to his children, and he told us all about what their interest was. But if we actually look at the Prime Minister of today, maybe some of them should consider being a toolmaker, because it seems to be the matter of the day in terms of the Labour Party, and he reminds us of that quite frequently. The member for Upper Bann, again, actually very disappointing in terms of what the member for Upper Bann, because it was nearly giving us all a lecture in terms of how public finances work. We're all very aware about the public finances, but whenever dire circumstances require dire responses, and I mean, no one underestimates what your Minister has done in relation to trying to address the underfunding within policing. But clearly, within the executive and the constrained finances they have, it hasn't worked. And again, I thank the current Chief Constable for making that call, because it has brought this to debate to where it's at today. It has also concentrated minds in terms of whether he or others have missed an opportunity about how they've approached this. Now at least they have. Yes, I will give it.
I thank the member for giving way. I think what the member is effectively saying that this saga has been a wake-up call, and it has. But it's only been a wake-up call to those of you who've been asleep at the wheel, and I will make no apologies for reminding you of that.
So I will make no apology coming straight back at you. Of course, it was this party, and this was the only party that actually made the call to the British government for additional funding. Many of you wanted to come back here much sooner with no additional resources. I can see you shaking your heads, but this was the only party that said, and indeed, we wanted more than what we got, and many of you said, no, let's get back in there, we can fight from inside, and we'll get sustainable government from there. And clearly that didn't work, so I make no apology in reminding the member of that. Look, members, it's been a good-hearted debate. The crux of the matter here is that, and I mean I've heard it right across the chamber, that we will support the calls for the Chief Constable and getting him the support he requires. The difficulty that many of them work under, and I mean actually the member for Upper Bann, Mr Beattie, had referred to the number as low now of 4,500 active police officers, given the pressures that many of them are working on, so many of them off sick, injuries on duty. All of those things add to real pressures. It's an awful situation when the Chief Constable had to call on mutual aid to come from Scotland to help in that period a few weeks ago, to give officers some time to recharge the batteries and back out there. But one of the things we always forget whenever we see the police officers under so much pressure, they've also all got families at home who are worried when they're doing a normal job. But on this occasion, whenever they're working round the clock, long shift, day after day, we're burning these people out, and the only way to address this is to get adequate funding. And for those reasons, and those reasons alone, I will never apologise. I would never apologise to the Chief Constable for his efforts to try and make sure that policing is adequately supported. But I look forward to seeing who supports this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I put the question on amendment number 1, I just want to remind us again that if amendment number 1 is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. So the question is that the amendment number 1, standing in the names of Mark Durkin and Colin McGrath, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, I also want to remind members that in accordance, so I've received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10 in brackets 3A. So, Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday the 9th of September 2024 be extended to no later than 8 p.m.
I call on Sinead Ennis to move the amendment on behalf of the Business Committee. Moved. Okay, the question is that the motion standing in the name of Sinead Ennis be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, will you take your ease, please?
Okay, members, order. The next item of business is a motion on the replacement of EU funding for community and voluntary sector organisations. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly acknowledges the positive impact that the European Regional Development Fund and the European Social Fund have had on our society. Notes British Government failure to deliver on the commitment to fully replace EU funding after Brexit. Further notes that the previous British Government's Shared Prosperity Fund does not constitute the full replacement of EU funding. Recognises the uncertainty for community and voluntary sector organisations regarding the continuation of the Shared Prosperity Fund post-2025 and calls on the current British Government to fulfil its promise to replace EU funding in full and to provide certainty for community and voluntary sector organisations beyond March 2025.
Thank you, and I call on Colin Gildernew to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
The folly of Brexit is playing out across all our communities here in the north. The loss of funding such as the European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund is impacting vital services across our community and voluntary sector, causing uncertainty in services that are often most needed by the most vulnerable groups right across our society. Sinn Féin opposed Brexit as we understood the importance of continued European Union support for our community and voluntary sector, for peace building, for our agriculture and our economic development. The British Government has to date failed to live up to its commitment to replace European funding in its entirety. This failure to replace funding has placed many groups in a very precarious position and has caused uncertainty about their long-term sustainability and their ability to provide the services so badly needed. The Shared Prosperity Fund of £127 million over 3 years represents a shortfall of approximately £23 million per year for programmes that work to combat poverty and increase social cohesion, reduce economic inactivity, and to increase the skills base that is so important to our economy. Services provided by the voluntary and community sector are of particular importance to our rural communities. For example, community transport is a vital service which connects many isolated people to essential amenities. NICFA have reported that of 216,000 journeys taken in 2016 on community transport, 46% of those journeys were for health-related matters and transporting patients to hospital appointments when other means of transport were simply not available. I can also cite the important work of groups in my own constituency, such as First Steps Women's Centre in Dungannon, who provide much needed support and actually hosted the Committee for Communities out there to see at first hand the support they provide to women, in particular in the South Tyrone area, in education, in terms of skills, in terms of child support, language development and so many other important ways. And I would actually flag to members that First Steps Women's Centre will be presenting here in the form of a human library on the 8th of October, and I'd encourage MLAs to take that opportunity to meet them. Members, voluntary community and social enterprise organisations employ approximately 53,600 people across the north in the provision of mental health services, disability services, autism services, projects dedicated to the alleviation of poverty, helping the homeless and those who struggle with addiction, assisting with employment skills development and assisting women to enter the workforce. Between 2014 and 2020, the ESF programme supported over 77,000 people into employment. The impact of the loss of £23 million per year is being felt by groups such as the Women's Network in East Belfast, who have already had their funding cut from 8% to 3.7% and face yet another cliff edge as March 2025 approaches. The Shared Prosperity Fund, administered from the distance of Westminster, is also problematic and should rather be delivered through our own executive and departments, which have a much clearer understanding of where the money is best spent to deliver the best outcomes across our communities.
Local projects that provide local services to vulnerable people, create jobs and provide opportunities for young people are far better understood by local representatives and local organisations who understand the specific needs of their own clients and communities. The Sinn Féin Minister of Finance, Keith Archibald, continues to lobby the British Government on funding guarantees beyond March 2025, and I'm sure members will be keen to hear on progress in relation to that. Sinn Féin MPs have supported NICFA in their calls for assurance from the British Government for the continuation of vital funding for the community and voluntary sector through the Shared Prosperity Fund. Just last week, John Finucane and Paul Maskey were in Westminster meeting with Government Minister Alex Norris to urge him to provide clarity around funding for the community and voluntary organisations that we all know, members, are the backbone of our communities, providing transformational services for young people, workers and families. There is no guarantee that the Labour Government will continue with Shared Prosperity in its current form. Regardless of that, what we need is for community groups reliant on this funding to have that clarity on funding as soon as possible, and that they are given a guarantee that this funding will continue beyond 2025. I would ask members to support the motion.
Thank you. And I call Diane Forsyth to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind on the amendment. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Diane Forsyth, go ahead.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this motion bringing to the floor the critical issue of the funding of the voluntary and community sector in Northern Ireland, and I thank the members for the opportunity to speak to this. And importantly, as Chair of the All-Party Group on Voluntary and Community Sector, I welcome this opportunity to formally recognise once again the value of the sector on the floor of this Assembly today. Their contribution to the delivery of positive outcomes across society in Northern Ireland is critical to every single government department in delivering their public services, delivering at the heart of local communities in every constituency, urban and especially in rural constituencies like my own of South Down. And they deserve clarity on the sustainability of their funding. The DUP believes the UK Government has a responsibility to provide clarity on the future of this funding without delay. It is appalling that community and voluntary organisations doing essential work have been left in such an uncertain position, and the cliff edge of March 2025 must be removed. With organisations sadly preparing to put staff on to 3 months' notice, the decision-making cliff edge is even closer. We need clarity before December of this year. This is urgent. Staff in this sector are skilled and valued and deserve clarity. As a society, we cannot afford our services to collapse as we get closer to this cliff edge. We want to see previous spending power under the EU structural funds replicated and enhanced. The UK always paid in more to the EU than what it received back under structural funding. There can be no excuse for any shortfall in funding now. The DUP does not accept that this was in some way inevitable as a result of our exit from the EU. Previous governments ultimately made promises that they have not honoured. We are also of the view that long-term, multi-annual budgeting for replacement EU funds should be a priority for what comes next. When in the Department for Economy, the DUP secured funding to ensure projects benefiting from the European Social Fund were extended to March 2023. However, we need the support of the Government to go beyond the temporary fixes. Sinn Féin's motion today focuses primarily on the quantum of the funding provided under the Shared Prosperity Fund. The size of the pot is, of course, extremely important. However, it is also critical that the priorities of future programmes better reflect the needs and circumstances of communities in Northern Ireland. Local projects have been hit with a double whammy because not only are we receiving less than what we ought to be, the reduced funding that is coming is not being directed in the right way to meet local needs. Over the course of the past 2 years, we repeatedly sought clarity on when shared prosperity funding would be available, how it would be administered, and the degree of input afforded to local ministers. It is clear that on all of these fronts, The engagement of previous government was severely lacking, and we want to see that remedied in future Northern Ireland investment plans going forward. We have always been clear that the aims and funding objectives of the Shared Prosperity Fund must align with the Executive's agreed plans for economic growth and social inclusion. We cannot be in a situation again where funding coming from the UK Government duplicates aims already covered by an executive programme, or where Northern Ireland's unique circumstances are not reflected in the development or administration of this funding. Equally, the DUP does not believe that providing a more meaningful role for the devolved administrations in deciding how and where this funding is targeted needs to be at the expense of retaining a national approach to providing greater economic and social cohesion between different parts of the United Kingdom. Given the tough decisions that will need to be taken by executive ministers in the coming weeks and months, we, on balance, do not believe it would be prudent nor conducive to providing greater certainty to the community and voluntary sector to add to the challenges facing our departments by devolving responsibility for these schemes solely to local ministers. It should be noted that even under the framework of the previous EU structural funds, there was a role of the UK Government working in conjunction with the devolved administrations. That should be the blueprint going forward. Locally, there is a need to enhance work with local projects to ensure that they are able to effectively compete for funding going forward. As a consultation on the programme for government was brought to this chamber today, it is timely that the critical nature of funding the voluntary and community sector has been raised on this same day, as these organisations play an incredibly valuable role here within that. We support the call for the UK Government to honour their funding promises, provide clarity on the future of this funding without delay, and our amendment adds the call for the UK Government working in conjunction with the devolved administrations to deliver on meaningful local projects adding value in our communities. I commend the amendment to the House.
And thank you for proposing that amendment. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and there is no doubt our community and voluntary sector offers invaluable support to our society, helping to tackle economic, social and environmental challenges and often plugging gaps where government provision has fallen short. And yet, be it through the cuts imposed through the Secretary of State's punishment budget during the absence of this Assembly and Executive, or through their funding being cast aside as collateral in the reckless and ideological pursuit of Brexit, these organisations have been treated shamefully by politicians in recent years. At the end of 2022, I was contacted by Appleby Trust, an organisation in my constituency which offers vital supported employment opportunities for people with disabilities and which benefited from the European Social Fund. That work is not just a nice added extra, but absolutely essential to promote equality and tackle economic inactivity. I felt frankly embarrassed that as this incredible organisation went about their work, whilst facing into a Brexit-shaped hole in their finances, there was no Assembly and Executive for them to turn to, and no clear direction from the UK Government on replacement funding. That was despite a manifesto commitment from the Conservative Government that they would replace EU funding in full, another in the litany of unkept promises left in their wake. Eventually, at the last moment, clarity did come in the shape of the Shared Prosperity Fund, and instead of the like-with-like replacement for ESF and European Regional Development funding that was promised, the transition proved disastrous, with thousands losing out on vital support, the loss of up to £23 million per year, and a power grab removing the devolved nation's role in administering the funding. That change has arguably been felt most acutely in Northern Ireland, as it is no secret that we were a net beneficiary of EU structural funds. These allocations were made on the basis of our need to tackle issues around regional imbalance, economic inactivity and underinvestment. And Mr Speaker, if the UK Government is serious about the so-called levelling up agenda, replacement funding ought to be allocated on the same basis. We know that the UK Government's role in administering funding means that in some respects there are now two masters, with risk of duplication of the work between local departments and those in Whitehall, a lack of understanding of the needs and circumstances of local communities here, and a risk that the projects funded do not actually neatly align with the Executive's strategic priorities. And yet, despite all of those barriers which were thrown up, The sector responded with agility, often with creative consortium bids, to preserve as many of the services they offered as possible. It is unforgivable, therefore, that after all of the strain these organisations have been placed under, they again peer into another cliff edge with uncertainty on the future of funding beyond March 2025. Such uncertainty hits the community and voluntary sector harder than other parts of our economy. Staff have to be placed on protected notice, preparation commenced to deliver services differently, or worse, to cease delivering services altogether. And once services and expertise are lost, it is almost impossible to replace them. And to lose them would be a false economy, heaping even further cost and pressure onto our public services. After all they have been through, the least we can do for those organisations and their service users is to deliver sustainable funding to support the positive change they bring to our society. It now falls to the UK Government to make good on the promises made by the last Government, and it is vital that they move swiftly. We need clarity on the short-term future of SPF as a transitional measure to give organisations in receipt of that funding the certainty that they so desperately need. But beyond that, we have a real opportunity to get replacement EU funding right. Together, the Executive can work with the UK Government to co-design a sustainable replacement with the community and voluntary sector, and I hope that the Finance Minister will take those representations to the Treasury and the Department on the Executive's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Robbie Butler.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. Once again, Northern Ireland finds itself teetering on a cliff edge. It's a term that we've become horribly used to. This time it's due to the previous UK Government's failure to replace essential EU funding, which is picked out in the title of the motion and the amendment. And other times it's been due, however, to having no assembly and no accountability. So how many times must we face uncertainty, whether from the removal of critical financial support or the refusal of politicians to take their seats? And it's an all too familiar cycle, sadly, for the people of Northern Ireland, and the people of Northern Ireland are those who pay the very price. The European Regional Development Fund and European Social Fund were more than just bureaucratic lines on a budget. They were indeed lifelines for many people. They provided tangible, life-changing benefits to some of our most vulnerable communities. And in particular, the community and voluntary sector, especially those in the area of disability and learning disability, which has empowered literally thousands of people to gain skills, employment and volunteering opportunities that transformed not only their lives, but the lives of their families and the communities that they live in. These organisations that rely on this funding are the unsung heroes of our society, helping people with disabilities break out of isolation and into meaningful roles that build self-esteem and enrich our collective future. Yet, despite this indispensable work, the voluntary sector is facing a funding cliff edge with no guarantees beyond March 2025. And let's be clear, the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, introduced by the previous government, is not a full replacement for the EU funding that Northern Ireland was promised post-Brexit. So without real action and long-term solutions, we will lose skilled staff, we will lose vital services, and most importantly, the trust of those who rely on these supports. The human cost could be devastating. More people marginalised from the labour market, more vulnerable individuals pushed further into the fringes of society. So this Assembly must, with one voice, call on the new Labour-controlled UK Government to fulfil the commitment of the previous administration to replace EU funding in full. And while we're at it, let's not forget that the new UK Government under Labour has an obligation to reverse the broken promises given pre-Brexit and its so-called sunny uplands. And let's be honest, Brexit so far has been a disaster for Northern Ireland, creating not just an economic strain, but an Irish Sea trade border and a democratic deficit that threatens the very fabric of our political society at times. The upcoming comprehensive spending review is the ideal moment for this new government to right these wrongs and deliver deliberate, targeted funding that will transform the lives of those who need and deserve it the most. So we cannot come back and keep coming back to the same cliff edges, asking the same questions and begging for the same solutions. The time for excuses is over. Our communities, our services and the people who rely on them deserve better. It's time for decisive action before it's too late. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the motion in this House today on the future of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. The delivery of that fund and the failure to replace ESF was and remains a pressing challenge in all of our communities right across Northern Ireland. Other speakers have outlined the failures of the delivery of the UK SPF here and how the monies provided by it in the first place fell far, far short of those funds provided under the European Union. For many years, through our membership of the European Union, the ESF was the lifeblood of our communities, sustaining projects and organisations that quickly became part of the core public service provision. In Derry, we saw first-hand the damage caused by the removal of the European funding. It has ripped away from our city and from organisations like the Women's Centre for Derry, Derry Youth and Community Workshop. They're their people, their skills and everything that goes with it in terms of community service. Those organisations and many, many more across the north were failed by the British government, as well as the dysfunction of politics here in Stormont. Most of all, of course, they were failed by the decision to leave the European Union itself. After that vote, the British government had time to put in place a replacement scheme that was fit for purpose. And I know many of us in this chamber had lobbied hard for the SPF to be delivered in a way that would work for Northern Ireland, but we were unsuccessful. The failure of the government to align this fund with our priorities and to deliver it over the heads of the people here was quite inexcusable. And its centralised management by Whitehall was totally misguided. In the Levelling Up White Paper, it states that levelling up as a project will only be successful if local actors are empowered to develop solutions that work for their communities. It is clear that through the SPF, where the last government promised to level up, they actually levelled down, and communities paid the price. My community has paid that price. On this aspect, I therefore agree both with the motion and with the call from the member of South Down, Diane Forsyth. The future programmes must be developed with due regard to the Executive's priorities and with meaningful input from local ministers. I would remind the member that this would have been a lot easier if we had had an Executive in place. We can't ignore that, and to hear from parties that collapsed Stormont that we need proper input of ministers into this scheme is simply a bit farcical, particularly when it comes to an issue where they literally left the community organisations to fend for themselves for years out in the cold without a government. Lessons must be learnt, but one of these lessons should surely be that reform is needed to end this cycle of collapse and veto here. Now, organisations face yet another cliff edge, and thanks to these various failures, they have lost faith in the ability of the British government to protect them from falling off such a cliff. I hope that this Labour government can prove them wrong. In a letter to me, the then Shadow Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn, said previously, and I quote, "All too aware of the consequences of the loss of European funding and of the promises that the government made, broken so far that areas would not lose out. Now is the chance for his government to recognise that challenge and to put it right. And today is a chance for all of us to call on that government to deliver clarity for those organisations." Finally, Deputy Speaker, I do think it is important to state two facts about our own responsibilities in this building, regardless of what progress is made in influencing the British government. The first is that not only the British government, it was not only the British government that defunded projects that previously operated under European funding. Executive departments also provided match funding to those projects. Since 2016-17, the Executive paid statutory national match funding amounting to tens of millions of pounds. When European funding disappeared, so did funding from our own departments, and that cannot be forgotten. The second is that while the implementation of Levelling Up failed through this scheme, the core principle that no one should be limited by geography is the right one. We need our own Levelling Up agenda in this government, and that's called regional balance. And the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act is one of the examples of legislation that we should be looking at when addressing regional balances within Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Shared Prosperity Fund, a replacement by the British Government of EU funding, as mentioned, everyone here today, fell well short of what was delivered under the European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund. The Shared Prosperity Fund, as we know, in totality 127 million over 3 years, whilst the EU structural funds, it was 65 million every year. This failure, as mentioned, put many groups that we know that have worked tirelessly supporting the most vulnerable in all our neighbourhoods and all our communities at huge risk. And even more so, it left many families and households at risk, because there's people employed in these projects that have families, that have skills, that have worked tirelessly for years. So it left them in jeopardy of becoming unemployed. And even more so important, it left the people in those communities that are furthest removed from the labour market having a safe space to actually call into their community and seek help. Because for someone who's worked under an ESF project for many years in the neighbourhood communities, we have a wealth of talent of people that are so talented, but at this moment in time, because of complex issues that have rose throughout their life, whether it's trauma, whether it's bereavement, mental health issues, childcare issues, caring issues, this is groups of people who would die to get back to work, to improve their level of income, to make lives better for their families, but at this moment in time, they need support and assistance. And two of the biggest issues that I found, particularly for a woman, was lack of confidence, was one. And they just needed that support and confidence to get back out into the workforce. But another huge issue is mental health. And any of the employment programmes that I have run throughout the years with a range of organisations, 25% of the individuals that came through our doors had mental health issues, and they needed that support. So by working in the neighbourhoods and communities, and that's where the local knowledge and expertise exists, you can connect those people to the range of services that are available. So that's what's so important about the programmes, and that's why I want to come to the Building Prosperity Programme at this moment in time. We have a range of organisations, and I think all of us have had the opportunity to visit them, including in my own constituency, 21 Training, MENCAP, Action Mental Health, Disability Action, NEACRO, Enterprise Northwest, Include Youth, Triax Limited. That's a range of organisations that are not working over the last few years, but the last 15, 20 years, and have gathered that expertise and experience to support our communities. And they play such a vital role in also not only in employment and skills, but promoting social inclusion and combating poverty. I just had the privilege myself to go back to a project that I used to work with, which was Skills Northwest, and now called Success Northwest, and they done an interim evaluation of their current project. They're back in March, and already they're exceeding their targets, but even more important, it was actually speaking to the individuals that are currently benefiting and seeing in such a short period of time the resilience of those individuals. They can only be admired for actually to get back out there and to start do training and education, start networking, and you can just see the confidence and their ambitions now to get back into the workforce. It's just, you couldn't pay for it. If you had to bottle it up, it is priceless, to be honest, the work that these organisations are doing on a daily basis for our individuals that need to be supported. And I just really also would like to mention our employment mentoring officers, the staff. Under Success Northwest, there's 18 staff currently working, and their skills and experience and the drive that they bring to the table, they're currently at a cliff edge as individuals as well. And we need to commend the work that they're doing, commend the work of the organisations, and we need to ensure that they can't continue to have be at this moment where there is a crisis. The funding needs to be secured. The services are valuable. The British Government must make clear in their commitment to continue the funding for the Shared Prosperity Fund beyond March 2025, and for the full replacement of the EU funding and for local control over its use. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and
I rise to welcome that this motion has been brought to the Assembly. It rightly highlights that uncertainty over the continuation of funding for important services delivered through the voluntary and community sector, which were previously funded through the European Regional Development Fund and the European Social Fund, is causing a crisis as to the continuation of those projects and for the retention of staff as we approach the last 6 months of current replacement funding through the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. My party has proposed an amendment which we hope will be supported. It takes nothing away from the motion by Sinn Féin, but highlights the need for a collaborative approach between central government at Westminster and the Northern Ireland Executive in order to maximise the impact of future such funding in Northern Ireland according to our collective agreed priorities. 3 weeks ago, on the 21st of August, I attended a meeting with community and voluntary sector representatives held at the premises of NICFA, the Northern Ireland Council for Voluntary Action, to discuss the funding cliff edge that is fast approaching with the Shared Prosperity Fund, currently due to come to an end in March 2025. Also in attendance were MPs from all 5 main parties in Northern Ireland: DUP, UUP, Sinn Féin, SDLP and Alliance. The voluntary and community sector groups represented at the meeting are all delivering employability support services. We were told that to date, approximately £57 million has been committed to Northern Ireland via the UK Shared Prosperity Fund to address economic inactivity. Via this fund, over 680 staff across 59 voluntary and community sector organisations working throughout Northern Ireland are currently delivering tailored support across the region to over 11,500 people. I'll say that again, 11,500 people who are considered furthest from the labour market for a range of personal circumstances, including those with long-term health issues or disabilities. These are clients who would otherwise struggle to access mainstream services and support. Through this community-level support, literally thousands of people have been helped into employment or into training and education for future employment. There was agreement among all in attendance at that meeting that they would lobby the new Labour government at Westminster both for an initial 12-month extension to the Shared Prosperity Fund ahead of any spending review, and also for long-term funding for this important work. There was debate and a range of views about the need to ensure that such funding was ring-fenced, recognising that if it was just to become part of the block grant to Northern Ireland, that it could be at risk of being allocated to other pressing needs. Of course, the UK paid more into the EU than we received back, but post-Brexit it is essential that government funding for employability support services, which was previously delivered through those EU funding streams, is prioritised and ring-fenced. Also, given the impact of Brexit on the free movement of labour into the country, it is vital for our economy that those of our citizens who need additional support to become economically active should receive that support and encouragement, both for their own benefit and for the benefit of the economy. So I hope that this will be an issue and a cause that all parties in the Assembly will be able to unite behind, as they did at that meeting which I attended at NICFA. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to Sinn Féin and Colin for bringing this motion forward, and to Diane for bringing the amendment forward. To be honest, I support both, but I will be supporting the amendment today because of the nature of the amendment, that it actually names a minister and asks for that consortium working. For newbies in this House, maybe you don't know, but the others are bored of me saying this, I worked in the community and voluntary sector for a very long time before I came here, in excess of 23 years, and in community transport for those last 16 years before I came to the House. Can I honestly say that the European money is not the answer to everything, because in the 16 years I was working for community transport, I had one period of time where I had a contract of employment that lasted more than 12 months. Because our government doesn't fund the community and voluntary sector in a sustainable way. I'm not going to turn away money that's going to replace European funding. Of course we need that, but I sat with the Permanent Secretary in the Committee for Communities, and he told us that he had asked the UK government if they could control and manage the payment of the money out, the UK shared prosperity money out, because there was a fear that there was going to be duplication. It wasn't allowed to happen, and there was duplication. There was duplication for work that was being done by our councils, by other government departments, by sections of government departments, and it didn't make sense. So I say that if we're going to ask the British government to replace this money, we do ask them to allow us to set the priorities. And today we have the draft programme for government that has come out that has set out Northern Ireland's priorities. It's those priorities are key. They've been put down in the programme for our government for a reason. They've been put down as reasons why we can make this place better, and that's what we should be doing. It's not a lot of use to us in Northern Ireland to be taking forward priorities that are more useful in England than they would be to here. For instance, the Rural Development Programme. I come from a rural area. How vital that was to our rural communities and to our coastal communities, which I'm also a member of. Quite often in big programmes, those areas and communities are ignored. I also want to see that when we're setting our priorities for Northern Ireland, that we don't have the community and voluntary sector tearing each other apart, trying to apply competitively for grant funding that actually sees some of those organisations disappearing. And we almost had that with the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, because there was supported employment programmes that saw one side competing against the other, when we have the worst figures for the number of people with disabilities who are in employment. We need all of them to come together and deliver for Northern Ireland. We also need to consider about sustainability. For any of you who have worked in the community and voluntary sector, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When long-term funding is not available, you have to all of a sudden invent programmes in order to apply for the money. And there's short-termism there, there's not multiple savings. I can tell you all day about how much I could have saved if I was allowed funding over 7 years instead of 3 years when I was buying minibuses, because I could have had a longer repayment period. Instead of having to do it all in 3 years, it cost me twice as much. But we need to think about sustainability. European funding came in blocks of time, and we have people who are employed for blocks of time. We invest in the skills of those people for blocks of time, and actually what we need is to develop it across a period of time, so that the beneficiaries that they're bringing forward into employment, they're improving the community in place, and they're improving peace building, is stretched out over a longer period of time. And I heard, Brian, whenever you were saying if we put it into the block grant, it wouldn't be there, specifically for the purposes that it's there. But that's up to us to make sure that there's money set aside for our partners in the community and voluntary sector. After all, we have the Concordat Agreement. What I would love to see from our executive is a re-signing of that Concordat Agreement, the updated Concordat, the partnership agreement between us and the community and voluntary sector that at long last recognises how much we all need their work, because communities could not exist if our community and voluntary sector was to disappear. They need sustainable funding. We need their sustainable programmes and intercessions to help our community. I thank you both for bringing forward this motion. I think that there has to be consideration across all government departments. DAERA will be looking at the rural and coastal communities and want to have those included. Communities will be looking at people in place, and economy will be looking at employability. So it's right that we drive that forward. We take it forward, and we take it to the UK government, hopefully with the lead of the Minister for Finance, to say, guys, we can do so much with this money. Let us use it in the way that will be best fit for Northern Ireland. And the amount of money also needs to be negotiated to make sure that we have an appropriate amount of money that can be spent sustainably in the way that we want. Thank you.
And thank you. All those members who have indicated to speak have done so. So I'm going to call the Minister of Finance to respond. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
And I thank the members for bringing the motion and also the amendment. The impact and benefit of the European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund here in the North is clear. The European Social Fund provided funding for vital services through our community and voluntary sector to support some of the most vulnerable people in our society. It enabled people to develop new skills, to navigate the path to becoming economically active, and promoted greater social inclusion. It was locally organised, place-based and person-focused. The European Regional Development Fund provided funding which enhanced the competitiveness of our small and medium-sized businesses. It also provided much-needed funding for research and development and the move towards a low-carbon economy. Over the 7-year period from 2014 to 2020, these two funds invested an average of around £65 million per year to the North. We had to adhere to some EU requirements over how the money was spent, but ultimately it was invested locally in harmony with other programmes, and as such it was aligned to our priorities and objectives. While there were criticisms around how those funds operated, particularly the bureaucracy attached to them, the investment was significant and the results were clear. Both I and my predecessor, Conor Murphy, have been engaged on this issue since 2020, while activity in my department has been ongoing since the Brexit referendum. The previous executive took a position in 2020 on the replacement of the ESF and ERDF programmes. This called for full replacement of the funding we derive from EU sources, local delivery of funding using existing structures, and full compliance with our unique system of government, including Section 75 considerations. The British Government's long-promised and much-delayed replacement for these funds, the Shared Prosperity Fund, fell well short of this position. The delays in launching the fund resulted in the community and voluntary sector here dealing with annual funding cliff edges with a significant impact on the capacity and at times even the very viability of the sector. It has delivered significantly less than the equivalent EU funds, with an average of just £35 million per annum across the 3-year period in comparison to the £65 million from ESF and ERDF across 7 years. The Shared Prosperity Fund also operates with a reduced scope, creating gaps in provision. It is operated directly from Whitehall according to priorities set by the British Government, with no decision-making role for our executive, nor was it subjected to our Section 75 equality scrutiny. At times, its delivery here has lacked an understanding of the North as it sought to apply an English template to a place with a very different structure of government and needs. It was simply inadequate, unsuitable, late and frankly has scarred our community and voluntary sector. With the Shared Prosperity Fund due to close at the end of this financial year and a new government in London, there is an opportunity to do something better. The new government made a manifesto commitment to restoring control over these funds to devolved governments. This is a welcome position, and I look forward to working with the Labour Government, executive colleagues, this Assembly and our wider community on how that will operate in practice. The position on the replacement adopted by the previous executive remains valuable. However, my officials are working with all of the other executive departments to draft a document outlining the North's requirements from future funds. This will be brought to the executive for consideration in the near future. I wrote to Angela Rayner on her appointment as Secretary for State on this matter. In particular, I pressed for urgent clarity and that she make good on the manifesto commitment to greater devolved decision-making. I will also be meeting with Minister Norris, who has responsibility for future funding in her team, next week on the 17th of September. I intend to press the vital importance of sufficient funding being provided, that it is provided at the right time to prevent another funding cliff edge, through appropriate simplified local structures, in a way that minimises bureaucracy and is aligned to our programme for government, that allows a meaningful decision-making role for our executive in line with the Labour manifesto commitment, and that respects local needs and differences. It is essential that any plans associated with the Shared Prosperity Fund are set out at the latest at the Chancellor's budget at the end of October. To achieve this, I intend to raise concerns around successor funding directly with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury as well as Minister Norris. Failure to provide this clarity would create yet another avoidable cliff edge to the sector. This would lead to protective notices being issued, result in a loss of capacity and impact the continuing viability of our vitally important community and voluntary sector. As the motion rightly says, certainty is now required. I will continue to press for urgent clarity and a meaningful devolved role in decision-making and delivery. It will require significant work from us once we have an understanding of what the Chancellor will announce. I and my department stand ready to lead on this work and to collaboratively design, develop and deliver a meaningful programme of funding. I hope our community and voluntary sector will have the certainty that they so urgently need and deserve soon. I therefore support the motion today.
Minister, thank you for that response. I now call Paul Frew to wind on the amendment. Mr. Frew, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise, first of all, to commend everyone who has taken part in this debate. And the sentiment which has been expressed here and the demeanour of which all contributors have taken in this regard. And I think that reason being is because of how we all value the community and voluntary sector. An MLA worth their salt will deal with these groups every single week and know the value that they contribute to our people, not only in public health, mental health, transport, social inclusion, wealth, employment and regeneration and development. Every single sphere of life and every single sphere of governance is encapsulated in the community and voluntary sector. And as someone who wants to see small government, who wants to see smaller government, that voluntary and community sector must have a pivotal role in delivering for our people, delivering better than government could ever do. And that is why this is such an important matter that we should discuss it and debate it today, our first day back in plenary. And there were a lot of thoughtful and informative contributions. And I don't wish to go into name-calling and picking out bits and pieces, other than to say I valued every single contribution today. And whilst I'm a great champion of tranquility and peaceful debate in this chamber, it really has done my heart good, because I can see the worth. And everyone who spoke and all parties in this chamber have a real opportunity tonight to unite on this one single issue. And to explain our amendment, Mr. Speaker, in regards to this, we have not amended this motion to apply pressure on the Minister or to target the Minister. But we realise in the position that the Minister's in with regards to finance, she is best placed to be the tip of the spear in combating against poor governance from Westminster. Let's call it what it is. We have replaced Brussels with Whitehall, and they have let us down just as badly. We have had a missed opportunity here where the British government put more funding into the EU and got less money out. So why are we left in a position where the government is paying Northern Ireland and funding Northern Ireland less than what EU funding was delivering? It is absolutely appalling to be in this position. And so it does my heart good to hear the united voice coming out of this chamber today. And we have an opportunity, and we should remain hopeful, because we have a new government in Labour. And so we will hold their feet to the fire with regards to the broken promises that the last government gave this people and this place with regards to funding, with regards to the EU funding. And it is vitally important that we stress how important it is and the impact that this issue and this failed opportunity has had on the people who work in the community and voluntary sector and the people who are serviced by the community and voluntary sector. And it is so painful, Mr. Speaker, to have to live through this. It was painful enough to live through the bureaucracy of having to endlessly apply for funding on a yearly basis, on a 3-yearly basis. But how much more tougher is it now when there's no money, or not the same amount of money there, in order to fulfil the needs of our people? A need that our government won't be able to fulfil. And that is why the community sector is so important to our people going forward. So I leave this chamber today with hope that each one of our parties gets it. Each one of our party will do the best that we can to deliver for our people, and that the government, the Minister here, the Minister of Finance, will be the tip of the spear in that protest with regards to getting adequate funding for our people. And it's the vulnerable people who need it the most who usually end up getting supplied by this funding and get serviced by this funding. So it is critically important that we sing with one voice and that we say to the British government, it's not good enough what you've done. The failed promises of the past is not good enough, and we call on this new government to fulfil the promises and the pledges of the previous government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now call on Murphy to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion, and you will have up to 10 minutes.
And I would like to thank all members for their contributions today. And as Paul referenced, it's heartening to hear this chamber speak with unity on such an important topic. In my role as Sinn Féin spokesperson for Rural Affairs and an MLA for Fermanagh and South Tyrone, I want to take this opportunity to highlight how rural and border areas have greatly benefited from EU funding. For example, EU Pillar 1 and 2 programmes have provided financial support to farmers, businesses and communities. The community and voluntary sector have played a pivotal role in providing services for our most vulnerable. One such recipient of European social funds in my constituency is Fermanagh New Horizons, and I want to highlight the excellent work that they do, working to support the recovery of adults experiencing mental ill health who are interested in progressing towards training and employment. Rural communities have benefited from a ring-fence budget, multi-annual funding package and fully embraced the bottom-up approach to engage local people in the decision-making process. However, the Shared Prosperity Fund is neither rural-proofed or equality-proofed, but rather delivered directly by Whitehall. It is also worth highlighting that there is no clarity on the future farm support, similar to EU replacement funds for the community and voluntary sector. Farmers have no clarity or certainty if farm support worth approximately £300 million per year will continue beyond 2024. My constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone is the largest recipient of farm subsidy payments, and I would argue the most rural constituency in the north. Our farmers go to the very heart of our rural communities, and without farm subsidies, how are they expected to compete with their counterparts in the south who benefit from a full range of EU supports? On the Peace Plus programme, the rural sector has been very pointed in saying that while Peace Plus gets cited a lot and the rural dimensions are welcome, it is not a replacement for the development programme. EU funding has provided significant benefits across a range of Section 75 equality groups, including young people, people with disabilities, women, minority ethnic groups and others. This work has provided significant social and economic benefits, and it is imperative that EU replacement funding continues. We are in times of reduced public expenditure, and that has been worsened by the lack of clarity and certainty on future EU replacement funds beyond 2025. During the Brexit referendum campaign, the Tory government said that the north of Ireland would not lose out. I think the exact phrase was pound for pound funding. But of course, Brexit has delivered a huge cut to funding. The British government committed to replace these funds with the Shared Prosperity Fund. However, this falls far short of what was delivered through the European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund. After 14 years of Tory government, it has created and delivered both austerity and Brexit. There will be a huge consequence for the community and voluntary sector, rural development and rural communities if the British government does not replace EU funding in full. To conclude, Last Can Collier, the community and voluntary sector need certainty, they need clarity and they need stability. The current British Government must fulfil its promise to replace all EU funding in full. Gurumila Mayagat.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Diane Forsyth and Paul Frew be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, members. The ayes have it. Members, item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.